Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
After a heated argument, the two finally decided on the magic recovery potion, which cost 55 points. In that short time, Genesis had already cleared out all the demon lords and elemental giants present. With a total of 9,000 elemental giants and over 1,000 demon lords, each providing 20 attack power, that's a total of 200,000 attack power in that instant. This doesn't even mention attributes like speed, defense, or power. The power of the creation realm has now reached an absurd level. If they weren't all bound to Lefan would be terrified of them. With everything cleared up, we began to consider the next steps. Since summoning to accumulate power is no longer feasible, we need to start looking for the next method. Although the Supreme Heaven has human kings who can grow stronger indefinitely, Momonga and Lefan themselves need to kill a lot to become stronger. Killing is out of the question. They fear that such large-scale killing would be punished by the airborne enemies in outer space. After all, they considered it a colony in outer space. This is also a strange creation myth, as it did not clearly explain the information about the origin of the world, such as that the origin of the world was formed by the sacrifice of living beings. If they knew the other two, they probably wouldn't have been so hesitant. That's their problem. They think they're very smart and like to overthink things. If they were to lower their guard and inquire about the origins of the world, they would probably realize that there were no enemies in outer space. The problem facing Genesis now is quite troublesome because she is too powerful. Moreover, her entire body was filled with the power of rules, unlike the human king, whose eyes were the only ones filled with the power of rules. This means Lefan can't take her out to cause a ruckus, but she's so powerful. Does she really want to stay in this place? Unable to find a suitable answer after much thought, Lefan chose to ask directly, "Genesis, what do you want to do next?" "Don't be afraid, just say it." The creator was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then closed his eyes and sensed everything in this world. He could feel the areas where the elements were located and also knew about the things in those areas. "I want to create a new world." Create a new world? Listen to what human language this is. It's as if you're some kind of creator god creating worlds on a whim. Not letting her go doesn't seem like the right thing to do, but outer space is such a dangerous place. What if she encounters enemies? If she runs back, won't she get caught by the enemy? Never mind, let her go. She's so loyal to me. If she encounters a powerful enemy, she probably won't bring her back. Lefan thought for a moment and then suggested, "Okay, but you have to be careful. There are still many unknown things in this world." "Yes, I will be careful, master, please rest assured." As for Lefan's words, Chuangshi thought he meant to tell himself to be careful not to change the rules of this world and to keep the rules of this world. The master and servant were simply not on the same wavelength. In addition, both of them were extremely confident and intelligent, and they both mistakenly believed that they understood each other instantly. As Genesis left, Momonga, listening to Lefan's inner thoughts, couldn't help but complain, "How could you just let her go like that? What if they encounter dangerous enemies? Are they trying to use her as a guinea pig?" Having absorbed so many elemental giants, the creator's attributes were already terrifyingly powerful. Encountering enemies outside is also a good thing, as it allows us to assess the strength of the enemy in outer space, regardless of success or failure. Furthermore, it can allow Genesis to attract the attention of extraterrestrial enemies, buying us time. "Hey bro," watching the creator depart, the human king calmly asked, "Husband, what do we do next?" "What for?" "Of course, it's drinking and eating meat like a salted fish every day." "Oh, and there's also the war performance by Demiurge in 4 days. As he spoke, Lefan picked up Ren Wang and silently gestured for them to join the #1 private room for drinks. The three of them continued to be lazy and unambitious. Beyond the planet, Creator gazed upon the vast expanse of space, searching for a suitable place to establish a planet. Soon, the powerful force of rules found a special planet, and many dragons flew towards that planet. At the very front were 4 enormous dragons, followed by several smaller dragons. That planet it is, but I didn't expect the dragons in this world to like roaming the void. My master said we can't arbitrarily change the rules of this world. Oh well, let these little dragons go. Move! The creator's figure disappeared. The next second she appeared on the vast Mars. This planet had no air, but that didn't matter, the power of creation was strong enough. Requesting flowers, she felt the planet and pondered what kind of world she wanted to build. According to the master's wishes, there is no need to bring in the world tree system for the time being. In that case, let's establish a random system and let the world choose for itself. Once she had made up her mind, Genesis was surrounded by countless magic circles, and instantly, a fierce flame erupted from her center. The enormous sea of fire expanded to a height of 10,000 meters and continued to surge towards all areas of the planet. The intense temperatures caused the planet's ice to instantly turn into massive amounts of steam. Steam kept pouring out. The first step in creation was to establish an atmosphere and cleanse the planet. The next step is to establish the ocean, land, and 2 levels of glaciers, followed by using wood-based magic to create forests and mountains. Once the basic structure of a world is completed, then it's just a matter of waiting for the planet to slowly develop. As for the creator himself, he will leave this planet and head to the sun to absorb the star's fiery elements. While we're at it, let's study the sun, using the power of rules to transform its rays into a line of sight and observe a second planet suitable for establishing a world. All of these actions were so incredible that if Lafan and Momonga knew, they would definitely complain, "Holy crap, you're a true creator god." Within the divine kingdom, the elements, by the will of the invincible god, bestowed upon death and destiny the title of divine subjects, thus establishing 2 deities within the invincible divine kingdom. From now on, the orders of absolute death and certain death will also be divine pronouncements, and everyone except the invincible god must obey them. Ju Ming also arranged new identities for her 5 followers, the 5 holy maidens of the invincible divine kingdom, responsible for serving the elements. As for herself, she was fed up with being a pet and wanted freedom, so serving elements was out of the question. Although she couldn't leave the divine kingdom without the elements' command, it didn't matter. The divine kingdom was quite large and she wanted to enjoy the feeling of freedom. First, I'll go find my old underlings and give him a piece of my mind, letting him know he's nothing but an ant among ants, and then he'll praise my power. Although I am but an ant to my masters, I am invincible to everyone except them. At this moment, Zetsume reverted to her yandere demeanor, anticipating the sight of her underlings being awestruck by her powerful magic. A powerful surge of magical energy reverberated within the cathedral's conference hall. An hour ago, the invincible god announced that Ju Ming had become a god, and that moment was a time of great celebration for the wealthy. Upon becoming a god, Zetsu no Michi's first order was for all the holy scripture captains and all the high priests to gather in the conference room. During that hour, everyone used teleportation magic to return, and they are now all gathered in the huge conference hall. More than 80 people gathered here, and everyone was dumbfounded because the terrifying magic power of absolute death and death was constantly surging in the air. Although everyone present possessed the skills or methods to explore magic, they did not use them. Because of the terrifying magic power that could be seen with the naked eye, the sound of the air being constantly squeezed by the magic power, and even the fact that the entire building was being subjected to an impact it should not have been able to bear. All of this is enough to prove how terrifying this magic is. No one is foolish enough to use the 83 exploration magic to directly confront such magic, because this is undoubtedly no different from self-harm. Seeing the speechless astonishment on her underlings' faces, Zeshi was extremely pleased. I have now become a god, and I have come here only to let you witness the power of a god. Everyone who heard Zetsu's boastful words looked on with longing. As everyone knows, I am the strongest, but I am actually a warrior. Magic is not my forte. After becoming a god, even my weakest magic is enough to destroy the world, not to mention my full strength. Hearing Ju Ming's words, everyone once again cast envious glances at him. They were well aware of this blatant boasting and showing off of his strength. As long as you serve God's kingdom well, you will all have the opportunity to become gods. Strive hard. This is what I want to tell you at this meeting. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately knelt down. Thank you for the guidance from the invincible God. We will pursue the invincible God for eternity. Zeshi felt the admiring, envious, and awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, and a sickly smile appeared on her cute little face. It's definitely my territory that's best, and my underlings are the best too. They're all waiting to cooperate with my showing off. After her boasting ended, Ju Ming was in a good mood and immediately ran away, planning to cause a ruckus in the streets. She wanted everyone in the entire divine kingdom to know that she, Ju Ming, was invincible. I am not an ant. The elementalist naturally sensed Zetsu's actions. She secretly inquired, wondering what kind of grievance this child had suffered to warrant such a display of emotion. The elementalist was too lazy to care. Anyway, he could leave the affairs of the divine kingdom to Ju Ming from now on, and he should go to sleep. For the supreme elemental god, sleep is her happiest time. Yes, all 10 supreme heavens have flaws and are not perfect. The supreme being of creation is always restless, while the supreme being of elements loves to sleep. Of course, they were actually just using this so-called weakness to accumulate power more quickly. For example, once an element enters a sleep state, all the core elements of the world will automatically gather around her, making her stronger even faster. As for Genesis, she becomes stronger with each world she creates, so she can't stay idle. Haha, this is life, I love it. At this moment, the deathly destiny hovering above the cathedral exuded terrifying magic as it flew slowly in the low sky. It sensed the kneeling posture of the people below. It was so incredibly satisfying. It's a pity that the master's orders were absolute peace and no trouble whatsoever. Otherwise, Ju Ming would have loved to personally go to the battlefield and slaughter those ants. Moreover, the entire divine kingdom is now under the control of Zeshi Zetsume. Although she knows her master's orders, this Yandere Zeshi Zetsume will still try every means to cause trouble. For example, killing that beastly elf king or something like that. The thought of the elf king's utter demise filled her with rage. Her eyes blazed with fury as she abruptly raised her hand, summoning a blood-red scythe. I can't tolerate this, I'll kill that beast. No, death alone is not enough. I want him to be tormented just like he tormented my mother. Zetsuki's pitiful face became increasingly comical and Yandere-like, showing that she was truly furious. But to do such a thing, one must ask permission from one's master. She immediately stopped her disruptive behavior and went to the area where the elements were resting. Lord Element, may I tell my master that I have an enemy and I want to take revenge? Go ahead and come back soon. You don't need to ask your master for such a small matter. Or is it that the other party is stronger than you? Upon hearing Element's words, Zeshi felt a pang of discomfort, but she couldn't show it and quickly said, No, Element, the other party is merely an ant among ants. I can do it all by myself. Go then. Remember, the master's intention is for us not to provoke trouble, but he never said we can't retaliate. Since they are enemies, kill them. Don't ask me about these things again. As the elemental voice faded, Zetsu Shitsume's expression became even more Yandere. She vanished into thin air in an instant. Within the divine realm, Zeshi didn't fly. Instead, he used teleportation magic. In the blink of an eye, she arrived outside the gates of the divine kingdom. Zetsu no longer used teleportation magic. Her purpose this time was not only to punish that scumbag but also to unleash her power. She landed abruptly on the ground, and all the clergy immediately knelt down upon seeing her. Greetings, invincible God, no need for formalities. Just do your work well and the kingdom of God will not let you down. With a final, desperate step, the small figure vanished from sight in an instant and a huge cloud of dust erupted from the ground. It hopped and ran on the ground with all its might, its cute little legs constantly turning, and in an instant its land-hopping speed exceeded Mach 3. The terrifying speed is still increasing, which represents the terrifying power of Zeshi. Huge sandstorms kept erupting across the plain, and all living things were terrified as they watched the terrifying surge. Is this really the speed at which life can leap and bound? Moreover, this speed is still increasing. It seems that Mach 3 is not her limit. The kingdom of gods and the kingdom of elves were originally only a plane apart, although this plane was vast and hundreds of kilometers long. But at such terrifying speeds, hundreds of kilometers are no distance at all. As the speed reached Mach 5, Zeshi could feel the scorching heat in the air. Her entire body felt as if it were burning at thousands of degrees Celsius, forcing her to use magic to protect herself from the armor. Although her armor was a divine artifact, it couldn't withstand the speed of running on land exceeding Mach 525. Keep in mind that this is running at Mach 5 on land, not flying at Mach 5 in the stratosphere. At such terrifying speeds, the powerful air resistance from the land is enough to completely crush a car into a pile of scrap metal. It is evident that Zeshi Zetsume is powerful, and as the magic power adheres to the clothes, Zeshi Zetsume's running speed is increased once again. Jushi is an existence that has lived for hundreds of years. In terms of energy control, he completely crushes Daodaojia and Leffen by several streets. After all, although they are very strong, they have only been playing games for 12 years. Without considering game skills and game control, they are just newbies. However, there's nothing they can do about it since they're gamers. Some of their skills have reached LV10, directly linked to a percentage of magic power, and they consume less magic power while being incredibly powerful. This is something that even if you die and spend hundreds of years, you might not be able to learn. You may be very talented, but I'm cheating. Boom, boom, boom. The sound continued to travel through the forest. For Zeshi, the hundreds of kilometers of plains were nothing more than a matter of tens of seconds. In an instant, she teleported across the plains and stepped into the territory of the Elven Kingdom, which was a vast forest region. But this forested area did not stop her from running. On the contrary, she charged recklessly, knocking away anything that stood in her way. And their target is the Elven capital, which Ju Ming has been enduring for a long time. She had the power to kill the Elf King long ago, but fearing that the Council of Nations would cause trouble, she had no choice but to endure it. Then let the slain theocracy keep attacking the Elf Kingdom. As long as the Elf King is forced to join the war, I can join the battle and kill him instantly. But who knew the Elf Kingdom was so resilient, fighting for so many years without forcing out the Elf King? It's not that the Elven Kingdom is resilient, rather, it's that the Elven King treats his subjects as if they don't exist. In recent years, which of the Elven Kingdom's citizens hasn't been living in dire straits? 25, but what about the Elf King? He is still searching for excellent women to reproduce, seeking only one who can reach his level. The Elf King, an ancient monster who has lived for hundreds of years, has reached level 68 and is a terrifying being who can use 8th order magic. This is already a terrifying existence at the level of Nabe. Apart from a few exceptions, he can basically do whatever he wants in this world. He was also amazed by his own strength, which is why he wanted to pass on his bloodline. After trying the elves and finding that it didn't work, they tried the humans, demi-humans, and orcs and finally set their sights on the gods. Unfortunately, talent isn't something that can be passed down easily. Now his daughter is determined to take revenge, even at the cost of her life. The terrifying forest bombardment had left the soldiers of the elves' second-largest fortress city in shock when, in the next second, they discovered a huge hole in the city wall. When he came to his senses, he could see ravines appearing in the forest dozens of kilometers away, as well as a huge sandstorm. The next second, he looked along the city wall and gazed at the street behind him with a heavy heart. Sure enough, the streets were a mess. Many buildings around the huge ditch were destroyed and the elves were blasted into pieces and sent flying dozens of meters away. The entire street was filled with dead and injured. Ju Ming was completely indifferent to the casualties in the Elf Kingdom. She was no saint. In contrast, she was instilled with the supremacy of human rights from a young age and believed herself to be a pure human being. She even believes that there shouldn't be any races other than humans in this world, so this action was intentional. The city was vast, but Ju Ming was moving too fast. In less than 10 seconds she had traversed the city. After she left, a massive sandstorm swept in from the other side of the forest. The terrifying sandstorm, combined with the massive airburst from the deadly impact, made the already unprepared city even worse off. Just by running for their lives, they were able to turn a large city of dozens of people into a living hell. Therefore, it is absolutely not a lie for Zeshi to say that she now possesses the power to destroy the world. Ju Ming continued to run, completely ignoring everything else, aiming only at the capital of the Elf Kingdom. However, this destruction of the elves will make it difficult to establish the Divine Kingdom later, but Zetsu knows she. These days, being treated as the king's pet, as an ant, and harboring a deep-seated hatred for his mother, all his grievances erupted in the Elf Kingdom. Blame your king for the crimes he committed. In the royal capital, the Elf King was looking at an orc, the strongest orc princess in the Orc Kingdom, Balraz. A tiger with a human body. It might look unappetizing, but the Elf King was a madman. He only wanted to pass on his bloodline, whether the other party was human, dragon, beast, or whatever, it didn't matter. The yandere personality of Zetsume is undeniably similar to that of her scumbag father. As long as she's the strongest, she doesn't care what anyone is. Of course, Zeshi himself doesn't think so. Princess Balraz, the Tiger Man, was furious, but she was powerless to resist, because the price for the cooperation between the Elf Kingdom and the Beast Kingdom was her. She looked at the Elf King with displeasure. What can a toothpick as weak as you do? The Elf King looked at the strongest Tiger Man princess, who was 8 meters tall and whose arms were thicker than her body. There are many ways to pass on bloodlines. I even had the Flying Dragon Kingdom inherit its lineage, let alone you. It's a pity the flying dragons can't complete the inheritance. Only demi-humans and orcs and magical beasts seem to be different from us. The Elf King ignored it. In his eyes, the enormous tiger woman before him was nothing more than a tool for passing on his bloodline. He had no feelings for her and naturally wouldn't care about such things. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the Elf King. Before the Elf King could react, he was grabbed by a terrifying bloody hand. A few seconds later, a huge explosion came from behind. It was an airburst. At this moment, Ju Ming controlled Blood Hand and looked at the giant Tiger Man, the Elf King, and this beast. She smiled and said, "Oh, I didn't interrupt your good time, did I, you beast 27? Seeing Zetsume's absolutely yandere appearance, the Elf King was stunned. He wanted to resist, but no matter what he did, he couldn't. He looked at the hell on earth behind the scenes of death and despair, the ravines, the sandstorms, and the corpses of his people turned into pieces of flesh. You are the ultimate death, my bloodline, ha ha ha. Finally a bloodline has surpassed me. Release me. Join me in ruling this world and let the world know that we elves are the strongest." Seeing the yandere and berserk Elf King, Zetsume felt disgusted. She suddenly controlled her blood hand to explode, and the Elf King felt a part of his body being blown apart. Despite the pain, he glared at Zetsuki with an exaggerated expression. "Enough, I'm your father. Without me you wouldn't exist. Don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. I'll strip you of all your power, making you a cripple. Then we'll throw you into a goblin tribe and make you a tool for the goblins to vent their frustrations. Don't worry, you won't die. I'll arrange for a clergyman to accompany you throughout the resurrection process. With each death and each resurrection, endure endless suffering, you beast." Zetsume, with a sickly expression, was saying something that sent chills down everyone's spine. It took Ju Ming half a day to settle the Elf King's remaining chrysanthemums before returning to the Divine Kingdom. As for the tragic state of the Elf Kingdom, Ju Ming paid no heed. The place had now become a living hell. In just half a day, the sandstorm attack, coupled with the devastation caused by the death sweep, resulted in the deaths of thousands. This had a profound impact on the lives of hundreds of thousands of elves, and most importantly, the Elf King had disappeared. Don't think the elves are all fools. This is the guardian deity of the Elven Kingdom. Why did the Elf King act this way? Why couldn't he become king? That's because of his strength. As long as the Elf King is there, no other country in the world except for the slain theocracy and the Council of Nations would dare to attack the Elf Kingdom. Although many elves were captured and enslaved because of the slain theocracy, those captured elves were all peripheral elves considered as pawns of the elf kingdom. The higher-ups in the elf kingdom wouldn't care about these pawns. The true elites reside in the capital of the elven kingdom. All the powerful and wealthy are there. As long as this area remains unaffected, the stability of the elf kingdom can be guaranteed. What does it matter if some bandits are sacrificed? Moreover, the Elf King was only focused on passing on his bloodline and rarely governed, which naturally pleased the elf nobles and high-ranking officials. But now, because of the Elf King, the Elf Kingdom is facing such a disaster which is very distressing for them. At this moment in the conference hall of the elf capital, all the elven nobles, princes and princesses had gathered. The elf prince? According to intelligence, the primary target of this attack was my father, and the attacker was my former sister from the slain theocracy, Zeshi, who is also the strongest bloodline my father spoke of. Even the strongest bloodline couldn't become so terrifying. The only possibility is the divine grace of the invincible God upon the arrival of my sister. Hearing the eldest prince's words, everyone was surprised. Even so, we can't mess with the invincible divine kingdom. The invincible divine kingdom won't help us outsiders get justice. Elf Duke, that's true, but the elf kingdom is now in such a state of ruin, and without the protection of the elf king, it's practically impossible for the elf kingdom to survive. What if we relocate the entire nation to the vicinity of the god kingdom? Elf Marquis, I think it's useless. The kingdom of gods has always prioritized human rights. Although this was caused by the kingdom of gods, we are not human. If the relocation of the entire country fails, our elf kingdom may really be destroyed. The eldest prince continued, without the protection of the elf king, coupled with this massive chasm and the dire state of our people, do you think we can defend ourselves against an invasion? As they spoke, everyone walked onto the balcony, looking at the enormous ravine that stretched from the divine realm to this side. There's no way to make up for the current situation, and there are still a large number of seriously injured Pokémon in the country that need to be saved. Unless the other side of the defense line is abandoned and all the soldiers are gathered together. It was obvious that everyone had their own ideas. The eldest prince wanted to use this method of relocating the entire country to selfishly seek an opportunity to join the divine kingdom. He didn't care about the people. The nobles clearly disagreed, but without the elf king they were bound to be targeted by other powerful nations, and the pressure was immense. The elven marquis said, "I reject your argument. While the elven kingdom's strength does partly depend on the elven king, we are not weak ourselves. In recent years, during our war with the slain theocracy, has the elven king ever intervened? Aren't we evenly matched with the slain theocracy's army?" The eldest prince knew he had no real power and couldn't win the argument, so he had no choice but to let the matter drop. The nobles watched the departing princes and princesses, fully aware of their thoughts, to join the divine kingdom at the cost of their race. But the risk is too great. What if the divine kingdom acts irrationally and really starts a massacre? However, it's still acceptable for Yin-Yang to send a small number of elves to protest in the invincible divine kingdom, since the lives of ordinary people are not important. It sounds cruel, but that's the reality. Because the elf kingdom is a closed country, such a huge event has occurred and the surrounding countries are still unaware of it. The elf kingdom could use this to repair its defenses. The princes and princesses have no power in the elf kingdom because the elf king is a ruler who believes in the supremacy of the strong. In his eyes, only the strong deserve the power of the strong. Unless the elf king's children possess power surpassing that of the current political parties, they cannot be given real authority. Unfortunately, his children were all too weak, which is why he kept searching for a stronger partner to carry on the next generation. Therefore, princes and princesses are considered the least valuable by the nobles of the elf kingdom because there are simply too many of them. The eldest prince, acting as the representative, led the other princes and princesses away from the elf kingdom overnight, heading towards the god kingdom. It has to be said that they really are daydreaming. You know, what Zeshi Zetsume hates most is her background. Now these brainless people are even using family connections to join the kingdom of God. The matter of the elf kingdom has come to a temporary end. as many enemies have recently appeared around various countries. Since the Divine Kingdom has shown an attitude of treating everyone equally, the various Beastman kingdoms and demi-human kingdoms finally couldn't help but take action against the human kingdoms. The first to suffer would naturally be the kingdom. After all, the vast land of the continent in the power of influence without a sufficiently powerful individual is simply a huge pie. After the digging orcs ruthlessly exterminated the dwarf race, the surrounding cannibal tribes and goblin tribes all suffered. They even set their sights on the lizardmen tribe that occupied the vast lakes. This morning, the lizardmen tribe was engaged in battle against an army of 5,000 undead skeletons. Although they didn't know where the undead army came from, the burrowing orcs didn't care. Because the lizardman tribe raises a lot of fish, this can completely solve the tribe's food problem. As for the dragons on the snowy mountains and the western night elf cities, the digging orcs are not strong enough to launch an attack on them, Norma. However, once the lizardman tribe is subdued, the earth-digging orcs will set their sights on the kingdom, so the kingdom is still in danger. All of the digging orcs' activities were under Aura's observation. These earth-digging orcs actually dared to target us lizardmen, and Aura immediately informed Demiurge. Demiurge had originally intended to invite Lord Momonga and Lord Leffen to watch the war that morning. But neither of the two officials was available, and since the war invitations had already been sent out, they couldn't just do it anyway. So they decided to use 5,000 skeleton soldiers and have Cocytus command them. Anyway, Cocytus's mind is trustworthy and, as expected, a complete defeat. But it was a good thing that the 5,000 useless skeleton soldiers made Cocytus realize his shortcomings. Cocytus is a member of our great tomb, so his performance mistake has little impact. But you bunch of burrowing orcs dare to mess with our performance, which we prepared specifically for the Supreme Being? The burrowing orcs had no idea how dangerous their actions were. In the area near the mountains of the lizardman tribe, more than 5,000 earth-digging orcs emerged from the soil. However, they all stopped moving the instant they emerged, because in front of them appeared a cute little girl with silver hair wearing a red Lolita dress. The Loli stared intently at the digging orc army before her with her wine-red eyes. The little girl said with a haughty expression, "Are you the ones who want to ruin our carefully prepared performance?" All the earth-digging beastmen present were stunned by the Loli's words. What made this little girl so brave to stand against her own army of thousands with a mere mortal body? At this moment, a digging orc was drooling greedily. After all, different races have different aesthetics. To them, the little girl in front of them was a delicious meal, hairy and odorless. This is delicious food, so one of the digging king orcs flew out immediately. Shaltir was also displeased to see the burrowing orc rushing towards her. She suddenly swung her hand and slapped it with all her might, instantly turning the burrowing orc into mincemeat. "I was planning to have some fun with you all, but it seems pointless now. You can all just die," Shaltir said as she donned her full armor and then began a slaughter that was a foregone conclusion. These burrowing orcs were probably a formidable force to the human army, but to Shaltir they were nothing but ants, the kind she could kill as many as she wanted. Demiurge did not stop Shaltir's slaughter but instead turned his attention back to the lizardman tribe. To achieve victory against a stronger opponent, many factors need to be considered: favorable timing, advantageous location, and harmonious relationships. The fortresses built around the lizardman tribes currently form a perfect geographical advantage, further enhanced by the fact that the fortresses are surrounded by lakes. Using ice magic can instantly tie down our army. This is the opportune moment. Not to mention that many creatures in their tribe possess innate supernatural abilities. This is the power of humankind. Our skeleton soldiers have no special abilities, and given that we outnumber them, our overall strength is weaker. The only tactic that can be used is to lure the enemy away from their stronghold. Perhaps the burrowing tactic used by the lizardmen tribe is a pretty good one. Demiurge's idea was good, but he also knew that when an individual becomes strong enough, no amount of CFBC can compensate for it. In the morning, through the battle, we can see that there is such a powerful lizardman, and all the skeleton soldiers have a hard time damaging him in close combat. Therefore, the tactics must use bows and arrows, and they must be fired from both the rear and the front simultaneously, otherwise a single shot will be dodged. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Shaltir had slaughtered 15,000 soldiers. Covered in blood, she wore a sickly smile. Ah, that's how I contributed to this performance. If Lady Momonga is pleased and rewards me, I can be with Lady Momonga again. Within the royal capital, as the surrounding orc tribes and demi-human kingdoms continued to approach the kingdom, members of the 6 major noble families also gathered in the capital. This time the problem is extremely serious, unlike previous battles between humans where losing meant simply replacing the old species with a new one, but the people would still exist. This time all the enemies are different races, and if we lose, all of humanity may die. Therefore, the corrupt nobles no longer obstruct this war. The new king listened to the opinions raised by the nobles in the council hall, and various policies were put forward, including military troop adjustments, nationwide conscription, and noble donations. This excited the new king like never before, but despite the good intentions, it was the common people who ultimately suffered. The meeting lasted 3 hours and finally set a policy: first, to recruit soldiers from the countryside, and then to collect grain in advance for the war effort. Then money was collected from merchants to recruit soldiers, and finally nobles donated money and goods. Although all the nobles are willing to contribute money, their contribution must be the largest. Once the first 2 policies are implemented, the kingdom will make up for any shortfalls. Although it was a life-or-death moment, nobles are still nobles, and they didn't forget to first fleece the common people. But for the new king, as long as the nobles are willing to pay, this is a very good situation. While everyone in the kingdom was satisfied with this policy, a blond man slowly entered the meeting hall. He was Azith, the younger brother of Elbeen Drew Indo, one of the 6 noble clans. He walked into the conference room with a nonchalant air. I was wondering why I wasn't told about such a big meeting. The new kingdom, displeased by the visitor's frivolous demeanor, said, Azith, you finally decided to come back. Azith smiled as he looked at the new king. Oh, isn't this my old sidekick? He's actually become king now. Is this Lord Azith, a member of the Crimson Dewdrop, the kingdom's first adamantite adventurer team? I heard that the Crimson Dewdrop adventure team has all retired, but considering he's only in his 40s and a member of one of the 6 noble families, how about making him the new warrior captain? However, speaking of Steel-class adventure teams, there's still no news about the Blue Rose team, and the Earthling team isn't an ordinary team either. They don't accept commissions from the Adventurers Guild. Azith, listening to the words of the minor nobles, asked curiously, Oh. There are adventurers who don't accept commissions from the Adventurers Guild. Are they really adventurers? You're back. This time, brother hopes to help protect the kingdom. The kingdom is in a very bad situation right now. With Fruta still around in the Empire, no one dares to act recklessly. Our kingdom's warrior captain is also crippled. With the disappearance of the Blue Rose and the Earthling team refusing the mission, while the manpower was sufficient, the lack of high-end combat strength was a concern. Looking at the middle-aged man, Aziz nodded. Don't worry, brother, I came back for this very reason. I want these beastmen and demi-humans to know that even without the protection of the slain theocracy, we humans are still the masters of this world. Hearing Aziz's words, everyone present felt relieved. After all, no noble present was unaware of Aziz's power. This is the kingdom's first steel-level adventure team, the adventure team of the 13 heroes, and the adventure team of the kingdom's first ruler. It's worth noting that warrior Captain Gazif's mentor was also in this adventure team, so his strength is definitely worth waking up to. After discussing with everyone for another 10 minutes, Aziz left, wanting to invite the Earthling team to join. Based on what the nobles were saying, he was certain that this squad was definitely formed by players, and since they are all human players, it's only right that they help the human realm. Lafan and Momonga were unaware that someone was looking for them. They continued drinking and eating meat as usual. The human king also enjoyed this kind of life, but she was very curious about what Genesis did after he left. In fact, the mayor of Yelental Fortress, the head of the Adventurers Guild, and the head of the Magic Guild had all approached them, but they refused. Then, when I tried to find them a second time, I couldn't find them no matter how hard I looked. The kingdom's current situation and humanity's current situation are both very precarious. It seems that because only 2 people from the human race successfully qualified in the last assessment, the divine kingdom completely lost its goodwill towards the human race. But there's nothing that can be done about it. Although everyone knows that the slain theocracy is the protector of mankind, it's too far removed from them. Moreover, those who used to believe in the slain church have all gone to the slain church, and those who are still outside the church today don't have much faith. Searching from the outside is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Although the slain theocracy has now become an invincible divine kingdom, and lifespan can be extended and strength enhanced within the invincible divine kingdom. Before knowing that eternal life is possible, no one would consider the kingdom of God as their entire faith. Now that I know I can achieve immortality, I'll definitely work myself to the bone to pass the math section of the next test. Several hours after leaving the capital, Azith was now wearing the World Tree's unique beginner armor. This armor possesses powerful attack and strength at level 80 and can store level 10 magic. This is an extremely overpowered piece of equipment. With this equipment, Aziz can basically bluff anyone except for those at the Platinum Dragon King level. He then landed on the Adventurers Guild building and deactivated his armor. He went straight into the Adventurers Guild, where the guild master, upon seeing Azith's arrival, immediately greeted him respectfully. "Lord Azith, you've arrived." Aziz also stated bluntly, "Where is the Earthling Adventure team? I'm here to invite them to help protect humanity." "Well, I'm sorry they don't know where they're going. We've already searched the whole city and their team is very strange." Listening to the Adventurers Guild master's words, Aziz asked curiously, "What's so strange about it?" "Their squad's classes are warrior, archer, mage, and farmer. The classes are alright, but their names are Hyoshin, Wudi, and even Renwang." Hearing Xiaoqian's astonishment, Aziz took a deep breath in surprise. "Human king, invincible, arrogant heaven, what arrogance! It's not a matter of tone, their strength truly deserves that title. Lord Yashin is the strongest warrior I've ever seen. He can unleash sword energy simply by swinging his blade. I haven't seen Lord Invincible's magic, but we all witnessed him easily kill a hero-level being with magic without even using spells. Her Majesty the Human King, she is a being whose name truly reflects her character. Everyone who sees her for the first time feels as if she were the ancestor of humankind, the king of all mankind." Hearing the Adventurers Guild master's words, Aziz frowned, "The true king of men." "What about the other 2 members, Lady Hizzy and Lady Nabe? They are both very powerful. Lady Nabe is said to be a divine mage who can use 8th order magic, but they seem to be servants in front of the 3 of them, inferior to them. So I thought they were actually the female servants of the giants. 8th tier magic, does it not rely on magical items? No, we witnessed 8th tier magic used barehanded." Aziz took a deep breath, "It seems so." "No, we have to win them over, we can't let them go astray." As a descendant of the 13 heroes, Azith had a close relationship with the Platinum Dragon King and the Necromancer, and naturally knew about the calamity that occurred every 100 years. Players arrive every 100 years, and the world's future depends entirely on whether they are righteous or evil. If the player chooses evil, calamity will befall the world and all living beings will be plunged into misery. If players choose justice, they can protect one side, such as the 6 gods or the 13 heroes. Now that he knew how powerful they were, Azith no longer cared about the fighting strength of the humans and orcs. If you can flatter the top players, you might be able to get a set like that, just like your own grandfather. Requesting flowers 0997013225 Feilu 112,481,461. No, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I absolutely cannot be on the opposite side from them. He went to see the Platinum Dragon King a few days ago, but the Platinum Dragon King had disappeared. Aziz knew the seriousness of the situation, because the strongest and most arrogant player, Lafan, the invincible god, has truly descended. Fortunately, the invincible god doesn't want to concern himself with this world. He only wants to create his own sanctuary, otherwise, no one in the world can stand against him. Although seeking help from the invincible god would be a better approach, according to players, the invincible god is the most arrogant being. It's impossible to believe what people say, and judging from the policies of the invincible god kingdom, the invincible god intends to treat everyone equally. Whether you're human, beastman, or demi-human, whatever your background or anything else, you can fight all you want. Whoever unifies the world is none of my business. This policy is extremely unfriendly to humans. In the past, humans were only able to live in Middle-earth because of the protection of the slain theocracy. But now that the Divine Kingdom and the Council are no longer involved, this Middle-earth continent will become the site of war for the whole world, and all nations will want to seize this October territory. Azith originally believed that his armor could completely defend the human kingdom, but now 5 players besides the invincible god have appeared. There might be other players who have traveled through time, but based on what he knows so far, he doesn't plan to look for any more. He planned to stay in Yellental and wait for the Earthling adventure team to return. Of course, people need to have fun while they're here, and since the Adventurers Guild leader is a sensible person, the conditions for nightly revelry can certainly be met. With the powerful Azith in the city of Yellental, the Adventurers Guild master felt much more at ease. The mountainous region not far from Yellentir is a paradise for monsters, orcs, and demi-humans. If they choose to attack, then Arentir will be the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and the Elven Kingdom is also eyeing them covetously, but they don't know that the Elven Kingdom is currently in dire straits, so how could they possibly invade them? So that's how it is. This is the energy inside the sun. It's incredibly powerful. Using the elemental rules, I'm growing at an astonishing speed. Should I now be able to use the rules that govern the entire Martian world? Even if I complete Mars's evolution, it will still take at least several hundred years for life to emerge. Should we try to change the rules of time? However, it is difficult to achieve a field of vision using light within the core of the sun. The current properties are still insufficient. It is estimated that it will be about the right time in about a month. Then let's start with Mars and see what a naturally growing world would be like under accelerated rules. As the thought settled, the creation at the center of the sun vanished, and the next second it appeared in the region of Mars. 847 then used her immense power of rules to surround the entire Mars and then activated time acceleration. The timeline has been adjusted to reflect the Martian ecosystem 10,000 years from now. As time warped, the world flickered constantly and everything on Mars changed. All sorts of life forms appeared here: dragons, elves, humans, beasts, demi-humans, and all kinds of other beings. However, they are still in a primitive state. They have just established their own civilizations, but all of them have remained in the Stone Age. Looking at this world, dragons and elves are the absolute rulers, one relying on their innate terrifying power and long lifespan. One relies on an innate mastery of magic. Of course, the spirits of this world are not the spirits of the original planet. The spirits of this world are truly spirits in the purest elemental state. Moreover, elemental spirits naturally favor intelligent life forms, and humans also revere elemental spirits as gods. In this world, the two absolute ruling powers have become gods and demons. The elves protect humans, while the dragons have no one to protect and often cause trouble. Because of the protection of the elves and the powerful reproductive ability of humans, the human race has become increasingly powerful. Sensing everything about this world, the creator stroked his chin. This world is different from the world of the world tree. Are dragons and elves the ones who dominate everything here? If it's the world tree, then the world tree is the highest, followed by gods, demons, dragons, elements, and so on. But that makes sense since this is the world I created and demons are things I hate, so they won't appear. That's quite reasonable. It's strange that the power of this world is stronger than that of the world where the master lived. And the time rules have accelerated as if the entire Mars and future timelines have been replaced, which is really interesting. Let's do another experiment. By the way, those little dragons seem to be after this planet. Their arrival will probably make this planet more interesting. Never mind them. Genesis was very satisfied with this experiment. Although she had created countless worlds in her memory, those worlds were born under the rules of the world tree. Completely different from the rules of this world, although it is also a creation method using the power of the world tree, the world will become completely different. This made the creator curious about even more distant times and spaces. She is no longer interested in the sun. Although she can continue to absorb the sun, there are no more suitable planets to create in the solar system. The creation of other planets requires the use of power for protection, and the situation of natural development is impossible. Creation can leave at will as if this planet and this world were never created. He's practically a living saint, creating a planet, leaving no name and quietly disappearing. The creator was unaware that because she created this world, it would inspire Momonga and Leffen to have the courage to explore it in the future. He imagined a terrifying enemy again and thus retreated back to the primal world. In the primitive world, Leffen drank 300 tons of magic beer and was satisfied and finally went to rest while holding the human king. Momonga also felt drunk for the first time. After drinking for a whole day, she was indeed drunk. Even if he forced himself to stay awake, this magical beer was terrifying. It could ignore any resistance. After all, something that can be used to trick world bosses is inherently a bug. It could be considered one of the bugs in the world tree. Momonga returned to his room drunk and enjoyed his first sleep since coming to this world. Because the three of them were drinking so much, they didn't notice that Mars in space flickered tens of millions of times when it used the rules of spacetime during creation. If they knew, they'd probably be yelling, "Holy crap!" The four dragon emperors who were heading to Mars were terrified, but the powerful primordial energy emanating from Mars made them want to go. The thought of how they had escaped the primitive world and traveled so desperately through the void for so long was unbearable, so they gritted their teeth and flew towards Mars. Within the divine realm, Zeshi stared intently at the sky, astonished by the shimmering of a planet in the night sky. Originally, she was happy after unleashing and releasing her power, but seeing the extremely distant planets in space constantly flashing, she couldn't feel happy anymore. How many monsters are there in this world? Why would such a monster exist, flashing countless times within a few dozen seconds? Even with her immense strength, she could only see it flash 10,000 times per second, but Zeshi knew it was definitely more than 10,000 times. It was just that she was too weak to see through it. So she wanted to cry again. Why is it always like this? I just showed off and you guys have to be so cruel to me. She ran back to her room, sobbing uncontrollably, and collapsed onto the bed with a loud wail. Her pitiful appearance was heartbreaking to see. Thankfully, people in Daxia don't know, otherwise they'd probably be thinking, "Holy crap, our big sister, that ruthless, manly Yandir, is actually crying like a little loli." What happened tonight is unseen by ordinary people, and those who do see it have their own things to do. Naturally, we treated tonight's events as if nothing had happened, and even the most desperate and tearful would never speak of this world. She believed she could see it all, and those more powerful than herself noticed it even more. The night was not yet over in Momonga's room. Shaltir arrived at this moment, and because of her drunken state, Momonga's calming effect was completely lost. All the expected reactions were present, even the bones reacted. This sparked a frenzy among Shaltirs, and so, without realizing it, Momonga's graduation arrived. Shaltir is quite crazy though, she even plays with bones. Shaltir achieved the happiness she had always dreamed of, but Albedo could not. Because Leffen was holding the human king, she had no way to get to him and could only feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. The next morning, Momonga slowly got up. He looked at his skeleton covered in blood and was filled with panic. "What's going on? Did I get drunk last night and kill the maid inside the great tomb? No, this shouldn't be happening. Even if I were completely out of my mind, I would never do such a thing." Momonga kept chanting to herself, and then she heard the sound of water being flushed in the room. "Zai, are you there?" A silver-haired loli suddenly rushed out. "Ah, Lady Momonga, are we husband and wife from now on?" Hearing Shaltir's words, Momonga frowned. "No way, 25 I lost. Am I going to have Leffen as my father-in-law in the future? No way, I didn't lose." This was Shaltir's sneak attack. "No, I don't know anything about it." Momonga looked at Shaltir with displeasure and said, "Do you know what you're doing?" "Lord Momonga, I'm sorry, but I just couldn't hold back." Looking at Shaltir kneeling on the ground with a look of remorse, Momonga remembered Shaltir's character design and he suddenly had a headache. "Forget it, you can't tell anyone about what happened last night, understand?" "Lord Momonga, why?" Seeing Shaltir's curious expression, Momonga felt a stomachache and then awkwardly said, "Be good." "Yes, Shaltir will obey Lord Momonga's every word. Lord Momonga is my everything." Looking at Shaltir, Momonga remembered a setting and said, "By the way, can I have children?" "This. It seems impossible." "No, Lady Momonga, don't be sad. We are all eternal beings and don't need offspring. If you really want offspring, Lady Momonga, then I will be your daughter." "Ha ha, that's great." Watching Shaltir, who was becoming increasingly yandir, constantly exhaling hot breath, Momonga felt a chill run down his spine. He knew he shouldn't talk to such an abnormal person. Momonga dismissed Shaltir and reflected on the feeling of sleep. For someone who could never sleep, sleep was also a kind of happiness. After checking the time, Momonga realized that she had actually slept for 10 hours. This magic beer really is something else. However, seeing those dozens of kilograms of blood, Momonga felt a chill run down his spine. He wondered what Gentia had been doing while he was asleep. "Why hasn't Momonga come out yet? I'm already awake, but he's still not awake. Should we break down the door and check on him?" Just then, Momonga, who was watching Shaltir tidy up, suddenly heard Yuzuru's inner thoughts. He panicked immediately. He absolutely couldn't let Lafan find out or he'd be his son-in-law. "I also need to help Albedo achieve her dream as soon as possible. Only then can I avoid embarrassment." "You want to be my father-in-law and I'm your father-in-law too. We can just mess with each other." "Calm down, don't rush. First, wash off the blood, then put on your armor and then go with Lafan to the human city to eat, drink and have fun." Anyway, this lazy bum just loves to eat, drink and have fun. Having thought everything through, Momonga quickly used magic to clean up the bloodstains, then changed into his armor. Looking at Shaltir, who was still diligently cleaning the room, he said, "I'm leaving. This is your room from now on. Take good care of it, understand?" Shaltir said with a sickly sweet expression, "Yes, Daddy, I'm so happy." "Don't call me Dad, I'm leaving." Seeing Shaltir's sickly appearance, Momonga was scared and decided to leave first. As Momonga disappeared, Shaltir once again fell into a yandir state. Lafan was just about to knock on the door and take Momonga to the city to play. Momonga appeared behind him. Let's go play in the city." The human king looked at Momonga with curiosity. "Brother-in-law, why do I feel like you're acting a little different today?" Hearing the king's words, Momonga quickly said, Sister-in-law, last night was the first time I slept, so it's normal that I felt a little different." Hearing this, the king said worriedly, "How pitiful, you don't even have the ability to sleep. Should your sister-in-law help you change your race?" Momonga hurriedly waved his hand and said in a fluster, No need. I think it's fine as it is now, and since I've changed my race, my current bugs no longer exist." "Okay, if you want things to change, feel free to talk to your sister-in-law anytime." The king of men completely treated Momonga as his brother-in-law, and Lafan was used to their conversations. It's a pity that Momonga refused the human king's help, but thinking about it, it makes sense. He refused a job change that would have kept him stronger than he is now, let alone starting from scratch. Besides, this world doesn't have a world tree player system, so there's no way to learn super tier magic. Off I go, off to play in the human city. I miss the taste of those coarse grain noodles. Hearing Lafan's thoughts and La953's words, Momonga also had a headache, but he quickly said, "Let's go." Zizi and Nabe didn't come this time, not because they didn't want to. Rather, Lafan didn't want them to come along. How to put it? It was good that they came along, but he felt a little uncomfortable. Now that a king is following him, the guardians of the Great Tomb can't say anything. In addition, the King of Men believed that Lafan was everything and that nothing could restrain him, so every decision was made by Lafan himself. The three arrived in Yelantal, where they were soon surrounded by a large group of people. "Finally, you've appeared. Lord Leshan, Lord Invincible, Lord Human King, the kingdom is in peril, the human race is in peril. We hope you can intervene and plead for mercy." An old man knelt down as he spoke, holding a coin in his hands. It might not be much, but it was the limit of what he could give. Many others also knelt down to beg. Lafan, displeased by the scene, thought to himself, "Damn it, what does this have to do with me?" In a couple of days, the Empire will announce the establishment of the Ainz Ooal Gown kingdom. If you're afraid of dying, just join. If you don't want to join, then go die. I'm not going to save you. Listening to Lafan's cold-blooded rant, Momonga didn't think it was too much. After all, his sin value was -500, and it was already merciful that Lafan hadn't killed these ants who were surrounding him. Looking at the kneeling old man in front of him, Lafan had no interest and simply walked around him, not even wanting to pay him any attention. Lafan's performance surprised the old man, who, as a professional actor, had never encountered such a situation before. Was my acting not good enough? Or do they already know that we are actors hired by His Majesty the Duke? In fact, there are thousands of actors throughout the city of Yellental, which was the Duke's intention. While there's a success rate to asking Earthling adventure teams for help using normal methods, it's not enough. To be on the safe side, he invited top actors from all over the country just to stage a tragic scene. Let the Earthling team, driven by compassion, help the kingdom and its people. Unfortunately, they didn't know that one member of the Earthling team had a justice value of -500, another -1000, and the human king completely regarded them as ants, making it even less likely that he would offer any help. So even if it were real, let alone fake, they wouldn't take action unless the enemy invaded the city of Yellental the next second while they were eating. They might clean up the bugs, otherwise don't expect them to do anything. Watching Momonga and the others leave, the old man kneeling on the ground was stunned, his tearful eyes wide open. The next second he came to his senses and cried out again, "Please, I beg you, the orc tribe has already begun its attack. We are not from the city of Yellental, we are from the surrounding rural areas. Our village will be the first to suffer. Please, this is all the funds our village has." The old man's desperate cries did not stop Lafan and the others from continuing to leave. At this point, some passers-by couldn't stand it anymore and had to admit that humans are just that kind of creature. "How could you do this? You're all adventurers, what's wrong with helping him? If he doesn't have enough money, you could have said so and we could have thought of a solution. What makes you so cold-hearted? You can remain unmoved even when an elderly person kneels down and begs you. Yes, that's too much. Don't worry, old man, where is your village? Our Vision Adventure team will take over." Why didn't the Earthling adventure team accept the invitation? I heard that the mayor personally invited them to help the country defend against alien races, but they refused. If I had such power, I would love to protect my country and become a great hero. You can't say that. They become adventurers just for money and this isn't their country. Maybe they're afraid they can't defeat the alien race. Before the words had even finished, the speaker exploded and died. The human king calmly surveyed his surroundings. "Ant, say another word and I'll annihilate this entire nation." Those words, carrying a terrifying majesty and that surging, terrifying magical power, enveloped the entire kingdom. Everyone in the kingdom was forced to their knees by the terrifying magic and everyone could hear the king's words. This time, the king was truly enraged. "These ants dared to speak ill of my husband to my face. If she hadn't actually destroyed the country and left her husband with nowhere to eat, drink, and have fun, she probably would have already started acting right now." Because the Great Tomb has special protection, there was no impact inside the Great Tomb, but outside the Great Tomb, Demiurge and the others felt a tremendous magical pressure, as well as a majestic voice. Demiurge unconsciously looked up at the sky, which seemed to be shrouded in endless magic. "Is that the king's voice?" He excitedly crossed his arms. "Ah, is this the power of the human king created by Lord Lafan? Just how powerful is Lord Lafan? Perhaps he could destroy an entire planet, an entire world in an instant." As expected, this world is merely a world created by the supreme beings and its main purpose is to test us subordinates. We need to step up our efforts, otherwise if someone foolishly offends the supreme being and the human king really destroys this planet, that would be a real problem. This meant that the plan, which originally required 2 or 3 years of preparation, needed to be implemented ahead of schedule. Demiurge no longer had the leisurely pace of the original story. After all, the original story shows that even after 3 years of hard work, they still couldn't conquer Middle-earth, which is indeed embarrassing. Under the overwhelming pressure, Princess Nara of the capital knelt with a sickly, delicate expression. What kind of power was this? If I received such power, could I achieve immortality? If Cram also gains immortality, then can I achieve eternal happiness? At this moment, she could no longer suppress her inner thoughts. The previous failure of the invincible divine kingdom made her realize that there was no chance. Because Clem and he could never get past that hurdle, but now a new powerful figure has appeared and perhaps there really is a chance. Seeing that the king was angry, Lafan hugged her tightly and said, "Let's go home. After all this, we're not in the mood for eating, drinking, or having fun." Momonga looked at the two and said, "Perhaps we can eat freely in the divine kingdom." Lafan thought for a moment and smiled, saying, "Good idea, shall we go take a look over there?" Momonga smiled. "Shall we go?" "Walk!" The three of them vanished into thin air. In an instant, the magic that had suppressed the entire kingdom disappeared. All the lives that had knelt down stood up, and those closest to Lafan were too frightened to stand. What was that oppressive feeling just now? I'm a bronze-level adventurer, yet I was forced to kneel under their wires without any strength to defend myself, and I couldn't even speak or beg for mercy. My God, are they gods? We've been fighting against gods all this time. This must all be fake, maybe only we are affected. Hey, stop fooling yourselves, look at the people at the end of the street, they're so scared they can't even stand up. This is no joke, they made everyone on the street kneel down, that's incredible power. But why are they so powerful yet they don't help the kingdom and humanity? Perhaps they really are gods, which is why Zhao Hao doesn't intend to help humans. Powerful adventurers were exchanging words while the ordinary people were too frightened to speak. Inside the Adventurers Guild's special room, Azith looked at the two women beside him with an embarrassed expression. He had just led them both to kneel down, and those terrifying words, could they be the intimidation of an invincible god? He couldn't carve that many right now, so he quickly changed into his beginner's armor. He then leaped out of the window and looked down from the sky at the entire city of Yelental, where everyone was slumped on the ground. He realized the gravity of the situation. What started as a conflict between powerful individuals targeting their side has now affected the entire population of Urantir. The difference between the Adventurers Guild and Urantir is so vast that they're not even in the same league. If Azith knew that it wasn't just Urantir but the entire kingdom itself that was enveloped in magic, what would he think? As the magic that had suppressed the kingdom vanished, the entire kingdom was plunged into unprecedented fear. Because this magic also carries the phrase, "destroy the kingdom." Everyone in the kingdom was baffled. Who had offended such a terrifying being? Could this terrifying being be an invincible god, or are people from some kingdoms speaking ill of the invincible god? The truth will only come out a few days later when news from Yelentir spreads. The nobleman's use of a self-inflicted injury ruse and the adventurer's sarcastic tone were destined to be condemned by the entire nation. As for that adventurer who was instantly killed, who cares? Azith, wearing novice armor, kept asking questions in Yelental. Upon learning the result, he instantly flew into a rage. "You bunch of bastards!" The terrifying beginner armor boasts attack and defense power of around level 80, and these ants were instantly blasted away by Aziz. Seeing the enraged Azith, everyone was at a loss. They knew the Earthling team was strong, but no one expected someone to be like a god. If they had known of such a powerful being, they would have protected it like a treasure long ago. Only when the mayor, the Adventurers Guild Master, and the Magic Guild Master arrived did Aziz finally calm his 400-point rage. But all the adventurers present, as well as those actors who were putting on a show of suffering, were severely injured. It was already merciful of Aziz not to kill him. Aziz had finally found an opportunity to be a sycophant. Maybe with a little more effort I can get another set of this equipment, or even equipment that's even more powerful than this one. As a result, this opportunity was snatched away by those bastards, and now they've gone to the invincible divine kingdom, which they can't get into at all. Aziz knew who he was. He was absolutely not someone who could enter the invincible god kingdom, and now he was very angry. But getting angry won't help. All they can do is spread the word and warn the people of the kingdom to be more careful in the future, otherwise they might be wiped out without even knowing it. The meeting that just ended in the capital yesterday is being held again today. The magical suppression incident that occurred at noon forced them to hold this meeting. After an hour's flight, Ainz returned to the capital where he had initiated the meeting. Seeing that all the nobles were present, Ainz began to make a proposal. The first move caused all the nobles to abandon their self-inflicted suffering scheme. Secondly, all nobles must contribute money. It's not a matter of waiting until the people have paid before they replenish the funds. Thirdly, and most importantly, Ainz will not participate in ordinary battles. He will only eliminate the enemy's high-end combat forces. The nobles were all completely baffled by Ainz's sudden change of heart. The new kingdom fully supports Ainz's ideas, and now that Ainz is on their side, the various nobles have no choice but to compromise. The reason was simple. The kingdom lacked a strong military force, and the 6 noble families each took the lead in donating 1,000 gold coins. Other minor nobles either have 500 or a public shield. With a large reserve of gold coins, the kingdom can now recruit soldiers on a larger scale. As for the Earthling team's issue, it could only be left unresolved. All the nobles knew about this incident the moment Ainz sent back the message. The Earthlings are like gods, practically invincible, so trying to recruit them into the battle is simply impossible. In the study of a luxurious villa on the outskirts of the capital, Sebastian and Soleus were waiting. Because in the morning they were subjected to that terrifying pressure, that terrifying being whose magic alone was enough to make any living being kneel down. Although I have learned through information these past few days that Lord Leffen's guardian, the Human King, has been born. He knew that the Human King was an extremely powerful being, but he still couldn't be sure that the terrifying pressure 2 hours ago CFFJ came from the Human King. If it's an enemy, then that would be very troublesome. Inside the invincible divine kingdom, the 3 were enjoying a delicious meal. How did they get in? Leffen entered through the lock of Jushi. When he first arrived, seeing Jushi's frightened yet adorable appearance, Leffen was also excited. But after thinking about it, I realized I came here to eat, drink, and have fun, not to bully Zetsuki. As for the fact that the elements were dormant, Leffen couldn't be bothered to care. It has to be said that the kingdom of gods is different. It is home to cuisines from all over the world because it is the most prosperous country in human history, a place where people from all over the world gather. Moreover, the prices here are very cheap. It's practically paradise on earth. Plus, with the special energy protection, this is paradise for everyone, but other people can't get in. Suddenly, a message came from Sebastian indicating that it was an urgent notification. Has it started? Sebastian getting a wife, but isn't it a bit too much? In the original story, he didn't get a wife until 4 or 5 months later. Forget it, the world has changed a lot since then, so it doesn't matter if things move quickly. I wonder how Momonga is going to deal with Sebastian. This is practically a paid date pickup. Hearing Leffen's inner thoughts, Momonga's hamburger suddenly lost its appeal. Damn, Sebastian, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Momonga snapped out of her daze and said, let's go take a look. The king was unaware of their thoughts, so she was curious. What urgent matter could it be? If she knew it was because of the 2 hours of intimidation she endured, I wonder what she would think. The 3 of them quickly finished their hamburgers and chugged down 3 kilograms of magic beer before leaving satisfied. As for paying, in the invincible divine kingdom you always pay first before you eat, which is a very good rule. As the portals opened one after another, Sebastian watched as Demiurge, Albedo, and Shaltir all went to bed. He was waiting for Lord Momonga and Lord Leffen. The 3 were also bewildered by the sudden summons, but seeing Lord Momonga and Lord Leffen, they both felt it was well worth it. 3 figures appeared out of thin air in no time. There was no portal, it was a genuine teleportation, a more advanced form of magic than a portal. No, this isn't magic, it's just the rules. The king looked curiously at the white-haired old man before him and Suo Lixiang beside him. Was he a chef? Everyone bowed as the 3 arrived, but since Leffen had said he didn't like people kneeling, no one else did. Momonga, seeing Shaltir rushing towards him, awkwardly hugged her and then asked Sebastian, "What's wrong?" The moment Shaltir lunged, Albedo also lunged in front of Lafan. What could Lafan do but hug this beautiful woman? Seeing that both of them were holding stunningly beautiful women, Sebastian took a deep breath and said, "This morning, a terrifying magical force suppressed the kingdom and threatened to destroy it." Upon hearing this, the king couldn't help but burst into laughter before recovering after a few seconds and saying, "Ha ha ha, that's what I said, no need to make a fuss." Hearing the king of men's words, Sebastian was also surprised. He looked directly at the king of men and into his eyes. The feeling of an endless abyss made Sebastian feel a chill down his spine. "Sebastian, that jerk, I thought he was getting married, but it turns out it's just something trivial." Hearing Lafan's thoughts, Momonga awkwardly replied, "It's nothing serious. How's Sebastian's work going these days? Based on various investigations, my arrival has revealed a lot of important information. An hour ago, a person wearing beginner armor entered the capital. I suspect he is a player." Hearing Sebastian's words, Momonga also remembered, "Beginner armor, I have 3 sets of that, but it's definitely equipment only players can have. Do you know anything about that person? Maybe we could meet with them." Silly Momonga, even if the other party is really a player, would they really meet with us? If they were going to meet, they would have already gone to the invincible divine kingdom. Isn't this just blatantly avoiding us? They're probably a bunch of weaklings, but that's alright, maybe they have a player alliance. Becoming an alliance leader shouldn't be too difficult, right? Outer space is too dangerous, we need more like-minded partners. Hearing Lafan's complaints, Momonga was very angry. "You're the idiot. Your whole family are idiots," Sebastian said uncertainly. "I heard they're members of the Crimson Dewdrops, an adventure team formed by the 13 heroes. It said that the 13 heroes team included someone similar to the 6 gods and the 8 greed kings, probably a player." Demiurge, hearing Sebastian's uncertain words, angrily retorted, "Sebastian, don't report uncertain information. You're wasting Lord Momonga and Lord Lefan's time. Do you know your crime?" Demiurge was the ultimate sycophant. How could he tolerate Liba's wasting the 2 masters' precious time? No one present was surprised by Demiurge's sycophantic words. Sebastian immediately bowed and said, "It was my dereliction of duty. Please forgive me, Lord Momonga and Lord Lefan." Momonga said awkwardly, "It's all right. Many things are inherently uncertain. We also happen to want to meet that person." "The Royal Palace? I've never been there in real life. I'd love to go and see it, broaden my horizons." Hearing Lafan's thoughts, Momonga retorted, "Can the Royal Palace compare to our family's luxury? We live in a place far more luxurious than the Royal Palace." "What kind of knowledge could you possibly gain from going there?" Lafan thought for a moment and said, "Then this person should still be in the palace. Momonga, shall we go?" Upon hearing this, Momonga released the person in her arms. "Let's go." Shaltir looked at Momonga with reluctance. "Lord Momonga, will you be back tonight?" Momonga was startled and quickly looked at Lafan. Fortunately, Lafan knew that Shaltir often asked this question, so he didn't pay much attention and Momonga escaped a disaster. It depends on the situation." Under the King of Men's gaze, Albedo had no choice but to release Lafan and say, "Lord Lafan, I will wait for you to return." The king wasn't staring at Albedo but rather using the exploration rules to observe the location of the royal palace. After all, even the human king doesn't mind Lafan and Zeshi being together, so why would he mind having Albedo as well? "Honey, my brother-in-law is gone. I've already discovered the existence of that equipment. Walk." Then the 3 of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 5 people present felt quite awkward seeing the 3 leave so abruptly. However, after the 3 adults left, they returned to normal. Sebastian then asked curiously, "Was that the King of Men?" Albedo gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, she's Lord Lefan's principal wife. I'm furious, but there's nothing I can do. However, I will definitely make sure I hold on to my position as the secondary wife." Requesting flowers. 0997013225 Feilu 112,511,351. Shaltir, brimming with confidence, retorted, "Haha, you old hag, you're no match for me. I am Lord Momonga's rightful wife and I truly deserve it. You actually lost to an ant, how shameful." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Truly deserving. Demiurge quickly looked at Shaltir with respect. Shaltir, may I ask about your and Lord Momonga's children?" This is quite troublesome. Lord Momonga doesn't want offspring, but both Lord Momonga and I are immortal, so we don't need to worry about having children. Shaltir spoke with pride. Albedo froze for a moment, then bit her finger tightly. Damn it, I must win Lord Leffen's love. Looking at the two women, Demiurge smiled. As long as there was a bond between them, the two ladies wouldn't leave so easily, but that's not enough. I need to speed up my conquest of the world and let the adults know that even if we lack strength, we still have wisdom to help. At a party in the new kingdom of the capital, Azith, with a woman on each side, said happily, I never expected that my little tag-along from back then would become so sensible. I'm very satisfied. The new king's heart bled as he looked at the two stunningly beautiful dancers. They were the most beautiful dancers he had ever gathered in the entire kingdom. But considering Azith's strong support for him today, which has further solidified his throne, what are these two women compared to that? Brother Aziz, as long as you're satisfied, I'll always be your little brother. Haha, no need for that, you are still the king. Although I possess the power to destroy a country, I have no interest in such things. My true hobbies are eating, drinking, and having fun. Before he could finish speaking, he saw the three people who had suddenly appeared before him. He had seen the portraits of all three of them before. The next second, Aziz hurriedly pushed away the two beautiful dancers in his arms and knelt down like a sycophant, saying, Greetings, Lord Yashin, Lord Wudi, Lord Renwang. The new king was utterly bewildered as Azith, showing no mercy, pushed his two beautiful dancers to the ground and made them kneel down like lapdogs. Because just a moment ago Aziz was jokingly boasting about his power to destroy a country, and the next second he became like a humble, insignificant person. How could a king kneel before others? The new king, as seen in the original story, is a simpleton and an incompetent man, which is why he wouldn't kneel. This didn't even stop the surrounding guards from rapidly approaching, driving Aziz mad. You be ****D, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. I don't want to die? At that moment, Aziz suddenly changed into his beginner armor, stood up and blasted away the surrounding guards and forced the new king to kneel down with him. Every move he made was so practiced. He was clearly a professional sycophant on par with Demiurge. Looking at the kneeling king and Aziz wearing beginner's armor, Momonga, Leffen, and the human king were all speechless. Holy crap, is this a player? I don't remember any players being this bad, they probably aren't even players. But they know our adventurers' names, so they must have investigated us. Well then, we'll investigate you too. Momonga, upon hearing Lefan's thoughts, retorted, If you want to investigate, just ask. Then the three of them remained deadlocked for more than 10 seconds without anyone speaking first. The human king looked down on this ant who had no dignity left while Lefan was waiting for Momonga to show off. Momonga, having heard Lefan's thoughts, assumed that Lefan was about to ask a question. The blasting away of the guards naturally alerted the kingdom's royal guards, and a large group of them slowly approached. For those 10 seconds or so, the new king was in great distress. He couldn't understand why the powerful Azith would kneel down. He knelt down fine, but why did he have to drag me down with him? I am the king, how can I kneel? This action naturally alerted the old king, who then moved closer to the area. Holy crap, what is Momonga doing? Isn't he going to show off yet? It's been 13 seconds and I'm standing here feeling awkward. He's already started hugging the human king. If you don't show off soon, I'm about to start drinking with the human king. Hearing Lefan's thoughts again, I can say that this is absolutely right. Forced into a corner, Momonga could only ask seriously, Where did you get this armor? You're not a player, so why do you have player equipment? Hearing Momonga's question, Aziz, who had been fantasizing about how to lick the three of them for the past 10 seconds, instantly came to his senses. Your Excellency Yashin, this was a gift from my grandfather's eldest brother. My grandfather's eldest brother is a player just like you. The player? The new king tried to look up at the three of them upon hearing this word, but his head was being held down firmly by Aziz's hand, making it impossible for him to lift his head. Hearing Aziz's answer, Momonga nodded and asked again, So, is your grandpa still alive? Do you know any other players? At this moment, Gazetta rushed over with a large number of guards to provide support. He saw the new king kneeling on the ground, and the guards who had been blasted 20 meters away and were already dead beyond any doubt. He quickly realized that the other party was an intruder who had come to assassinate the king, but this action seemed more like an insult than an assassination attempt, so he shouted loudly, "Who are you, daring to insult the king like this?" Hearing Jeff's voice, LaFan turned around curiously. "Hey, you ingrate, you're still alive." Upon hearing the term ungrateful wretch, Jerdridge was stunned. The guards around him also looked at Gazetta with curiosity, seemingly expecting him to answer. Although they were waiting for Jerdov's reply, they still skillfully gathered at the king's location, wanting to protect his safety. Graves regained his composure. "Why do you say that? I have lived an upright life and have never wronged anyone." LaFan was just talking nonsense. The animation initially gave him a good impression, but this is reality and LaFan disliked his behavior. "You forgot, Khan Village, you killed your savior. What are you if not an ingrate, upright and honorable? Bah, you're nothing but a scoundrel." Listening to LaFan's complaints, Jerdov also recalled a wrong thing he had done in his life, but he could not admit it. The blood demon's side must be evil. If they admit their mistake, it means the old king is also wrong, which means the old king and his bloodline must apologize. The consequences would be enormous, so he could only insist, "Blood demons are inherently evil beings and different races have different stances. I did nothing wrong." Hearing Jerdov's sophistry, LaFan suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, as expected, this kingdom is doomed. Even the warrior captain is this kind of person. There are no good people left in this country." Hearing LaFan's words, the human king smiled and asked, "Should I make a move?" "I can't act. The enemies in outer space are too dangerous. But Momonga can. He's too weak. If he destroys this country, he can strengthen himself. Secondly, even if he is unfortunately killed instantly by enemies from outer space, the human king and I can still save him immediately and turn him into my perfect familiar. As for whether I can win or not, even if I can't beat them, I can still run away. With the king's teleportation ability, I can go wherever I want. This can be considered a test." LaFan, whose evil value was -1000, didn't care about any of that. He smiled and said, "I don't need you, leave it to Momonga. What do you think, Momonga?" Hearing LaFan's inner thoughts, Momonga felt like she was about to vomit blood. "Damn it, are you using me as a guinea pig? I treated you like a brother. No, you even wanted me to be your perfect partner. Although you didn't mention changing jobs, you definitely haven't given up. Damn it, you still love me so much. Is this love turned to hate? After not getting me for so long, is he planning to betray me? Damn it, I'm your brother, how could you betray me like this? But how am I supposed to refuse?" "Oh, right, Demiurge and the others." Momonga could only feign arrogance and say, "No need for that, death is just a relief. Let them taste what it's like to be in hell. Isn't it better to let them experience the living hell?" The king was displeased upon hearing this. "Killing someone is just a matter of nodding. Why torture them like this? Little uncle, your mentality is unacceptable." Looking at Momonga and then at the two pitiful dancers lying on the ground, LaFan suddenly had an interesting idea. "Haha, why not create a feminist world? The men in this country are all wicked, so why not make all the men women's toys?" Hearing LaFan's words, Momonga came to her senses again. An interesting experiment. In a world ruled by men, chaos reigns and women are treated like toys. What about a world ruled by women? At this moment, Aziz, kneeling on the ground, was trembling all over. If he could, he would have rushed out and killed Gazif 1,000 times over. "You ungrateful wretch, how dare you cheat the players? You're the culprit behind the nation's downfall. I'll K your grandpa. This kingdom is poisonous. I keep wanting to lick it and you guys just keep disrupting my rhythm." As more people arrived, they saw Aziz kneeling on the ground and the new king being forced to kneel by him. Everyone was stunned, especially the old king, who could no longer tolerate such a scene. "Who are you people to dare treat the king like this? And Aziz, what do you mean? Are you plotting treason?" It must be said that the king himself was not a very smart person. He was just an ordinary person who instinctively wanted to protect his son when he saw him being bullied. If the king were a good person, the country wouldn't be managed like this. Calling him an ordinary person rather than a good-for-nothing is already giving him face. After all, she is the captain of the warriors and all the high-end combat forces of the Blue Rose Kingdom are on her side. Anyone with a normal IQ can manage the country well. Lafan and Momonga ignored the king's words and continued their discussion. Which woman should rule this country? Let the men of this corrupt nation experience what it's like to treat women like toys. Momonga thought for a moment and felt that Shaltir was quite suitable. How about letting Shaltir become the queen of this country? Anyway, she can do whatever she wants with this country. Lafan looked at Momonga. How can that be? You already have too few body pillows. If Shaltir comes, won't that make it even fewer? Superior Momonga looked at Lafan. You wouldn't be thinking of bringing Albedo, would you? Hearing Momonga's explanation, Lafan asked curiously, is that not allowed? Momonga was counting on Albedo to drag Lefin down with them, so how could they let Albedo come here? Of course not. She is the chief steward of the Great Tomb and she is in charge of all matters big and small of the Great Tomb. That's true. She's in charge of so many things at the Great Tomb, it wouldn't be very convenient for her to come. Why don't we let Nabe take over? Lafan stroked his chin and then slapped him. He had just heard an old man making a racket and he was still arguing. It was so annoying, so Lafan simply slapped him into dust. Seeing the old king instantly killed, the warrior Captain Gazef was enraged and charged forward with his sword. Momonga ignored the old king that Lefin had killed and instead looked at Aziz kneeling on the ground, saying, Nabe might not be able to hold on. After all, Nabe couldn't beat that novice armor Nabe. Lafan looked at Aziz and said, it's okay, just give her a set of level 100 equipment, right? Anyway, I don't have much of anything, but I have plenty of level 100 divine equipment. The king of men remained silent throughout, simply listening to their discussion. As for the surrounding soldiers and the warrior captains who were about to pounce, they were all frozen in place and immediately silenced. When did it become the place for ants to interrupt when the big shots are discussing matters? That works, level 100 equipment. But how do we reform this kingdom, and won't it conflict with Demiurge's and the others' plans? Hearing Momonga's words, Lafan became even more interested and said, conflict? No way, just give them a piece of land as their base. I'd like to see what a world run by women would be like. Momonga thought for a moment and boldly said, now that you mention it, I'm actually quite looking forward to it. Anyway, this world has supernatural powers and women can do the same things as men. So all the men will be distributed as toys. Upon hearing this, Lian immediately retorted, holy crap, you're playing that hard. Are you even a man? Momonga, seeing Lafan trying to shift the blame, also complained, didn't you bring it up first? Lafan nodded and said, that's right. Anyway, there aren't any good people in this country, so let's just leave it at that. The new king, who was being held down by Azith, couldn't help but shed tears. His father was killed before his eyes and now his enemies are still discussing how to divide the country. Why did this happen? He wanted to shout, he wanted to ask, but the terrifying pressure rendered him speechless and unable to move an inch. The king watched as Lafan and Momonga discussed for several minutes before finally asking, have you two reached a decision? Lafan nodded, then looked at Aziz kneeling on the ground and said, all right, by the way, is your grandpa still there? Aziz never felt any physical pressure, but as a sycophant he knew when to speak and when not to. My uncle passed away 100 years ago, I'm sorry I can't help you. Hearing the humble tone of Aziz's words, Lafan looked at Momonga again. Holy crap, isn't this Momonga's old template? Always playing the coward, always apologizing and saying sorry first, is it really that funny? Hearing Lafan's inner thoughts, Momonga felt a chill run down her spine. Damn it, working in society requires humility, do you think I want to? However, looking at the humble and sensible Azith, Momonga wondered if he should let him join the Great Tomb of Nazareth. Are there any other players? When Lafan suddenly asked a question, Az thought for a moment and said, all the players who came before are dead, but one of the 6 great gods and 1 guardian is still alive. By the way, the invincible god has also descended. I believe you already know that. Hearing Aziz's answer, Lafan looked at the sky again. Could these players have outmaneuvered their opponents and developed enough strength to travel to space? There are definitely some. So many players can't all be weak and some might even join because they can't beat them. Did he become one of those colonists? I'll go back and bring Nabe over. Oh, and give me the equipment first, I'll have her change into it and come over. Upon hearing this, Lafan casually tossed a level 100 divine set to Momonga, who then disappeared immediately after receiving the set. Watching Momonga disappear, Lafan looked at Aziz again. All right, you're quite good. Will you join the divine kingdom? Hearing Lafan's words, Aziz was taken aback. Are you from the kingdom of gods? That's about right. If you want to go, I'll take you there now. Oh, and we still have some games to play, so we won't go. Please let me join the kingdom of God. Lafan nodded and then raised his hand to summon Zhu Shiju Ming, who was in a daze, and he was immediately summoned. Zhu Shiju Ming was also stunned when he saw his surroundings, but when he saw his master, he quickly lowered his head and said, "My lady." Lafan hugged Zhu Shiju Ming tightly and said, "Arrange a position for him in the divine kingdom and let him join the divine kingdom." Yes. Lafan patted Zhu Shiju Ming's adorable little head, then raised his hand and tossed out a portal. All right, let's go. Zhu Shiju Ming listened and used magic to grab Aziz from a distance and enter the portal, which then disappeared. Everyone present was terrified as they listened and watched. These people were actually from the kingdom of gods. Good heavens, why is our kingdom so unlucky? We keep provoking the wrong people. First the blood demon, then the earthlings, and now the god kingdom. Is this any way to survive? A few minutes passed and more people came from the capital. Under the king's coercive pressure, all of them were forced to stand still and were unable to speak. Meanwhile, the king and Lafan began to drink their wine, waiting for Momonga's arrival. Honey, wouldn't it be better to destroy a country like that? If you want to establish a matriarchal world, wouldn't it be better to just create a completely new world? Hearing the human king declare that he would create a world at the drop of a hat, Lafan chugged dregs of water again. Seeing that Lafan remained silent, the human king looked around curiously, then took a sip of his magical beer. That's right, the new world we establish may not necessarily consist of these people. Too lazy to speak, Lafan tossed aside the magic beer he had finished drinking, grabbed the king of men and snatched his magic beer, then drank it himself. This displeased Wang, "Husband, you've gone too far." Lafan smiled, downed his magic beer in one gulp and said with a smile, "What's wrong with that? Hateful?" Just then, the king of men launched a sudden counterattack, catching Lafan completely off guard. Those who were being punished by standing watched the two of them constantly displaying their affection. It was all so saccharine. And then there are those occasional phrases like creating the world or destroying the world, which really bothers them. Because of the restrictions imposed by the king, not only is speaking impossible, but even suicide is a luxury. 3 minutes later, Momonga arrived with Nabe, who was wearing purple armor. Nabe was stunned for a moment when she saw the two showing affection and then respectfully said, "Lord Lefin, Lord Human King." Momonga seemed to be jealous. All right, there are outsiders here. You two are an old married couple, so stop showing off." Hearing Momonga's words, Lafan released the human king. Why did it take so long? Upon hearing this, Momonga retorted, "What, you're that eager to see me?" Lafan looked at Nabe looking at the country and said, "It's all right, let's start helping Nabe. She might not be able to manage this country all at once. How about we arrest all the men first and then gather all the women? Don't worry, honey. There are more women than men in this country, but many women are just toys for men, so they're kept in cages. And these women are all jealous and resentful of men. If you release them and lock all the men in cages, I wonder what they'll do." Listening to the king of men casually recount the cruel events, none of them felt anything was amiss. But the men around them were terrified. Were they going to be kept in cages from now on, to be kept like pets by women? They wanted to rebel. Even though they weren't like that, they must have seen such scenes before. After all, they were the Imperial Guard, and every year they would take time to arrest the more wicked and weaker nobles. They had seen plenty of girls kept in cages like pets. This is Lafan's thought. Sometimes those who turn a blind eye and a deaf ear are more hateful than those who commit evil. That's a pretty good idea, but we can't capture them all. By the way, let Demiurge and his forces use the Urantir region as their base. The rest of the population was rounded up, but aside from the 1 million in Yellental, there were still 8 million people left, making it quite a difficult task to capture them all. Destruction is indeed easier, but since it was Momonga's terrible idea, naturally Momonga will carry it out. Hearing Lafan's heartfelt words, Momonga felt like spitting blood. What do you mean I brought this up? I only wanted to create a world in dire straits, not a country where women are supreme. You be asterisk 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 D, all you do is shift the blame. I have to think of something. Momonga said, feigning retreat. Lafan, this idea was yours, but the workload is so demanding that I think it would be difficult for you to complete it alone. I'll reluctantly help you subdue 2 cities. Lafan naturally knew that the kingdom had 9 major cities, each with a population of 1 million, but he didn't expect Momonga to be so shameless. Song helped sort out too. Lafan immediately retorted, holy crap, I want to take 6, have you no shame? The king of men listened to the 2 men's back and forth and said with a smile, since that's the case, why not just destroy them? Momonga listened to the human king's words and said awkwardly, sister-in-law, isn't this a bit too much? You see, the girls are all victims, they are innocent. The king spoke again, oh, then why not just wipe out all the men? Lafan calmly said, no need for that, let's first reorganize the capital, then have Nabe lead the army to reorganize the other areas. We can just watch the show, right? Momonga smiled at Ainz Ooal and said, can you be lazy and never lift a finger? Nabe looked miserable. What the heck, all the tasks ended up falling on my shoulders. The king of men looked at Nabe's miserable face and smiled. That's possible, but there can't be no reward, right? Hearing the king's words, Nabe blushed and looked at Lafan, unsure whether she should make a request. Seeing Nabe's adorable appearance, Kiki Gia couldn't help but say, Nabe, just tell me what you need. Yes, if I complete the mission, can Lady Lefin go with Lady Albedo? Lafan, also curious, hugged Nabe and asked, why am I not with you? Nabe said self-consciously, I'm just a maid, how could I be qualified? Upon hearing this, Momonga quickly replied, haha, in that case why don't Nabe and Albedo go with Lefin together? But the deadline has to be shortened to within a month and we won't help with the capital. I've already sent Albedo over. Holy crap, that scoundrel Momonga, he really wants to be my father-in-law. No way, I can't do this. Why don't we bring Shaltir and Shiz along? It's too much trouble for just the 2 of them. If the 4 of us work together, we won't lose out when we complete the mission. Momonga was stunned for a moment upon hearing this but quickly recovered. Do we really have to go that far? You know Zizzy is a doll. Lafan smiled and said, aren't you just bones too? Momonga maintained a calm expression, but inwardly he was laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, finally I can get out of this predicament. Fantastic. Damn it, fine, I'll play along. I know you really like Nabe and Albedo, but you're afraid I'll see you as a potential father-in-law, so you're holding back. It's all right, I'll grant your wish. But a month is too long, how about 20 days? If all 4 of them work together and it's finished in 20 days, then it'll be perfect, no problem. Momonga pretended to be deeply affectionate and righteous, sacrificing himself for his brothers, which moved Lafan. Damn Momonga, did I misjudge him? Wasn't he trying to become my father-in-law? So what have I been enduring all these days for? No, 20 days. Oh, I see. He's just making it sound nice, but does he mean he doesn't want them to finish? The king of men watched the 2 of them quietly, and then Shia, Uriah, and Bede came over. Because Momonga's provocation tactics are too powerful. For example, if I add an aura, you should add mercy or something like that. Lafan naturally knew that Rensai, having a part of his own soul, would definitely disagree. But Momonga did complain, so isn't that even better? Didn't you used to call it left girl and right girl? Why didn't you say it was disgusting then? After being subjected to this barrage of criticism, Lafan felt ashamed and immediately agreed, even though Momonga had previously relied on Zio and Zio for help. But how can brothers argue about something like this in front of their own women? Damn it, Momonga, you dare say you didn't have little left or little right to help you. All right, we're all brothers, don't bring up our weaknesses in front of girls, I agree. This is good too, at least Momonga can experience the meaning of life. Momonga was deeply moved by Lafan's heartfelt words of consideration for her. He even wondered if he had gone too far. He was clearly trying to cover up his affair with Shaltir. But never mind, anyway, my brother doesn't know, and he did indeed make a move against Albedo, Nabe, and Mercy. Do you think I don't know what kind of person he is? He's just a lazy bum who wants everything food, drink, and entertainment, so why don't you take action? He's just afraid I'll criticize him. He's so stubborn and suffers for it, but he still cares about me so much. I hope that after this experience he won't love me as much anymore and will treat me like a brother from the start. Fortunately, Lafan couldn't hear Momonga's inner thoughts, otherwise he would have picked up his 40-meter-long cleaver and chopped the B****** D into pieces. In his heart, he was always saying things like he loved him. I treated you like a brother, but you treated me like a gay man. As Portal 967 opened one after another, the 6 people were already standing there. The Human King, acting as referee, simply addressed the 6. According to the agreement between the husband and the younger brother, Mercy, Albedo, and Nabe will form the husband's group. Shaltir, Aura, and Hizzy, you 2 groups, successfully captured and imprisoned all the men in every city of this kingdom except for the city of Alandir within 10 days. Let women control their lives and deaths, and let this kingdom truly become a kingdom of women. Then it's all done and you can be with the person you love. The simple and direct words made all 6 of them gasp for breath because it was the highest honor for them. Even though Shaltir already possessed a tangible form, she would still be extremely happy to gain the approval of the Human King and Leffen, even though it would mean 2 more people getting in her way. But who is Ga? He is the supreme being, and you see Lord Lafan is surrounded by a large group. Won't it be shameful for Lord Momonga to be all alone then? So she didn't think much about it. At this moment, Albedo, panting heavily, said with a Yandir expression, CFFC, "Can we begin? Can we begin?" Hearing Albedo repeat her words and seeing her eagerness to begin the mission, the king smiled. Then let's begin. I will be here waiting for you at this time in 10 days. As soon as she finished speaking, the 6 of them did not separate. In Albedo's words, they would conquer the royal capital together, first to collect experience points, and then consider whether to conquer it individually or as a group. Seeing everyone's actions, the Human King also lifted the restrictions around him. At this moment, warrior Captain Gazef suddenly stood up, sword in hand, ready to slash at the Human King. In an instant, Shaltir put her to sleep with a spell and Hitz's gun was switched to tranquilizer mode. Nabi also used sleeping magic, while Albedo violently captured all 8 of them and threw them into a pile. Rensai, who was in charge of overseeing the 5 people's actions, felt it was too slow and troublesome. I'll use the 10th tier magic sleep domain. You guys are responsible for capturing them all. Hearing Rensai's words, everyone was overjoyed because with Rensai's help this mission could be completed easily. At this moment, Nora and Clem were outside the gate of the palace garden. She saw and heard all of this and she was a little scared. But when she thought about how this would be a woman's world, she realized that no one would stop her from being with Clem. The only thing I'm worried about is other women wanting to play with Clem. No, I can't let Clem become someone else's toy. Clem stood firmly in front of Nara, terrified by the oppressive aura he had just witnessed, but he absolutely could not allow the princess to be pushed in front of him. Sebastian looked at Demiurge and Solius beside him and said, "It seems my mission is over." Demiurge smiled, "Not yet, we should go and subdue Yelantir. It would be shameful if we were to subdue 1 city slower than they were to subdue 8. Sebastian nodded upon hearing this. In fact, Momonga had just brought Nabe here to explain the situation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. Leffen, Momonga, and the King of Men had not left. At this moment, they flew to a height of several square meters and looked down at the kingdom below. The 3 of them were drinking beer and eating barbecue. As for where the barbecue came from, the 3 of them had several dozen tons of it stored in their storage space. After all, how could alcoholics not have any stock? They quickly moved to the city of Yelental and Demiurge was still a little confused. The changes in the past few days have been too great. Every time I come up with a plan, the world is changed by the Supreme Being in the next second. Everything was originally planned perfectly, but each change made it impossible to implement the old plan. For example, right now, His Majesty's idea is that if one wants to establish a country, one should do so. Why need the Empire's help? Why need others' approval? Even someone as shrewd as Daihua was somewhat taken aback. But after arriving in Yelantir, Demiurge had a bold idea to convert the land to Demiurge. Are Lord Momonga and Lord Leffen testing my ability to adapt to changing circumstances? Yes, this is the real world, not a fantasy paradise. Things can't always happen exactly as we imagine. There are so many intelligent people and so many strong individuals in the world. If I were to become accustomed to smooth sailing, what will happen to us when the supreme beings take us to see higher realms? If we suffer a crushing defeat, it won't be us who lose face but rather the supreme beings. Indeed, I relied too much on long-term planning. The essence of planning lies not in its length but in its adaptability, Demiurge said angrily, biting his finger. Hearing Demiurge's tone, Sebastian, who was standing to the side, also came to his senses. So that's how it is. The supreme beings want to teach us to adapt to changing circumstances. Listening to Demiurge's analysis, Soliuxiang hugged her shoulders happily and said, "Ah, what a great supreme being. It's already a great favor that they're willing to stay and let us serve them, and they're even willing to teach us. We absolutely cannot let the supreme being's kindness go to waste." Hearing Soliuxiang's words, Demiurge shouted even more frantically, "Of course, we must go all out, no. Give our all to respond to the supreme beings." It has to be said that Demiurge's influence and infectiousness instantly infected Sebastian and Sorensen, and it's likely that everyone in the Great Tomb of Nazareth will soon follow suit. In terms of Daihua, a type of Huxia cuisine, I, Demiurge, consider myself second to none. Lefan looked at Ren Ci, who had returned to his original form and was suspended 1,000 meters in the air, empowered by immense magical power and with such a massive body. In an instant, the entire capital was enveloped by a terrifying magic circle, a 10th-tier magical dormant domain. Damn, I didn't expect Mercy to be such a bug. At this rate, it won't take 10 days at all, it'll be finished in 4 days at most. However, Mercy's magical skills are truly impressive. He was able to construct a magic circle so vast that it covers the entire capital city. Keep in mind, the capital city spans a massive area with a diameter of 20 kilometers. If it were me, 5,000 magic points wouldn't be enough to complete such a powerful magic circle. It would require at least 10,000 magic points. Judging from Rensai's appearance, he used at most 1,000 magic points. I really can't be too lazy. I need to think about how to control my magic more precisely. After all, this is reality, not a game. Many things that aren't allowed in games can be done here. Listening to Lefan's thoughts, Momonga also used his magic to explore and look at the Mercy below. Sure enough, Mercy still had 4,000 of its 5,000 magic power stored. What does this mean? 1,000 units of magic power can create a magic circle surrounding the entire capital. Actually, this isn't difficult. For example, in the original work, Demiurge's magical fire wall also surrounded a large area of the royal capital. Keep in mind that a fully powered Mercy can take on all the Guardians single-handedly, and she is a world boss, though not a limited-time one. However, its size is also enormous, and the World Tree's magic attack range will expand as its size increases. This also avoids the situation where a world boss has a massive body hundreds of meters long, but the area affected by the spell is only a few hundred meters wide. Who would it be used to attack? However, this design also drew fierce criticism from players who complained that a single screen-clearing skill from a world boss was unbearable. Fortunately, the introduction of guild and party systems can forcibly mitigate most of the damage. This setting forces players to team up to fight bosses, further increasing the game's activity level. Of course, there are still people who can solo world bosses, such as Lefan, who has the highest speed and magic resistance in the entire village. These world bosses are just cash machines. After all, apart from some magic spells which have certain limitations, other skills can be dodged. This is why some warriors are very strong while others are very weak. The fact that magic always hits is indeed a trap, but considering that a guaranteed hit spell requires at least 100 mana, plus there are no mana potions and no way to restore mana, it's a real problem. This can be seen as a form of protection for mages. Compared to warriors who can unleash endless spells, mages have to be more frugal. With this in mind, everyone felt relieved. Mercy is quite skilled in magic. He was able to release a huge magic circle with a diameter of 20 kilometers which directly covered the capital. Moreover, it only required this little bit of magic power, even I couldn't do that. The king directly praised her kindness, saying that she was very capable. LaFan nodded in agreement. Yes, their control over magic seems to be innate, there's nothing we can envy about it. Momonga muttered to herself, I wonder if she'll get stronger. LaFan got excited upon hearing this. Yeah, it would be interesting if you knew how to do it. The human king looked at Rensai and then smiled, saying, you can become stronger. Everything in this world can become stronger. There's no setting that locks it in place, but the speed of becoming stronger is a bit slow. Hearing this, LaFan asked curiously, can everything become stronger? Yes, as long as you have enough energy, you can become stronger, but everyone's tolerance level is different. Some people can only receive 10 units of energy, while others can receive 10,000 units of energy. Once the energy level reaches 10,000, the body will reach a critical point. This is the limit of his body. Every time he becomes stronger, he has to slowly break through that limit. Speed will plummet, but that doesn't mean it won't become stronger. The increase in strength was so small that they themselves couldn't even notice it. However, many humans are unaware of this because they are unaware of their increasing strength. Hearing the king's words, the two fell silent again. Damn it, can anything become infinitely stronger? Does having immortal life equate to invincibility? Holy crap, then there must be ancient monsters in outer space that have lived for billions of years. Just how powerful would they be? Damn it, this world is more dangerous than I imagined. Why do I feel so weak the more I learn about its rules? Hearing LaFan's inner monologue, Momonga was too scared to speak. After all, the universe could easily span billions of years without a word of warning. If life truly exists in the universe for billions of years, even if its limitation is only 110 years, even a pig would become stronger. Fortunately, the human king was unaware of their thoughts, otherwise he would definitely have complained. I'm not talking about getting stronger naturally, I'm talking about getting stronger through cultivation. You need to cultivate to break through the limitations, you can't just lie down and do it. Are you two dreaming? The king of men assumed that both of them understood since it was such a basic thing, but the two of them insisted on thinking differently. I don't understand, I don't know. Then he fell into a fantasy of ancient monsters that had existed for billions of years in the universe. They were so frightened they trembled. The human king once again spoke of what he considered the rules, and then Momonga and LaFan were no longer on the same wavelength as him. It has to be said that the appearance of the human king has made LaFan and Momonga even more cautious. The creation of the universe in outer space was already 1,000 light-years away because the power of the laws of nature to shift was simply too great. She then arrived at an even larger galaxy. There is a sun here too, but it's blue and much hotter than the sun in our solar system. She plunged headlong into the sun, activating the elemental rules, and instantly felt herself growing stronger without end. As she grew stronger, she sensed that her younger sister, Elemental Supreme Heaven, was still too weak despite constantly becoming stronger. Such a weak existence seems to insult the Master's soul. So she used proper etiquette to relay the message. Master, I would like to bring some elements outside to cultivate, is that all right? LaFan, who was gripped by fear, was stunned for a moment upon hearing the words of the Creator. Holy crap, is Genesis taking the elements to the universe to cultivate? Has she found a treasure trove for cultivation? Why refuse? Just let the elements go. LaFan asked calmly, is there any danger? Upon hearing LaFan's thoughts, Momonga immediately exclaimed, damn, cultivating in outer space. The king of men was taken aback when he heard LaFan suddenly speak. The king asked curiously, who? LaFan said softly, Chuan Shi. She said she's going to take Yuan Su outside to cultivate. The Creator felt the intense heat of hundreds of billions of degrees. It might be a little dangerous for his younger sister, but with him watching over her, he figured the danger shouldn't be too great. She humbly said, there are dangers, but as long as we stay calm, there shouldn't be any major problems. Holy crap, there really is danger. It looks like we've encountered aliens, but I'm relatively confident in the creator's abilities. They might need some elemental help. Oh well, let them go. I can still summon my soul anyway. Sending the elements is fine, but try to minimize contact. Who knows if the enemy will detect us? LaFan pretended to be calm and said, "Okay, just be careful. Don't contact me unless it's absolutely necessary." Momonga listened to LaFan's thoughts without any emotional fluctuation and even picked up a bottle of magic beer and chugged it down. Momonga is the one who's going to do big things. He's already comparing himself to cannon fodder, an ant. Even if he knew about something so high level, it wouldn't change anything. He might as well eat, drink, and have fun. And thinking that I couldn't drink too much beer this time so I wouldn't fall asleep again and miss out on some happy times. The human king listened to LaFan's words with curiosity. Although she possessed the power of all the rules, her rules were different from those of the 10 supreme heavens. For example, the elemental scepter, when used by her, allows her to use all elemental abilities, but she cannot absorb elemental power. As for the elements, they can control all elements and even absorb elements to become stronger. This is not even in the same league. The reason why the human king can become stronger at all times is because she used the power of the creation crown. Each use of this creation crown increases her strength by 1 level. The principle behind her and the God King's growth is the unlimited use of the creation crown, which creates a large number of enhancement fruits within their bodies, thus allowing their attributes to continuously improve. These enhancement fruits only disappear after logging off, but this game doesn't have the concept of logging off, so it's a never-ending process of getting stronger. Unfortunately, these enhancement fruits cannot be used on others because 9 enhancement fruits will randomly spawn at 9 different locations in the 9 worlds of the game every day. If you're lucky enough to find it, you'll get a full attribute boost and you'll take off. Keep in mind that this is a full attribute boost, but the boost is random. Some people get a boost of 100 while others get a boost of 10. Unfortunately, once the enhancement fruit is discovered, it will disappear, and then the person who discovered it can use it, whether it's a player, NPC, or wild monster. The Crown of Creation can create anything that isn't a world-class item, so this thing can naturally be created. The God King's setting is that he can endlessly create enhancement fruits while he is in a deep sleep. The human king, on the other hand, used the eternal serpent ring to simulate the power of the crown of creation and to create enhanced fruits. It's just incredibly amazing. However, due to official restrictions, LaFan lost a channel to become stronger. Otherwise, if he had woken up the God King and allowed the God King to create an endless stream of enhancement fruits for him, he would have taken off on the spot. This is the real deal, a truly exhilarating experience. After hearing LaFan's words, Genesis also stopped contacting him. She simply raised her hand and summoned her sleeping sister, and the element instantly left the divine realm. In an instant, she felt a scorching heat and her whole body glowed red. When she saw her eldest sister, she was stunned for a moment. "Eldest sister, get stronger. This blue sun is enough for you to absorb for 10 years. After 10 years, I'll take you to another sun. You're too weak now, which is an insult to your master, you know." As the creator spoke, he bestowed upon the element a power of order, granting her the ability to protect her with a shield for 10 days. Upon hearing this, Yuan Su said excitedly, "I understand, eldest sister. I will work hard and strive to absorb this blue sun within 8 years. Looking at his stubborn younger sister, she patted her head and said, "All right, I'll find you in 8 years. I will definitely try my best. I will never let my master down." As the elemental watched the disappearance of creation, it too began to fall into a deep sleep. The elemental's absorption rate is fastest during its slumber. This is also her unique skill. Even the creator cannot accelerate the absorption of elemental energy through sleep. Who knows, maybe in a few years the weakest element will become the strongest. This blue sun is more than 10 times larger than the sun in our solar system. The elements say that they can absorb such a huge sun in just 8 years. It's no wonder that creation absorbed the sun and then ran away in no time. It wasn't that she didn't want to absorb it, but that once she did, the sun was gone. It would definitely get scolded by its owner, so it ran away. 099701325 Feilu 112,551,061. Fortunately, Lafan was unaware of the two sisters' cruelty. If he had known that the two sisters used the sun as their food, he's probably about to vomit blood. His summoned creatures are so powerful and he's still just playing it safe. What's the point? That's why I'm hiding. Back in the primordial world above the capital, the human king looked at Lafan. Husband, aren't you worried about creation and the elements going out? Upon hearing this, Lafan internally imagined, holy crap, the human king has already detected their danger. Who can stand this? My wife and subordinates all know the dangers of outer space, but I'm the only one who doesn't know the specific dangers and is only guessing. But it would be too embarrassing to ask. Besides, asking won't solve anything. The creator and the human king are both more powerful than me, they both feel it's dangerous. How could I possibly handle it? Wouldn't it be wonderful to just stay apathetic and be a couch potato? Mercy, speed things up, I can't wait to be a proper couch potato for a while. Hearing Lafan's heartfelt words, Momonga also expressed her agreement. We salted fish should act like salted fish. Lafan shook his head and said, I'm not worried about them coming and they have their own freedom too. The king of men thought Lafan's words made sense, so he raised his glass and said, That's right, let's drink. After everyone in the capital fell asleep, Shaltir and Aura began entering the house and capturing people. If they're caught, they're thrown into the street, and then Nabe, Shiz, and Albedo deal with them. Mercy maintained the magic circle and erected a massive cage capable of holding 1 million people, indicating that they could throw people inside. Of course, such a massive cage would naturally destroy many of the buildings in the capital, but they didn't care. For them, completing the mission is the top priority. Isn't sabotage inevitable? Everything happened so fast that half a day had passed in the blink of an eye, and more than 300,000 people who had been sleeping had been locked in cages. There are over 500,000 women outside, and the elemental magic has been cancelled. The most crucial task at the beginning was to change the mindset of the women in this area, to make them stop seeing themselves as tools or toys, and to empower them to become the masters of their own lives. With a purifying spell, all the sleeping people were awakened. Shaltir looked at the 370,000 people imprisoned in cages, their faces filled with astonishment. There were also 520,000 people gathered outside the cages, tens of thousands of whom were disheveled and in a daze. Her face was filled with fear and terror as she kept saying, don't hit me, I'll be good. This wasn't an isolated incident. Many women also appeared mentally unstable, demonstrating just how corrupt this kingdom truly was. In the original story, Sebastian's wife was captured and beaten to death by that fat, swine-like nobleman, and that was under those circumstances. This is the capital of the kingdom. If this is what happens in the capital, you can imagine that the starting point must be even worse. Tens of thousands of girls who were abused were mentally unstable, and many noblewomen were terrified when they saw this scene. Meanwhile, Gazef's hands were bleeding as he was locked in the cage. He clenched his fists so tightly that only God knows how much force he used. Clem's expression was also rather abnormal, even though he knew about the corruption in this kingdom. But seeing tens of thousands of women with disheveled clothes and tens of thousands of women whose mental state has been disturbed by abuse, any normal person would be angry. But this corrupt kingdom is abnormal in itself. Mercy looked at the warrior captain and his soldiers, who were all angry. Are you just pretending for them? A simple sentence spread to everyone's ears: don't imprison these angry righteous people in the front row. And those who are abused and have mental problems are also at the very front row. This was Albedo's idea, to treat a woman who thought herself the most righteous man, a woman driven to madness by abuse, as a toy, as her possession. Nora was currently in the very back row, and everyone else standing there like her was dressed in Hue-style clothing. Then let me explain the rules first. From today onwards the kingdom will perish and we will establish a female empire here. In this country, women are absolute and men are just our tools, our toys. Of course, you can love them and treat them like family. It all depends on your own choices. Now, those of you in the first row will begin choosing. Choose the people you want because you have suffered the most. You can choose 3 people, but as soon as the words were spoken, these abused and mentally unstable women didn't dare to move. They even knelt on the ground, covering their heads, pleading, "Don't hit me, don't." Others simply stripped off their last remaining clothes, pleading, "I'm a dog, master, I'll be good, please don't hit me." Seeing this scene, Jurdev finally broke down. He had thought that even if there were victims in this kingdom, they would only be a minority. But looking at the tens of thousands of victims and their faces, he unconsciously knelt on the ground. "I'm sorry, it's me, Gerd, I'm sorry. I had the ability to save you, but because of my cowardice and hesitation, I'm sorry. I'm not worthy of being a human being, and I'm even less worthy of talking about defending my country." As Jurdev spoke, he kept kowtowing and his scalp instantly bled, and Gazif's soldiers also knelt down one after another. Seeing this horrific scene, they no longer had the ruthlessness they once had. This scene would break anyone's heart and fill them with guilt. Even the girls dressed as dogs had nothing, but none of the people in the front row had any thoughts about it. Clem was an orphan destined to die on the streets, but Princess Nora saved him and changed his fate. He thought he was already the most miserable person in the kingdom, but now, looking at these girls, he couldn't believe it. He was glad he wasn't a girl. Otherwise, even dying on the street would be a luxury. Who could stand this? Tears welled up in his eyes without his noticing. Why is our kingdom like this? At this moment, Aura laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, put away your useless pity and self-blame. Do you want to commit suicide? Do you want to escape?" Hearing Aura's words, the warrior captain, his soldiers, and the righteous men of the kingdom all came to their senses. "Can they commit suicide?" "No, absolutely not." Shaltir then spoke up, "You don't need to do this. Now in the female empire you will be superior beings. Please choose a tool or a toy, choose boldly. The female empire will protect you from now on." But the girls were still afraid. In the end, Albedo shook her head, "Then let each of them take one. The people in the front row are still somewhat conscientious. Remember, from now on they are your masters and you will spend your lives protecting and cherishing them." As they spoke, the doors to the first row opened and the men with the highest moral character were released. They felt guilty at that moment. These abused girls were undeniably beautiful, just a little dirty, but what right did they have to look down on them? This is the best solution. After all, the first group of people have already been mentally broken. Killing them would be a relief, but would the human king, the referee, be satisfied? They definitely won't be satisfied. So there's only one way: choose some people with a strong sense of justice and have them take care of these girls who are having emotional breakdowns, taking responsibility for caring for, protecting, and cherishing them for the rest of their lives. Mercy also possesses powerful magic, easily selecting those with a high justice value 393. These individuals are considered good because their masters are not as cruel as others. The women in the second row are all slaves, subjected to all sorts of abuse, not yet broken, but their hearts are blackened to the extreme. Therefore, the second row is all men, all nobles, and all nobles will become toys for these women. Since none of the nobles are good people, it doesn't matter if they are played to death. Even someone with a justice score of 500 would be satisfied with this choice. At that moment, Gerd walked up to the girl who was playing the dog, helped her hang up her clothes and picked her up, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." Feeling Gazif's embrace, the girl said fearfully, "Master, whatever you want, I'll do it. I'll be good and won't hit me." Graves couldn't help but shed tears. He wiped them clean. The girl's face was that of a little girl. He was furious at that moment. If he could, he would have drawn his sword right now and killed all those noble scum. Clem hesitated, but he had no choice. He knelt down in front of the silent girl and said, "From now on, I will protect you. Although I already have someone to protect for the rest of my life, as a human being and as a soldier of the kingdom, it is my responsibility. I swear that I will protect you for the rest of my life and not let you suffer any more harm." Should righteous men take care of those who have been wronged? It sounds ridiculous, but it's also reasonable. At least these men with a sense of justice won't be treated like toys or tools, they'll still be human beings. However, the problem is the last row, those are the nobles. There are only 370,000 tools and 10,000 of them are people with a sense of justice. There simply aren't enough people to choose from in the back. Are we going to let those nobles experience the life of commoners? Can they handle this plot twist? Oh right, Nora seems to be there too, and Clem seems to have chosen a young girl. That ingrate Gazif is definitely a lolicon. Well, he didn't have a choice before. Now that he's faced the darkness head-on, he probably won't be ungrateful anymore. I'll be magnanimous and forgive him this once. However, the new king and the second prince are in the second row, which is full of slaves who are as black as can be. They'll probably be tortured to death. After all, as royalty, they did nothing and let them suffer so much, so they'll definitely pay double. Is this too lenient? The third row is full of ordinary people, couples, fathers and daughters. Are they trying to make them live ordinary lives again? I've calculated that an angel with a justice score of 500 isn't really a good choice to make her a demon. But you're right to be merciful. Just wait until you complete your mission, then I won't be so merciful. Listening to LaFan's heartfelt words, Momonga also watched as the righteous people below chose the targets they wanted to protect and cherish. But will they always be righteous? And the magic of judgment between good and evil that Merciful just used seems to be a skill unique to world bosses. My family's millstone seems to be a limited-time world boss and it has specific skills. I think it's called something like money. Forget it, it's a useless skill. Let it stay dormant. I really envy LaFan, who always summons beautiful women. You've disappointed me greatly, you millstone. At this moment, the millstone, which had been sleeping soundly on the 11th floor, suddenly woke up and yawned. Who's talking bad about me? Momonga has misunderstood. The millstone has no gender. Of course, this means that it can change whatever Momonga wants. If Momonga had ever shown any affection for it, Momo would probably have turned into an absolutely stunning, mature woman. Unfortunately, Momonga won't mention it. Soon, more than 10,000 people had made their choices. Each of them, along with the people they were to protect, gathered in the open space on the left under the instructions of Nabe and Zizi. There is plenty of food and water. The first step is to have them feed the girls until they are full. The second step is to have them take care of how to clean their bodies and then to dress them up. All of this is a kind way of putting it. She says that if you're going to manage, you should manage well, and she hates giving up halfway. And they're also afraid that someone who's only half-baked won't buy it. Otherwise, Nabe and Zizi wouldn't have time to care about them. With food and water prepared, Jurdov carried the little dog to a spot, watching her cower in fear. He gently selected some milder foods and then cared for her like a loving father. At this moment, Jurdov looked gratefully at the Mercy floating in midair, thinking that perhaps it wouldn't be bad for her to manage the kingdom in the future. Moreover, it doesn't matter whether women or men are in power as long as there is peace. The first batch of selections is now complete. The second batch began, and it was observed that Rensai was focusing his attention on the victimized girl. Albedo knew it was her turn to take charge, and she also approved of the merciful plan. Although she was a demon, she was still a woman, she said in a good mood. Then the second row will begin selecting people. Because you have suffered the pain of the second row, you can choose 2 people. These 10 rows are all representatives of nobles and evil, a total of 80,000 people. There were just enough for each of them to choose 2. The 40,000 women who had been played with and ruined all showed sickly and delicate faces. They stared at the men in luxurious clothes in front of them with madness. A young girl suddenly shouted, "I want him and him." If the first batch consisted mostly of lowlies and the oldest were only teenage girls, the second batch consists mostly of mature, older women. Then the new king's second prince was chosen, and this girl was none other than, she is indeed today's dancer. She wasn't ruined because she's so beautiful that no one could bear to ruin her. Then the second girl also shouted, and 2 more of the 6 noble families were chosen. Then they were led to the right, where the dancer looked at the new king and the second prince with a sickly smile. "Lie down, don't even think about it. I am the king of this country, Langson. I have treated you well all these years, and yet you treat me like this. Where is my family? Didn't you kill my father, mother, and brother? You're unhappy with me. Do you really think I don't know, Lanya, you've come?" The dancer named Langson spoke of terrifying things with a sickly expression, then turned to look at her twin sister, who had chosen 2 members of the 6 noble families to stay in the capital. Lanya smiled sweetly. "You're the king. That's great. Don't worry, Lan Xin won't kill you now. I'll beat you up with Lan Xin later. The second prince also knew about the pair of stunningly beautiful twin dancers. They were recruited by his elder brother a few years ago and had been kept at home ever since. I never imagined my older brother could be so ruthless as to kill their entire family. My God, why did he bring them back in the first place? Are you really at ease? The second prince did not resist but obediently lay down because he had also made many mistakes over the years under the influence of his father and elder brother. He didn't treat women as human beings either. He kept many dancers in his household. I never thought karma would come back to bite me today, but he had no choice but to back down. As long as I'm alive, there's hope. Besides, this dancer is absolutely gorgeous. If I could conquer her, wouldn't I be free? It has to be said that although the second prince is fat, he still has a lot of ideas in his mind. But the new king was not like the second prince who could bend and stretch. He firmly declared that he would not lie down. Aura rushed over to assess the situation and immediately turned the new Nordic king and the second prince into slaves of the dancers. The new king had no power to resist. Looking at the necklace of effort that had appeared around his neck, he angrily declared, "I am the king of this country." Aura smiled and said, "Yes, yes, your majesty, lie down." As soon as Aura finished speaking, the king lay down. Aura then handed the bracelet to Langson and helped her put it on, saying, "Play with it as you please. It doesn't matter if you die, it's just a toy anyway." Lan Xin looked at Aura and knelt down to express her gratitude. "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to take revenge. Haha, no need for that. From now on, you are citizens of the female empire and no one can bully you." As she spoke, Aura ran to Lanya's side and put the effort necklace on the two nobles as well, then let Lanya control them. The other slaves, witnessing this scene, began to choose their own people, each bringing two powerful districts with them. On the right side of the royal square, a stunningly beautiful young woman was bouncing and jumping on the backs of the king and the second prince. Seeing her happy expression and blissful smile, one couldn't bear to interrupt. She laughed and said, "This is so much fun." The girl, named Langson, smiled and looked at Lanny, who was also jumping on the two noblemen, and said, "Sister, shall we switch jumps?" "Okay." The twins had switched places and the two sisters had never been so happy in all these years. However, they were just young girls, stunning beauties weighing less than 90 pounds. The new king and the second prince were quite powerful, so they didn't react much when the two of them jumped on them. The other two nobles are also not much of a problem because they are stronger than the new king and the second prince. One was Marquis Rentz, one of the 6 nobles who supported the second prince, and the other was the new king's father-in-law. Both were skilled in military campaigns, so their strength was beyond question. All 4 were powerful figures in the kingdom. Even though their dignity was being trampled on by the girl, they said nothing because none of them wanted to die. It was only Lan Yi and Lan Xin who didn't want to kill them so quickly. The other nobles didn't receive such good treatment. A fat, aristocratic man was being relentlessly slammed on the ground by a mature, older woman who was grabbing his head tightly. "Ha ha ha, you finally met your match. Die, I'll make you die, die." The fat pig died on the spot a few minutes later, its head bleeding profusely. And these scenes keep happening, and death is just a relief. There are even more tragic things to come. Anyway, the second batch was extremely dark, involving 80,000 people, and basically all the powerful and wealthy people from the front were going to suffer. The second batch of selections was completed quickly, and the third batch of selections began. The third group consisted of ordinary people, and the group on the other side was also made up of ordinary people. Each of them chose their own family members. Soon, all 370,000 candidates were selected. The fourth batch consisted of adventurers and self-reliant women who had no other options. The fifth batch consisted of nobles who had no choice whatsoever. The selection of the leader was completed in just 4 hours. "From this day forward, I will act in the name of the Empress of the Female Empire, and the city management regulations will be drafted by those who are capable." The kind voice rang out again, and all the girls fell silent. Many female adventurers and female merchants stepped forward eagerly, expressing what they knew how to do. Then the merciful little angels, who gave them an answer, promised that these second-order little angels would follow and protect them throughout their journey. It must be said that Nora is quite remarkable. She immediately caught Albedo's eye and received special treatment. Nora knew she had to demonstrate sufficient value because the new country was a matriarchal society. If I had more real power, perhaps I could save Clem. During a conversation and in the subsequent management of the female empire, Nora put forward her ideas. Albedo was quite satisfied with Nara's idea and then inquired about Mercy. After all, she was the Grand Tomb's steward and couldn't possibly manage the female empire while the others weren't strong enough. Only kindness can govern. Rensai listened to Nora's management plan, glanced at her and said, "Okay, then you will become the first prime minister of the female empire, responsible for managing all affairs of the country." Hearing the kind words, Narana was delighted. May I have one?" Kindness looked at Nora and asked, "Who?" Nara then revealed a sickly sweet expression and said, "My dearest person, you are still pure, there's no need for you to pursue mortals. With your wisdom you will still be of some use to us in the future. However, you made your decision too early. Let me show you the Supreme Being." Albedo, upon hearing Mercy's words, immediately said with displeasure, "Mercy, we shouldn't disturb Lord Leffen and the others." Kindness smiled at Albedo. "I think she's very good, we can't be so selfish." "Okay." "See Faye?" Albedo could only stomp her foot and say, "Then I'll take it." Rensai nodded in agreement. Albedo just wanted to see her master a little more. Although she wanted to see him too, she had a mission to complete. Nara was also filled with curiosity. Was Lefan the invincible god? Even if I saw him, so what? I only love Clem, I only like Clem's eyes. Holding Albedo, Rock quickly reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. The three people who were enjoying their wine watched Albedo arrive with Nara. However, being at an altitude of 10,000 meters, they realized that most people would experience altitude sickness. The human king raised his hand and created an airfield. At this moment, Nara looked at the three of them up close. Not long ago, she had seen their figures from a distance, but now, seeing her up close, I realized just how absolutely stunning the king and Lefan are. Nara, who originally thought she was the most beautiful woman in the kingdom, realized after meeting Nabal, Bed, and Shadir that she might not be the most beautiful, but she was definitely among the best. But the moment she saw the human king and Lefan, her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. My God, what kind of beauty was this? Lefan smiled as he looked at Nara, who was staring intently at him and the human king, another Yandir cutie. The king of men also noticed Nara's gaze. When their eyes met, she was actually captivated by his affection. Could this girl be a princess? At this moment, Nara realized that she had originally thought the purest and most beautiful eyes in the world were Clem's eyes. Looking into the eyes of the human king, which seemed to encompass the entire universe, she was completely captivated. Compared to those eyes, Clem is utter trash. It's like someone who has never drunk alcohol before discovering that Clemens is the best alcoholic beverage they've ever had. But the next moment, a bottle of premium Mautai and a bottle of top-grade raw liquor appeared before her eyes. Would she still drink the blended liquor? Nara was captivated by the king's eyes, which held an infinite world within them, but those eyes were not yet fatal. When she saw Lefan's eyes, she collapsed, completely powerless, even clutching her shoulders. Ah, to be such a beautiful, such a magnificent being in this world. At this moment, the queen frowned because she discovered that Nara had actually gone there. She just exchanged a glance with herself and her husband and then left. This isn't just Yandir, this is pathological. Albedo also sensed the strange smell and glared angrily at Nara. How dare you? Seeing that Albedo was about to lose her temper, Lefan pulled her into his arms and then looked at Nara, saying, "As expected, you're a Yandir. It seems I'm destined to be with Yandirs. I'm very satisfied. From now on, you're mine." Hearing Lefan's words, Nara was so happy she almost fainted. Didn't this mean she could see those eyes from now on? My God, such beautiful eyes, I can look at them forever from now on. What could be happier than this? However, Nara quickly realized that her behavior was inappropriate, but she couldn't help it. Just looking into those eyes, she was completely immobilized. Then Nora went again. Lefan was too lazy to look at this morbid situation. For any living being with blood, Lefan's eyes are the most beautiful, for he is the ruler of blood. Any living being with blood will fall for Lefan's eyes. After all, vampires are masters of seduction. Even the rulers of blood are no exception, and their allure is always unleashed through their eyes. However, if we're talking about truly beautiful eyes, then the king of men's eyes are undoubtedly the most beautiful. After all, they are eyes that embody rules and cause and effect. Anyway, both pairs of eyes are the most beautiful in the world, and for Nara, who is obsessed with eyes, this is the most perfect thing. Albedo enjoyed Lefan's embrace while the human king, with a hint of disgust, reached out to help Nara clean herself. Lefan tossed aside a level 100 mage robe. "All right, Albedo, take Nara down. The mission isn't complete yet, it's not the right time, you know." Hearing Lefan's words, Albedo also put aside her thoughts and nodded, saying, "We will definitely complete the mission." After the two left, he awkwardly remarked, "This princess looked so beautiful and demure, I never expected her to be such a sickly yandir." Lefan smiled and said, "It's okay, isn't this more interesting? Anyway, we're not normal either." "That's true. Normal people are the ones who can't stay around us. Okay, enough talk, let's keep drinking." Albedo brought Nara to the palace. "You're so lucky Lord Lefan has taken a liking to you." Hearing Albedo's words, Nara wasn't embarrassed at all. After all, she was a yandir herself, shameless. "Yes, thank you, Albedo. I finally realize how foolish I was to want to spend the rest of my life with a mortal. Ah, now I know that such a beautiful thing exists in the world. It's wonderful." Hearing Nara's words, Albedo tossed her robe. "Put this on yourself and don't be so beautiful in front of Lord Lefan next time. What does it matter? This represents my highest and most precious love for Lord Lefan." Hearing Nara's words, Albedo cursed unhappily, ***T. Ignoring her, Nara cheerfully changed into her magic robes and said, "Hee hee, by the way, Albedo, what was the task you mentioned earlier? Do you need my help?" "Yes, I need your help to reorganize this female empire. We will be conducting the same operation in all the cities and I'll leave the management to you. Now, please put on your magic robe. We have 9 days left. If we finish, we can be with Lord Lefan." Albedo thought for a moment. Although Nara's strength wasn't great, she was intelligent and, having been royalty since childhood, was knowledgeable about managing a country. Nora smiled and said, "Really? Then I'll do my best." Looking at Nara's smile as she changed into her pure white robes, she seemed like an angel, but unfortunately she was a demon. Led by Albedo, they quickly returned to the mission point, where Nara began to count the number of people and manage the allocation. Rensai looked at Nara as she changed into a pure white magic robe and immediately recognized that it was no ordinary robe. However, just to be on the safe side, Mercy still arranged 2 angels of level 6,000 for Nora. Seeing the 6 about to leave, Nara quickly said, "Sisters, if you've finished the raid, please use teleportation magic to take me there. I'll manage it and save time." Rensai looked at Nara and said, "You are still just a mortal and cannot withstand such high-intensity work. Manage the capital well, rest for a while, and I will come to pick you up tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Nara looked at her own small hands and thought, "I'm just a mortal while my sisters are gods and demons." Finally, he could only reluctantly say, "Yes, kind sister, don't worry, by following us you will live forever, but this mission was not completed, that's why you don't receive this treatment." Hearing Nara call her and the others sister, Aura was also happy and explained to Nara. Nara looked at the petite and adorable Aura. Wasn't she just a child? No, how can I judge by appearance? Who knows, maybe the other person is an ancient monster who's hundreds of years old. With the departure of the 6 and seeing Nara become the ruler of the female empire, all the nobles cried out for help. Nara looked at everyone with a sickly smile. "You all deserve what you got, so don't bother begging for help. I won't save you, even if you're my own older and younger brothers." The new king and the second prince were also horrified to see Nora completely reveal her true nature. As this monster's brothers, they knew how terrifying she was. For her, humanity was non-existent. Everything she does is for her own needs and purposes. She never considers anything beyond those purposes. Although we don't know what her purpose is in taking power now, it's definitely none of our business. The second prince is now looking at the stunningly beautiful girl, thinking about how to win her over. That's the way to survive. The new king was devastated. He had only been king for a short time and now his country was gone. Not only that, but he had also become a slave to the dancers he had previously kept here. His younger sister was one of the highest-ranking people in the country, and he was still just the younger sister. He couldn't accept this fact. What he found even more unacceptable was that his son had also become a slave to a mature woman. He had seen that mature woman before. She was a slave in his father-in-law's household. Good heavens, he couldn't imagine how his son would be violated by that slave. He was at a loss. Meanwhile, his wife had already run to the older woman, knelt down and begged for mercy, saying that the child was innocent and asking her to let him go. This statement immediately made the older woman feel like she was trampling on a child. The child is innocent? Then who is innocent? I was captured by your father when I was 6 years old and brought to his mansion. Do you know how I've lived these past 20 years? From the age of 10, when you became aware of things, you had to accompany your father. After the age of 15, you began to become a toy for the other people in your household. Every day is worse than death. Do you know why I'm still alive? Because I don't want to die. I want to wait for this opportunity. The time has come. I will take my revenge. Don't worry, I won't kill him. I'll treat him the same way I treat him. He's only 6 now. I'll wait until he's 10. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the mature woman's morbid remarks, the queen was terrified. She kept kowtowing, but it was all in vain. The new king watched his son with tears streaming down his face, but the dancer wouldn't let him off the hook, saying beside him, "Ha ha, how fun. I'm going to bring lots of people to play with this toy and wear it out." Upon hearing this, the new king, in a state of collapse, roared, "No, please, please don't do this, sister. No, Lady Nora, I beg you, that's your own nephew. You can refuse to save your own brother, but the child is innocent." Hearing the new king's roar, the queen immediately knelt before Nora, pleading, "Please, Nora, I have no other choice." Nora looked at her with a sickly sweet expression. "How strange, isn't this a happy thing for you men? Don't you men all like beautiful women? That pair, you have to arrange for a beautiful 320 for her in the future, not an ordinary girl, otherwise it would be unfair to my nephew." Hearing Nora's speech, the queen completely broke down, while the previously somewhat frightened older sister, upon hearing Nora's selfless act of sacrificing her own family, quickly bowed and said, "Yes, Lady Nora, I will certainly arrange for the beauty. Big brother, I did the right thing, didn't I? Didn't you guys used to exchange dancers all the time? I know you all like pretty girls. Look at all the pretty girls in the kingdom. My nephew will definitely be very happy in the future." Seeing Nara's sickly face as she spoke such things, the new king fainted on the spot from anger. The second prince looked at his sickly sister without saying a word. He knew she was a devil, so he couldn't be bothered to beg for mercy. The queen was furious. She absolutely couldn't let her son's life turn out like this. She thought that if she killed this powerful woman, everything would be over. She was, after all, the daughter of one of the 6 great noble families and also a powerful magician. Unfortunately, before it could even commit any violence, it was suppressed by the level 6 Archangel of Terror. Don't let it happen again, okay? At least while you're alive, you can see your nephew from time to time. Once you're dead, you won't be able to see him anymore. Furthermore, the female empire lacks talent. Sister-in-law, you are also talented. If you make contributions in managing the female empire, perhaps transferring the slave rights to you would be a good idea. Thinking things through is very important. Acting impulsively won't help you at all. Wisdom is the most important talent we humans possess. If we abandon wisdom, what difference is there between us and beasts? Nara, with a sickly charm, walked up to the person behind her who was being suppressed by the level 60 angel, raised her long, beautiful face and said. Nora didn't try to hide her voice, and everyone around her heard what she said. The queen, upon hearing this, came to her senses. She had acted so impulsively. If she had really killed the woman before her, would her child be free? No, he won't be free. He'll become a slave to other women who hate men, and his treatment might be even worse then. She was so foolish. By listening to Nora, she also realized the way out. At this moment, she said earnestly, "I will definitely do my utmost to make outstanding contributions to the women's empire. That's more like it." and the other nobles, you've all received treatment far exceeding that of ordinary people since childhood. Whether it's ability or combat power, it's far better than risking your lives. Think it over. In the early days of the founding of the nation, the female empire only values talent. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another chance. After all, in the future, everyone in the female empire will be like a dragon and your advantage will no longer exist. Nora shouted loudly, and hearing her words, all the noblewomen regained their hope. Yes, now, as long as you make a contribution, can't you save your husband, your son, and your father? As more and more noblewomen who hadn't dared to step forward did so, Nora smiled. This was the effect she wanted, to use a few words to exploit the rules of the female empire, making them wholeheartedly devoted to serving the empire. Because their families are in the hands of the female empire and the female empire is so powerful, it is simply impossible to defeat it. So at this point, if a glimmer of hope is offered, they will desperately climb up. Of course, this light may not necessarily reward them. It depends on how much evil their families have done in the past. If the crime is extremely heinous, then it is unforgivable. Nora is clever. She observes the benevolence that is full of justice, the simple starting point of the female empire, and the dialogue with benevolence. She could know that mercy was about creating a heavenly kingdom filled with supreme mercy. Therefore, she would guide the story in this direction, and because Nora possessed such great wisdom, the original work made an exception and included her in the Great Tomb. They also made her change her class to a demon, and her pet Cram also enjoyed the same treatment. Under Nara's rule, the capital gradually returned to order and peace. Warrior Captain Gazif and Clem watched as, under Nara's management, the chaotic realm began to become beautiful. They also believed that everything would get better under Nora's leadership. Even the Sergeant Gurdjieff admired Nora, for he could never do something as righteous as sacrificing his own family for the greater good. It was because he couldn't do it that the kingdom slowly corrupted, and it was all his fault. Now he can only peacefully guard the sleeping little girl in his arms. Clem was the same. Although he had set his sights on protecting Nara for the rest of his life, Nara already had two powerful angels protecting her. I feel like I'm useless, so I might as well protect the girl in front of me. She's the one I'll spend the rest of my life with. This Nara is really good. Her management skills are top-notch. It seems intelligent work isn't for Momonga and me. We're just destined to be couch potatoes. But this is fine too. With people like Albedo, Demiurge, Gasnara, and Rensai in the civil affairs, and with the King of Elements and Creation in the military, there's no need to panic. We can continue to be a lazy bum and slowly develop. Hearing Lafan's words, Momonga agreed, saying, "We're neither good at academics nor martial arts, so we'll just be good at being lazy. Don't set your goals too high, just enjoy your studies and drinks." But what's Demiurge up to? The major reshuffle in Arantir seems quite interesting. Does he have some new tricks up his sleeve? Momonga sipped his beer, amused by the scene of Yelantir being released by the human king. The city of Urantir, which Demiurge now controls and rules with absolute power. In his view, this test required adaptability, so he couldn't consider strength or other aspects. The appropriate means should be used to deal with the situation at the appropriate time. Rules are rules, but people are flexible. Currently, I'm racing against the 6 women. I need to establish the Ainz Ooal Gown kingdom as quickly as possible and create a kingdom without a king. This is something Demiurge just came up with. Only a kingdom without a king can better reduce national conflicts. Yes, there is no king, but there is a supreme executive officer who is elected by the various races. Of course, above the kingdom of God are judges, and we, the guardians, are the judges, responsible for supervising and inspecting the fairness and justice of the kingdom of God. This series of actions requires the strongest power to suppress it. Therefore, they had to reveal their strongest strength from the start, but most of the powerful girls in the Great Tomb were no longer there. Demiurge could only rely on Sebastian, Mare, and Cossidus to keep things under control. Demiurge's terrifying demonic summoning, along with the towering wall of flames, and the powerful Mare's aerial elemental magic. And there's Cossidus's terrifying martial arts skills and Sebastian's formidable killing intent. Of course, more importantly, the massive deployment of the Great Tomb's forces instilled fear in everyone in the city. But humans see them as the real bosses, so there is still resistance. Demiurge's adaptability was also excellent, since it was impossible to rule the area without bloodshed. He had already planned to kill 70% of the population to rule the city and establish a kingdom. His initial idea was to not rely on humans. In his view, the numbers of other races were definitely not inferior to those of humans. If there are too many humans in the initial population, it will lead to difficulties in racial integration later, and the initial population will have an innate sense of superiority. The addition of other races would inevitably cause chaos, so he decided to use the most cruel methods to turn the tables. Anyone who resists will be killed. Conquer them by killing them, make them afraid, and let them know that the original inhabitants are not a reason for your arrogance. Although this is somewhat unfair to humans, their numbers are too large. Moreover, humans are the most greedy race, and Demiurge knew that without this method, there was no way to make the various races live in peace. This is not just a racial issue. Even within a single race, there are various conflicts, let alone in a country with so many mixed races. Moreover, Demiurge's ultimate idea was to finally eliminate violence by relying on systems to restrain the various races and let them naturally choose peace. Instead of the constant sword of judgment hanging over our heads where wrongdoing always results in punishment, Demiurge's culture was so rich that his policies were constantly changing. Of course, all of this was guided by Lafan and Momonga. They themselves were unaware of the scene unfolding before them in Yelantal. They all had the same thought in their hearts: Demiurge was a kind-hearted man. Screams echoed throughout the city of Yelantal. Resistance meant death, compromise meant survival. This is a multiple-choice question with no real choice, regardless of whether one is a mithril-level expert, a king, or a nobleman, or an ordinary person. No matter who it is, they only have two paths: first, surrender; second, die. As one reckless youth after another went to their deaths, the entire city of Lantal began to calm down. Even the Adventurers Guild Master, the Mage Guild Master, and the Mayor all knelt down with their men to show their submission. They had no choice but to submit. Seeing Sebastian's punch blast the mithril-level adventurer into dust, they were already filled with despair. The last time I saw such terrifying combat power was during the Earthling Adventure Team's adventure. Knowing the strength of the Earthling Adventure Team, they naturally knew how strong this team composed of different races was. Yes, 5 hours of cleansing, either die or kneel in the innermost square of Yelantal. More than 200,000 people are kneeling here, which means that 100,000 people have already died. At this moment, in the center of the square, there was a 4-person team consisting of humans, elves, orcs, and demons. Surrounding the humans were various monsters, all of which were extremely terrifying and powerful. No one dared to provoke these terrifying beings. They knelt and awaited the judgment of the 4 men on the platform, not knowing why such a day had come. This most ruthless and terrifying form of rule had actually appeared before them. There are only 2 options: death or submission. There are no other thoughts, and the only time to choose this is less than a second. Many people who wanted to submit were instantly killed before they even had a chance to do so. Such a terrifying existence makes people unable to think of resisting in the slightest. Because the disparity in power was too great, Demiurge looked at the more than 200,000 people kneeling on the ground, and then used his amplification skill to say with a smile, "So, hello my people, I am Demiurge, one of the judges of Ainz Ooal Gown's divine kingdom. This time, I represent the supreme being to establish a supreme divine kingdom in this world. In this divine kingdom, all races and all intelligent life will be treated equally. This divine kingdom has no king, only a supreme executive officer who is replaced every 3 years, each selected through a vote by the entire race. Of course, no race can vote for someone of their own race, and I'll talk about the various benefits later. This divine nation is constantly at war. Aside from the neighboring female empire and the invincible divine kingdom, our goal is to rule the world. Therefore, the people have a mission to conquer the world, though we will not intervene. Because it would be far too easy for us to rule the world, but you don't need to worry. I will include the digging orcs, lizardmen, snow mountain dragons, and elves in Ainz Ooal Gown's divine realm. Only then will a nation be truly established, and only with such power can you defeat other nations. What you need to do is keep fighting, keep conquering until you conquer the whole world. As for the welfare of God's kingdom, you need not worry at all. You will be treated equally, everyone will have food to eat and shelter to live in. The troops sent to war would enjoy higher benefits such as advantages in power, money, and other areas. I will announce the detailed rules once the Elf Kingdom and other kingdoms are incorporated. Now we need to select the conscription troops. Those who are willing to become conscription troops and go to the battlefield should come forward automatically. This is a choice, although the Divine Kingdom guarantees a happy life for every race. But every race has its own pursuits, and these pursuits include fame, power, and money. Now is your chance to choose. Hearing Demiurge's words, everyone present was stunned. He had just killed my friends and family, and now he wanted me to risk my life to conquer the world for them. Are we the fools, or are you the fools? Seeing that none of the kneeling people came forward, Demiurge laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, there are still 5 minutes left. I can wait, but it's best not to come out. After all, I don't want the human race to become the absolute dominant force in the Divine Kingdom in the future. Hearing Demiurge's blunt words, everyone present could clearly understand that the number of soldiers from each race represented their future control over the Divine Kingdom, but people still can't accept it. After all, their family, friends, and colleagues have just been killed by these devils, and now they have to work for them again. No one would agree to that. Amidst the silence of over 200,000 people, the leader of the Adventurers Guild knew he had to take the lead, so he boldly stepped forward and said, If we don't help the Divine Kingdom fight, will the Divine Kingdom kill us? Demiurge looked at the Adventurers Guild master with a smile and said, Of course not. Our Divine Kingdom is not a bloodthirsty empire, so you have 3 minutes left. What's your choice? Hearing Demiurge's words, the 200,000 people present were too frightened to speak. What did he mean by not being a bloodthirsty maniac? He slaughtered over 100,000 people in less than 5 hours. What more could be considered a killing maniac? However, knowing they wouldn't be killed, everyone present was relieved. If they weren't lacking in strength, everyone would have rushed out to fight Demiurge and his group to the death right now. How could they possibly still be risking their lives for Demiurge and his group? 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and no one was willing to step forward. Demiurge smiled and said, In that case you may resume your normal lives, and clean the streets. Also, all administrative staff follow the orders of my subordinates. At this moment, Envy, who was behind Demiurge, stepped out and looked at everyone. Everyone was so frightened by the terrifying Envy that they broke out in a cold sweat. Demiurge looked at Sebastian. I've already given him a chance, don't call me cruel. Sebastian stared intently at Demiurge. Is that what you call giving someone a chance? He thought, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Sebastian could only snort and say, HMPH, I know, let's go next country, the Elf Kingdom. Cocytus shook his head as he looked at the two. These two seem to be on edge, neither of them can stand the other. But Mare, why aren't you with Aura and the others? Malay blushed and said, Although I'm wearing a skirt, I'm a boy. I'm a cross-dresser and I can't have children. Oh, that's all right, let's go to the elves. Demiurge's plans keep changing, I'm starting to lose track of them. Luckily, I don't have to use my brain. Mare, carrying a magic staff even larger than his own, said, Yes, but the fact that Lord Leffen and Lord Momonga haven't spoken up means they've tacitly approved of Demiurge's plan. Demiurge was not disappointed because he had never expected humans to join the battle. His hopes lay with the Dig orcs and elves, because their power is the strongest. The Elf Kingdom lost its Elf King a few days ago. If Mare were sent, he could subdue the Elf Kingdom in no time. Like the 4 heavenly kings, the 4 led a large number of demons and teleported towards the Elf Kingdom. The fact that Demiurge knew about the Elf King being captured by absolute death shows that Demiurge's intelligence network had long been infiltrated into the Elf Kingdom. Not to mention the Elven Kingdom, he probably has information about the Orc Kingdom in the far west. Aside from his role in Daihua, Tungugus was essentially a perfect strategist. The massive demon army led by the 4 heavenly kings marched to the capital of the elf kingdom. At this moment, even the elves who were repairing the terrifying chasm felt fear. This massive monster army numbers in the tens of thousands, and at least 1,000 of them are above level 50. The strongest general in the Elven Kingdom is only level 35. How could they not be afraid of such a being that surpasses even humans? Seeing the elves' terrified expressions, Demiurge smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, don't be nervous. We're not here to engage in pointless slaughter but to announce that from today onwards the Elven Kingdom will become the territory of the Ainz Ooal Gown Kingdom, and you will be its citizens." Demiurge's voice echoed throughout the entire Elven capital, causing all the elves to freeze in surprise. Another divine kingdom? All of this was caused by the invincible divine kingdom's absolute annihilation. Now, with another divine kingdom emerging, who can withstand it? Having witnessed the terrifying scene of being forced to give up their power in a life-or-death situation, the elves lost the will to resist. Demiurge didn't say anything more at this point but instead nudged Mare next to him. Mare also came out shyly, then covered her skirt and said, My name is Mare. I'm a 76-year-old elf, one of the judges of the Divine Kingdom, and my strength is a tiny bit stronger than your elf king. As an elf, I have my own selfish reasons. If possible, please join Ainz Ooal Gown's kingdom, and for the sake of conquering the world for the Divine Kingdom, I will make the elves the supreme rulers of the world. Of course, the previous race, humans, refused. The next race was the orcs and then the dragons. So I hope you will consider this and not miss this opportunity like greedy and despicable humans. As he spoke, Mare raised his hand and used magic to completely fill in the ravine that stretched for several kilometers. This was a scene arranged by Demiurge for Mare to let the elves know that Mare was an elf and a child who couldn't lie, and that he had selfish motives towards the elves. He demonstrated his absolute power using 3 key factors: race, children, and strength, to persuade the elves to voluntarily join and contribute resources to the Divine Kingdom. The rulers of the Elven Kingdom have all come out. They all witnessed the earth-shaking tremors just now. Mare's terrifying magic is already at the level of a god. Why don't they join a divine kingdom ruled by elven gods? Having witnessed the power of the invincible divine kingdom, how could they not know that the entire world would revolve around it from now on? It's just unclear what the relationship is between the invincible divine kingdom and the other party. If they are enemies, then that's troublesome. After all, the invincible god was too terrifying, so terrifying that they were powerless to resist in the slightest. The great general of the elven race, currently the strongest among them, stepped forward and spoke in his most powerful voice. Since the goal of the Divine Kingdom is to conquer the world, will the god of Ainz Ooal Gown attack the invincible god kingdom? Hearing someone press him for answers of Noah's plans, Demiurge smiled, for everything was going according to plan. He had been waiting for the questions to be asked. Seeing the elven generals roar, many elves around him also snapped out of their daze in the face of Mare's divine power. Yes, their biggest concern is the invincible divine kingdom. No, the invincible divine kingdom, the female empire, and our Ainz Ooal Gown divine kingdom all belong to the supreme being's forces. The invincible divine kingdom is a paradise of peace and stability. The female empire is a nation where women reign supreme, and our Ainz Ooal Gown divine kingdom is a nation where all races are united and treated equally. Here, all races will be treated equally, and this country has no king, only a supreme executive. The first chief executive officer was chosen by us 4 judges. The next executive officer for the next 3 years will be chosen by a popular vote. Of course, the various races cannot vote for themselves, so there is no need to worry about the human race having a large and powerful population. Hearing Demiurge's words, the Elven High Command recalled Mare's words. Were humans the first to be subdued? Could it be the neighboring Holy Kingdom or the Kingdom of Restige? But regardless of which one, it seems that humanity has no intention of fighting for the Divine Kingdom, so have they lost their qualification as the first executor? The Elven High Command was also looking at the 4 judges, their voices belonging to humans, demons, elves, and orcs. If they disagree, would the warlike orcs disagree? Definitely not, the one in power will definitely be a monk. The dozens of people present unanimously expressed their opinion, and finally it was the elf general's turn to speak. Our elven kingdom agrees to join the kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown and is willing to fight for the kingdom throughout the world. Hearing this result, Demiurge was not surprised in the slightest. However, the intelligence was still not accurate enough, Demiurge thought, looking at the elven kingdom's fighting strength. This far exceeded my expectations. Basically, everyone could become a soldier, and even women and children had a skill in archery or magic. Perhaps the 230 orcs and dragons wouldn't need to intervene. The elven kingdom could handle it directly. Demiurge was thinking, after all, conquering the earth-digging orcs and dragons wouldn't be so easy. Moreover, Momonga and Lord Leffen's idea was to adapt to changing circumstances. Since the strength of the Elf Kingdom exceeded their expectations, why not let the Elf Kingdom wage war? However, we cannot interfere, so let arrogance lead them. This is to prevent the elves of the Elf Kingdom from slaughtering everyone without leaving a single survivor, as this would cause trouble for the future development of the Divine Kingdom. After all, this concerns the future of the race, and the enemy is not even of their own race, so they cannot show mercy. However, it's always best to consult your companions before making any sudden changes. Demiurge looked at the three people beside him. The Elven Kingdom is much stronger than I expected. The digging orcs, lizardmen, and dragons don't need to join. Just start reorganizing the country and then launch a war. Hearing Demiurge's words, Cocytus said seriously, "Is it really enough? Should I step in and get the lizardmen to join?" Sebastian remained silent and Mares followed Cordelius's method. Demiurge looked at Cocytus. "All right, it won't affect the plan. You can go by yourself then. We'll set the rules. First, we need a capital." Although the Elven Kingdom would be a good capital, it's a bit far from the great tomb of Nazarick. Let's just make Urantir the capital. Holy crap, Demiurge is so fickle. In the short time we've been watching, he's changed his act several times. "And you forgot about the lizardmen by Damning Lake? You promised to perform for us for 4 days and now you're calling it quits." "Oh, I forgot. This performance seems even more interesting now." "Oh well, what can I do? I'm a good boss. My subordinates may be unruly and misbehave, but they perform well and do their job properly. It seems there's nothing to complain about. However, this ability to change things up is truly remarkable. Every change is refreshing, and he actually came up with a way to subdue the Elf Kingdom in such a short time. But where is the king of the Elf Kingdom?" Listening to Lefan's heartfelt words, Momonga said, "I want to know too, when we were adventurers. It is often said that the Elf King is one of the strongest known kings, and the Elf Kingdom is one of only 2 other kingdoms, the First Council Kingdom, that can resist the slain theocracy. How did the Elf King suddenly disappear, and what's with that ravine?" The 2 lazybones listened to too much from the adventurers, causing them to ignore news from their own people. If they knew that the Elf King had thrown deadly death into the goblin tribe as a toy, and if 2 clergy members were assigned to resurrect him indefinitely, I wonder what they would think. In the elven capital, Demiurge began relocating large numbers of elven residents who were unable to participate in the war to live in Urantir. After all, Urantir will be the capital of Ainz Ooal Gown's kingdom in the future, and Urantir is about to be changed. Because the city has 3 dividing lines representing 3 areas, the kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown does not need walls or any defenses. The whole world will be the territory of the kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown in the future, but there is no rush to dismantle them now. Under the arrogant explanation, the elf general also began to gather the elf people who were capable of fighting. The capital's military strength is still formidable. An army of 200,000 was assembled in just 3 hours, but it is already dark. There was no intention to send troops. Demiurge's relocation led to more than 30,000 elves going to human cities and settling them in the inner city. As for the humans, they were directly relocated to the 2nd-level civilian area and the 3rd-level military area. Although the outermost layer of the Yelantir is often used as a storage area for military supplies, it is actually the residential area for nobles. As for the lord of this territory, he didn't live in Yelantir at all, but instead built a separate palace which was his paradise. It's clear how corrupt this place is. All the nobles were driven away and they were all furious. They watched as the beautiful elves moved into their luxurious villas, but there was nothing they could do about it. This must be God's arrangement. This was also one of Demiurge's provocation tactics. Because the entire elf race was involved in the war, the elf people enjoyed the highest level of treatment. While everyone should be treated equally, distinctions must also be made. Otherwise, one person might work hard while another cuts corners and receives the same treatment. Who would work so hard then? This is the most fundamental thing. We cannot lose it. If the people of Yellental continue their inactive state, their treatment will only get worse, although it is still guaranteed that everyone will have food to eat. As for greater financial freedom, that's impossible unless you're willing to put in the effort. As for treason, whatever, the world will belong to Ainz Ooal Gown's kingdom from now on anyway. Do you have enough faith to go to God's kingdom? Is going to the women's empire only for women, or are they there to be used as toys? But the toys will also need to be qualified in the future, since Nora is in charge and she wants to build the most beautiful country. In this female-dominated empire, women's looks don't matter, but all men must be handsome. In the Lizardmen realm, the 5 tribes of Lizardmen have united as one, singing and dancing, enjoying the joy of victory. Thinking back to the war 2 days ago, although many of our compatriots were sacrificed, it also brought true unity and peace to the Lizardmen. As long as the 4 Lizardmen tribes unite, they believe they still have a place in this world. They've even been dreaming of establishing their own Lizardman kingdom. After all, Demiurge hadn't hinted at a major battle to come, which is why the Lizardmen were so happy. This was also part of Demiurge's plan. Pride comes before a fall, and he wanted to make the Lizardmen proud and addicted to their joy. Then, using the weak to defeat the strong, they launched a surprise attack, employing the same force they had completely defeated 2 days prior, and with a little strategy overwhelmingly crushed them. This is why the Dig-Dig orcs cannot be allowed to invade the Lizardman tribe, or even be allowed to know that the Dig-Dig orcs have ever existed. However, all of this is no longer necessary now, but Cocytus doesn't think so because he was the one who used the troops in the last war. He witnessed firsthand the warrior spirit of the Lizardmen, and as a warrior with a perfect score in the 2nd tier, he developed a deep affection for the Lizardmen. That's why it felt it was a pity that the Lizardmen didn't join the conquest forces. Such warriors, brimming with samurai spirit, can greatly boost morale on their side. Amidst the joyous celebration of thousands of Lizardmen singing and dancing, a sudden chill swept in. Cocytus's figure slowly appeared on the gate of the Lizardman fortress. It walked step by step toward the Lizardmen, its whole body exuding a terrifying chill. The terrifying cold wave instantly brought all the Lizardmen back to their senses. Even though the Lizardmen had drunk a lot of alcohol, they were warriors, and with the courage emboldened by the alcohol, they became even more fearless of death. Seeing that the Lizardman tribe in front of him had only been there for a second before they came back to their senses, Cocytus was even more satisfied. He looked at the crowd. "Gentlemen, I am Cocytus, one of the judges of the divine kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown. Today, the human city of Urantir, the elven kingdom, has become part of the divine realm of Ainz Ooal Gown. Originally, according to the other judges, the goal was to subdue you by force. But I see that you are all first-rate warriors, and I cannot bear to see you sacrifice yourselves in vain. Therefore, I have come alone to extend this invitation, and of course, I believe you will not compromise so easily. Come on, warriors, let's have a battle of warriors. All of you, come at me together." As Cocytus finished speaking, the Lizardmen had completely surrounded him, but no one interrupted him. Because the Lizardmen, like Cocytus, are people with their own rules and self-respect. It's not like Demiurge, a realist writer who disregards martial ethics and resorts to sneak attacks. Therefore, Cocytus was incompatible with Demiurge in a sense, but very compatible with Sebastian, who was also a romantic. But romanticism cannot govern a country or manage a large tomb. Managers and leaders must be more realistic and cunning than anyone else. Only in this way can they withstand the numerous external and internal shocks without collapsing. At this moment, the lizardman hero Zarius Sasha stared intently at Cassettes, that terrifying being whose endless chills emanated from him at all times. This was no force that the lizardman tribe could possibly defeat, because the ground within a 3-meter radius of him was completely frozen. Zarius Sasha was certain that if he charged in, his opponent could kill him in a single exchange. He was the strongest in the entire lizardman tribe, and if even he couldn't withstand a single blow from the opponent, then no one else could possibly survive. But he also knew that the powerful man before him was a true warrior, and surrendering without a fight was virtually impossible. No need for such trouble, just let me fight you. I am the strongest in the lizardman tribe. If I lose, we will agree to your demands. Zarius Sasha was now relieving the pain of having his frozen tooth pulled. However, the moment Zarius Sasha stepped out, its brother followed suit. Similarly, the other 4 clan leaders, seeing their loved ones emerge, Zarius Sasha frowned. "Kurusha, go back, this is a battle between males." The other 4 clan leaders smiled and said, "Yes, it's an insult to us males for females to go to war." Kurusha watched as her lover frantically flapped his tail. "No, you will die." Zeburugugu, haha, then you definitely can't go because the lizard men can't be compared to the goat dragons. Asterisk. Seeing the 5 men who were prepared to die, Cocytus said with even greater satisfaction, "Come on, prove to me with your strength and courage that the lizardman tribe is worthy of being exempted from conquest and joining the kingdom of gods. All right, brothers clan leaders, let's go." As he spoke, Zarius Sasha grabbed his weapon and charged forward, followed by the 4 tribal chiefs. The 5 of them had ranged attackers, mages, and melee fighters, and their teamwork was absolutely perfect. But all the attacks bombarded Cocytus without it dodging or causing any damage. It did this not to insult the 5 heroes, but to let the other lizard men know the difference between them and the heroes. Let them know that submission is not shameful, it's a choice they had no other option but to make. The battle was swift. Cocytus remained motionless throughout, waiting for the 5 to approach. The 5 knew how terrifying Cocytus was from the moment it appeared, but they felt even more terrified when the battle began. Why is there such a powerful being? Even when Zarius Sasha used a hero-level weapon skill, it couldn't have the slightest effect on him. It's easy to imagine how powerful this monster was. As the 5 approached, Cocytus suddenly swung his hand. In an instant, the 5 people were blasted 20 meters away, fell to the ground, and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Cocytus was very satisfied to see the 5 men who were prepared to die, but unfortunately none of them could truly fight him. Even so, they were all true warriors. Cocytus laughed and said, "Haha, you are quite good. Now what is your choice? Join or face the wrath of the divine kingdom?" At this moment, Zarius Sasha, who had coughed up blood and struggled to his feet, shouted, "We'll join." "Very good, then everyone follow me to relocate. You won't have to live in this forest anymore, you can live in the city. Of course, as soldiers you don't need to worry about food." As he spoke, Cocytus raised his hand and created a portal, gesturing for them all to enter. Zarius Sasha was helped up by his lover, and the 2 led the way into the portal. In the blink of an eye, Zarius Sasha saw a prosperous country and a massive army that inspired fear. Good heavens, if we don't surrender, are we going to have to fight this terrifying army? On the open ground of the elven capital, an army of 200,000 men was marching in and performing a series of theatrical movements. This is arrogant management. The first step is to create coordination within the army, and the second is to improve military discipline. The third step is to set a command that can instantly grant the army a special buff. When the lizard men who had entered the capital of the elf kingdom witnessed this terrifying scene, they were all dumbfounded. They didn't believe they could defeat such a terrifying army. Even if they are powerful warriors, it's not allowed. Cocytus arrived with over 4,000 lizard men and was pleased to see Arrogance training his army. Those who are warriors join the ranks. Children and the elderly can rest on the side. We'll help you move to the living quarters in Yelantal later so you can enjoy your 000 life. Cocytus's words surprised the lizard people once again. Enjoy the life you're supposed to have. What kind of life is this? By what standards is this being defined? You won't starve if you eat 1 meal a day, you'll be satisfied if you eat 2 meals a day, and you'll be happy if you eat 3 meals a day. The lizard people were curious, and then they learned that they had 3 meals a day and a luxurious house to live in. The lizards were astonished. Wasn't this the treatment reserved for royalty? Has this damned divine kingdom become so wealthy that everyone gets 3 meals a day? Are we dreaming? Is this some kind of welfare distribution? The thought of the war to conquer the world that they were about to participate in meant that there would definitely be a lot of casualties. But the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled in the tribe all had their time to enjoy life, and they didn't mind. After all, aren't men working themselves to the bone outside all so that their families can have a better life? After learning the situation, the lizardmen warriors joined the army and listened to the arrogant commands. Mare also came to bring the lizardmen who could not participate in the war to the noble areas of Urantir, where they settled down. At first, the nobles tolerated the elves. After all, they were so beautiful. But now these monstrous lizardmen have taken over their residences. How can the nobles tolerate this? Then a nobleman jumped out, only to be devoured alive by a demon controlled by jealousy the next second. Furthermore, those who are jealous say that this is the treatment they deserve, and that since the rules and laws of God's kingdom are not yet fully established, they had better stay put. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind killing a few more. Hearing jealousy's exact words, people all cowered and many even chose to run away. Jealousy didn't arrest these people either. Letting them spread the news was also part of Demiurge's plan. After the first person escaped unharmed, more and more people began to flee. Unfortunately, while one can escape, one cannot take one's property and resources with them. However, many people have no attachments to begin with, and their lives are of paramount importance, so they can leave at any time. Demiurge's plan was meticulously crafted, and these natural advertisements, once they reached the outside world, would surely spread the evil of Ainz Ooal Gown's kingdom. This is a good thing because it means that we can kill more human enemies in future battles. After all, the human population is still too large and needs to be significantly reduced to balance the races. Through the large-scale bloodbath against humans, other races will also learn of the iron will of Ainz Ooal Gown's kingdom, and naturally some small countries and tribes will choose to surrender. Demiurge's development is going smoothly, and so is Nara's. She has now arranged all the positions, all the talented people have been given full play, and the various resources of the house have also begun to be recalculated and redistributed. Nora temporarily established a shared system where everyone had no wealth and everything was free. All daily necessities can be used, but waste must be avoided. If waste is found, a warning will be issued, and 3 warnings will result in the loss of the right to use the products for free. When the female empire is truly unified, another merit system will be used, which is that those who work hard will be rewarded. On the other side, the 6 crazy guys had already completed their punishment in the second city. Looking at the tens of thousands of slaves again, LaFan felt nothing after drinking for most of the day. LaFan was also a little tired. Meanwhile, Momonga was already fast asleep on the side. It has to be said that magic beer is really a good thing. LaFan lay down on the king's lap as a pillow and fell asleep happily. The human king did not complain. In fact, she was quite happy about it. However, in order to keep an eye on the 6 people, she cannot sleep. For the king of men, going without sleep for several months is not a big problem. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye, and under the arrogant leadership, the divine kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown ignited its first war. Demiurge and his 3 companions followed this army of 200,000 men the entire time. The first target was the Dig orcs. Although Shaltir had slaughtered 5,000 of them, there were still 20,000 left. This war was a foregone conclusion, with the elf general being a hero-level figure, along with several steel-level powerhouses from the lizardman tribe. Furthermore, the arrogant leader of the digging orcs, whose king was only a hero-level being and who didn't have the numbers, made it a one-sided affair. Looking at the bloody battlefield, it took half a day for the digging orcs to be slaughtered down to only 5,000 before they finally surrendered. It must be said that orcs are orcs after all. When arrogantly asked if they were willing to fight for the divine kingdom, they did not hesitate to say yes. Then 3,000 burrowing orcs joined the army, even though they were mortal enemies just a moment ago. In that instant, they became allies. The feeling was utterly absurd. But faced with arrogance, that sword hanging over their race, they would rather eat shit than face their enemies, as long as their race could be preserved. 2,000 digger orcs were sent by Mare to Yelantl, where they ate their fill of stored food and rested, preparing for their conquest of the Snow Mountain Dragon clan the next day. The human realm has undergone a dramatic change, as both the Adventurer Guild leader and the Magic Guild leader in 5-3 chose to flee, seemingly using some special method. The news of Ainz from Ainz Ooal Gown's kingdom spread throughout all the major adventurer guilds and magic guilds in the world, and suddenly all the kingdoms knew about her. Panic gripped all the major powers, for they had no way to resist the powerful force that possessed 4 demon gods. Only the invincible divine kingdom and the Council of Nations could deal with the demon god, so the major nations began sending people to request help from the divine kingdom and the Council of Nations. Unfortunately, the major powers are unaware that the kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown and the kingdom of invincible gods are the same country. I'd hit myself. Are you guys stupid, or am I stupid? As for the kingdom of judges, even the Dragon King has fled. What will they use to fight? It's already good enough that they didn't mention running away. How dare they even fight? Inside the royal palace of the imperial capital, a handsome man was scratching his blonde hair incessantly. Several strands of blonde hair could be seen on the sofa where he was lying. This young man was none other than the infamous Blood Emperor, and he couldn't understand. Several days ago, a male and a female elven child rode a dragon to warn him to prove the existence of Ainz Ooal Gown's kingdom. We were supposed to leave tomorrow, but today I heard that the kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown has been established and that they have slaughtered a large number of humans. What's even more troublesome is that the kingdom was directly seized by an angel who declared it a female empire, and from then on, women were supreme. That land is simply cursed. First, it was Ainz Ooal Gown's power, then the invincible god kingdom, and then the female empire. What's wrong with this world? The events of the past month seem to have occurred in a way that makes it seem as if centuries have passed to those unaware of them. But now the Blood Emperor is in a real bind because the difference in strength is too great. According to intelligence, the 4 judges who called themselves guardians were at least at the level of demon gods. Who can withstand this? There's also an earthling team that actually established a female empire and their 6 stunningly beautiful subordinates. All this information left him momentarily at a loss as to how to deal with it. Seeing the Blood Emperor's state, Fruta comforted him. "Your Majesty, only gods and demons can deal with them. What we need to do is temporarily avoid their attacks and preserve ourselves." Hearing Fruta's words, the Blood Emperor nodded with red eyes. "I know it's easy, but I want to seek a glimmer of hope. There is no situation in the world that cannot be resolved, it's just that my wisdom is insufficient. Since your Majesty knows that this is not something that can be controlled by human power, why not let nature take its course and become the first nation to submit to the kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown? Furthermore, we are willing to fight for the kingdom with the sole aim of vying for the position of supreme executor. Only in this way can we humans also control the world." Fruta's words were like a wake-up call. The Blood Emperor instantly came to his senses. Ainz Ooal Gown's divine kingdom meant world domination. There is no king in the kingdom, but there is a supreme executive officer who has almost the same power as the king, except that the supreme executive officer also has the sword of the judge over his head. But as long as you don't do anything too harmful, you'll be fine. If no other demon gods come to stop you, all the major races in the world will be under the rule of Ainz Ooal Gown's kingdom. The significance of this supreme executive officer will be immense. This position must be secured by humanity itself. The Blood Emperor is a decisive and resourceful person. Since he can't win, he'll choose to join and become the best henchman so you can get the position of the highest executive officer. On that very day, the Blood Emperor issued a proclamation declaring that the empire was now under the control of the kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown. Furthermore, the Blood Emperor, accompanied by the Four Horsemen, an army of 300,000, and Fruta's magical army, personally headed towards the city of Urantir. The decisiveness of this action left neighboring countries bewildered and at a loss. Even the dragon tribe, which was preparing to attack the empire, was somewhat at a loss. Could they really attack a kingdom with a demon god? The Dragon Kingdom's lowly queen also received a message from the Adventurers Guild. She was somewhat bewildered. Such a kingdom possessed 4 powerful demon gods. If they truly intend to conquer the world, who, besides the invincible Divine Kingdom and the Council Kingdom, could withstand them? Although they sent people to the Divine Kingdom and the Council of Nations for help, it might not be effective, since the Divine Kingdom is invincible. Moreover, the Kingdom of God has already stated that it will not care about anything that happens outside, and there is still some hope as to the Council of God's isolation. But the chances are slim because the Queen of the Dragon Kingdom is the great-granddaughter of the true Dragon King, and she can also use primal magic. He knew perfectly well that his ancestors were no longer in this world and that seeking help was impossible. The entire Middle-earth is undergoing tremendous changes, with wars raging everywhere and Albedo and others carrying out purges. Demiurge and his followers slaughtered and conquered, and the Blood Emperor surrendered in a groveling manner. The Dragon Kingdom and the Holy Kingdom are in turmoil. There's also the internal strife in the Council of Nations and the rebellion of the Orc Kingdoms surrounding the Dragon Kingdom. Everything happened because of the news that spread yesterday. The culprits, the Adventurers Guild Master and the Mages Guild Master, are now locked in cages. Yes, you read that right. They fled overnight with buckets and arrived in the kingdom's city. They thought they could finally get some rest, but they ran into 6 women who were there for their 3rd cleansing. As for the area that underwent the 2nd cleanup, Nara and her team of experts have already joined in and begun to take control. Banara's persuasive abilities are extremely strong, and it is estimated that many more strong women will join the female empire to become officials serving the people. The 2 union leaders never dreamed that they would arrive in good health, only to wake up one day and never be able to return. However, the merciful Sword of Judgment used the judgment of good and evil to find that the 2 were not bad people, so they were not placed in the 1st or 2nd row. Holy crap, this world is getting so interesting, this densely packed crowd. Is this the Emperor of the Empire? That's incredible. We received the news yesterday, and today they've brought all their belongings to surrender. Could it be that yesterday's deliberate massacre of humans was intended to force other human nations to surrender? Demiurge is really something. This plan is so well structured, one step after another. And Nara is simply a born ruler. Is the kingdom out of its mind? Why not pass the throne to her? If they did, it would become a 2nd empire in no time. Hearing Lefan's inner thoughts, Momonga also woke up from his sleep. Looking at Lefan, who was holding the human king and watching the show, he wasn't jealous at all. It's a bit of a loss that I missed so many great shows while I was asleep. Momonga looked awkwardly at the 4 magic crystals in front of the human king, from which both sound and images could be heard. The largest magic crystal has 6 images, representing the perspective of the 6 women cleaning the area. The king is in charge of supervising, so the tracking images are very clear. The 2nd perspective is Demiurge's perspective, the 3rd perspective is Nara's management perspective, and the 4th perspective is the Blood Emperor's perspective. Momonga looked at the 4 perspectives, and the 2nd perspective was the most interesting so far. The main force below Demiurge has arrived at the Snow Mountain, and the Snow Mountain Dragon King has also come out to meet them. This is a powerful white dragon at level 40-something, surpassing the strength of the elf general, so Pride had no choice but to take action. Under the arrogant suppression, Orisavalk Helilir Frost Dragon was completely unable to move an inch. As for the other dragons, they are engaged in a great battle with the elves. Pride knows its master's meaning, to wipe out 70% of them and preserve only 30% of the elite. Those who survived were the racial elite. This brutal conquest was truly terrifying. It's certainly the quickest way to make small countries and tribes surrender. As for large countries wanting to challenge them, let's give it a shot. After all, large countries have too many people, making them difficult to manage. The massive body of the Frost Dragon King, the king of the Angelicia Mountains, was now trampled underfoot by arrogance. It watched as its territory was constantly trampled upon. Not to mention the subdued wyverns and orcs, even its own offspring were slaughtered one by one. But it had no chance to defend itself because the demon standing on its head was too terrifying. It would be instantly killed if it made any move. It couldn't understand why such a powerful being would set its sights on the Angelicia Mountains. This snow mountain has no resources whatsoever, and neither normal humans nor elves would want to go there. But now, looking at the large elven army before them, why would they bother to conquer this territory with such a thankless task? Even if we conquered it, we would still lose money because there are no resources on the snow mountain. The Frost Dragon King was unaware that Demiurge's mission was to conquer the world. And the entire world, whether it's land or sea, any territory with life will become the territory of the kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown. Let alone snow-capped mountains devoid of resources, Demiurge wouldn't even spare the ocean depths where most life forms can't survive. Demiurge was pleased with today's conquest. The next empire was on its way. Because the Holy Kingdom is located next to the Female Empire and the invincible Divine Kingdom, its priority is not so high. Suddenly Demiurge smiled, for he had heard the news of jealousy. After setting off overnight, the Blood Emperor finally arrived 30 kilometers outside the city of Yalental after more than 10 hours of non-stop travel. Such a vast army naturally caught the attention of jealousy, and when jealousy prepared to attack. An elderly white-haired magician arrived and knelt down to show that he and his companions were in submission. This caught jealousy off guard, but since it had no right to make a decision, it had no choice but to inform its master, Demiurge. Demiurge received the message, left Cocytus there to clean up the mess, and then took Sebastian and Mare back. Cocytus actually wanted to go back, but Demiurge's plan was so complex that it couldn't understand it, so it decided to just follow the plan. On the outskirts of the city of Urantir, a portal appeared and Demiurge and his two companions slowly emerged. Jealousy immediately bowed and said, "Master, this human claims to be the strongest human mage, Fruta. He has come to surrender on behalf of the Bahar's empire." 30 kilometers away, the Blood Emperor of the Bahar's empire awaits orders. Demiurge looked at the humans before him, and Fruta, looking at the three of them, was also afraid because their magic was too terrifying. He knew that surrendering was the right thing to do. Faced with an enemy that was inhuman and could not be defeated, surrender was the only option. However, he didn't have the same fanaticism as Momonga in the original work. Even Mare's magic power was only 1,000, which was not on the same level as Momonga at all. Seeing Fruta kneeling on his own initiative, Demiurge was satisfied. It seemed that the expeditionary force could now take back his arrogance, and it would be good to let Fruta go into battle with the main force. Demiurge pushed up his glasses. "Let's go, take us to see the so-called blood seat." Fruta then stood up and waved his hand to activate the portal. The next second, the group arrived in front of the 300,000-strong army. At this moment, the handsome blonde man at the head of the group knelt down. The current emperor of the Bahar's empire, Gilkanif Rune Farodel, pays his respects to the judges. From this day forward, the Bahar's empire vanishes, becoming part of the Divine Kingdom. "We beg the judges, let us serve the Divine Kingdom. We will give our all to accomplish the great feat of conquering the world." The Blood Emperor led the way by kneeling, followed by his 300,000-strong army, the 4 knights, and the magical forces. Even Demiurge was stunned by such a grand gesture before bursting into wild laughter. Demiurge raised his hands high and laughed. "Ha ha ha, it seems humans aren't all fools after all. This is the world. Every moment is full of unknowns and surprises. No setting can remain unchanged. The commands of the great supreme beings are indeed meaningful. Ah, this world of constant progress, constantly discovering our shortcomings and constantly being surprised is simply wonderful." Seeing Demiurge's berserk state, Sebastian said directly, "Watch your form." Mare, however, seemed somewhat frightened by Demiurge's appearance. This army seemed quite ordinary. Why was Demiurge acting so strangely towards them? Demiurge's, snapping out of his reverie at Sebastian's words, smiled at the Blood Emperor. "Your judgment is accurate, but judgment alone is not enough. If you want to gain my trust, then you will have to rely on your own wisdom to attack the dragon tribe." Upon hearing this, the Blood Emperor snapped out of his daze and hurriedly asked, "I wonder what kind of attack your majesty desires, to annihilate them all or to annihilate half and then subdue them?" Demiurge laughed wildly and said, "Eliminate 70% of the weak and preserve 30% of the elite." The Blood Emperor was completely stunned upon hearing this. Why? Because to retain 30% of the elite and eliminate 70% of the weak, it means that one's own army also needs to change and even make a lot of sacrifices. Should we let the strong punish the weak and let the weak go to their deaths in front of the strong? This tactic not only weakens the enemy's military strength but also weakens one's own. Was this intentional? My God, this man is ruthless. He wants to use this method to drastically reduce the natural population. Did the soldiers rebel? No, they possessed absolute power and were completely unafraid of the soldiers' resistance. They could even say, "Only by challenging the strong can you become strong." The Blood Emperor originally thought that joining Ainz Ooal Gown's kingdom would preserve the country and its people to the greatest extent possible, but he never expected that joining would lead to such a cruel selection process. But he had no choice but to accept the task. "Yes, your subordinate will certainly complete it." Seeing the Blood Emperor sweating profusely and even trembling with fear, Demiurge laughed wildly. Had the other man seen through his intentions with just a simple sentence? "Indeed, I underestimated the world. There is such a wise person. Perhaps we can get rid of him sooner and let the kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown run on its own." The army did not set off immediately. Demiurge left behind the empire's high-ranking officials and announced his policy towards the people. When the Blood Emperor heard Demiurge's description of a perfect world that only appeared in the dream world, he was stunned once again. "Isn't that my dream? But my dream is only for humans, while the other side is for all the races in the world. If it's for the sake of this perfect world, then such horrific killings seem necessary." A war to conquer the world directly claimed the lives of more than half of the world's population. Such a horrific war would instill fear of war in all living beings for decades to come. These decades can be used to manage, plan, and educate future generations to aspire to peace. The Blood Emperor was now feeling a chill run down his spine because the more he thought about it, the more immense the pressure became. It turned out that the wars and conquests ahead were just the beginning. The real challenge lies in the subsequent management and operation. A perfect world, he would become the supreme executive officer, managing the entire world and bringing peace and harmony to all races. What a magnificent goal this is. My God, I can actually achieve such a goal. Is there anything more meaningful in life than a goal like this? No. At this moment, the Blood Emperor also showed unprecedented fanaticism. Seeing the Blood Emperor's fanatical appearance, Demiurge's eyes lit up again. "I knew I hadn't misjudged him. This person possesses wisdom equal to mine. Unexpectedly, such a lowly ant race could possess such intelligent beings." The two hit it off immediately, instantly understanding each other, and their previous prejudices vanished. At this moment, the Blood Emperor was proud to be a member of Ainz Ooal Gown's divine kingdom. Demiurge did not underestimate humanity or any living thing. He believed that some seemingly insignificant race might possess intelligence surpassing his own, because in the real world, anything could happen. Having understood the administrative plan and with the Blood Emperor's fanatical performance, the Imperial Army officers no longer showed any resistance. As long as they fight, they can have everything. Instead of going on campaign that day, the Imperial Army was given time to rest. The next day they were to launch an attack on the Flying Dragon tribe. The elven army that was originally supposed to be recalled was instead ordered by Demiurge to attack the Holy Kingdom directly. Because the Baharjam Empire has become part of the realm of the god of Ainz Ooal Gown, with such a vast new territory suddenly appearing, it is necessary for Caius to go and manage it. Fueled by anger, he and Sebastian headed to the imperial territory, leaving Sebastian to remain in the area. As for Mare, he followed the imperial army. Demiurge believed that conquering this world would be far from simple. There might even be players lurking in the world, and the army would have no chance against them. That's why a guardian was sent to accompany them so that if they encounter a player, the guardian would immediately take control of Lord Momonga and Lord Leffen, because the two adults are also looking for players. Sebastian's management was very benevolent and Demiurge couldn't be bothered to look at it. Anyway, he was arrogant, issuing all sorts of orders and everyone in each region had to carry them out. Those who do not comply will face death. All of this happened too quickly. In less than 3 days, the Elf Kingdom, the Digging Orc Tribe, and the Crossing Kingdom all fell into chaos. 30% of the entire Midway continent was thus subjugated. At this rate, we could completely conquer the world in less than a year, right? Hundreds of thousands of light years away, creation found a planet with life. They were all dragons, there were no other life forms present. However, judging from the stark contrast of ice and fire inside the planet, only dragons could possibly survive there. She did not interfere with the planet and intended to devour the powerful star. It is estimated that it will take several years to devour this blue star, which is about twice the mass of the sun. Because her current power is still too weak, she doesn't understand why the worlds that were naturally born in this dimension are all led by dragons. To delve deeper into this world, an even greater amount of energy is needed, even though she has infinite rules. However, its own rules are not the rules of this world, and the crown of creation cannot become stronger as quickly as the elemental scepter. As soon as it plunges into the star, the speed of the rope increases by thousands per second. It is conceivable how terrifying the energy of a star is, and the idea that a person could concentrate all the energy of a star into themselves is itself an unscientific phenomenon. It's important to know that stellar explosions can produce black holes. After entering the star, Genesis continued with its first small goal, to observe the world using light as its vision. In stark contrast to the invincible and awesome performance here, Leffen and Momonga started drinking again, watching Demiurge and the others' performance. I have to say, this kind of laid-back life is really leisurely. The scene then shifts to the interior of the review. At this moment, representatives of the 20 races appeared at the council meeting. They had no other choice. Because countries all over the world have come to ask for help. All the true Dragon Kings of the Council have gone to make contact, and even the Platinum Dragon King who was in the Council's basement has disappeared. They wanted to help other countries, but unfortunately they lacked the strength. The purpose of this conference was not to help other countries but rather to choose surrender. Yes, the Council of Nations intends to surrender to the Kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown. Although the Council of Nations has a large army, it is at most at the level of an empire. While there are indeed high-level powers, they are at most at the level of the Frost Dragon King, though there are a few Dragon Kings who are over level 40. However, the information sources of the reviewing countries are very fast. Although they have closed their borders, they also have their own special channels. Yesterday, the Frost Dragon King was crushed by the judge's minions. This news alone was enough to terrify them. It's important to understand that this isn't the judge but rather the judge's subordinates who can crush the strongest fighting force in the current council. How can we fight this war? Not to mention, if the other side is even going so far as to invade and occupy resource-poor places like snow-capped mountains, do you really think they would give up such a lucrative opportunity? That's why we had today's meeting where 8 of the reviewing states' representatives said they wanted to surrender, while the other 12 hesitated. Because they are unwilling to relinquish their current status and what would happen to other countries if they announced their withdrawal. In the final tens of minutes of struggle, 10 people declared they would fight to the death, 2 forfeited and 8 surrendered. The final assessment of the nation's policy is war. Because one of the 20 council members, an orc representative, said, "We cannot give up our country and everything to others just because we are not as strong as them." If that were the case, this entire country would have been a council state or a slain state long ago. Why would there be so many countries? Because every country is everyone's home, and this is something that cannot be compromised. Even if it means fighting to the death, we must defend our territory. His passionate words ignited the fighting spirit of the 8 surrendering councillors. The world's rule has always been the survival of the fittest. However, the world is not a place where the strong can do whatever they want. If it's just a matter of handing over some resources, countries might agree, but would it directly lead to the loss of one's own country, civilization, and culture? Sorry, none of the major powers will compromise. Only a realist like the Blood Emperor would compromise because this is a battlefield where defeat is inevitable. He thought it was fine for him to die, but there was no need to drag the entire country down with him. But this world is a world of human relationships and social customs, and not everyone is like the Blood Emperor, who is ignorant of human relationships and social customs. On the third day after learning of Ainz Ooal Gown's kingdom, the Council of Nations declared war. Followed by the Dragon Kingdom, then the Holy Kingdom, the three great Orc kingdoms of the Western continent, the 8 Desire Kingdoms of the South, and the island nations of the East, all expressing their intention to go to war. For a time, the military forces of the entire world were constantly advancing towards Middle-earth. There are other implications here, of course. Many foreign nations were plotting to conquer the kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown in order to establish themselves in Middle-earth. As the core of the entire world, Middle-earth has its unique value. Whoever conquers Middle-earth will have the opportunity to conquer the entire world. This is why the Council of States and the Slain State have established themselves here, because they are keeping each other in check and preventing either from becoming too powerful. The Council of Nations declared war, and the entire army of the Holy Kingdom moved to defend the border. The Wyvern tribe invaded the territory of the God Kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown, which was formerly the territory of the Bahartha Empire. The problems faced by the Kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown on the 4th day after its founding. Demiurge did not command an army, he simply had Wrath defend the border, mercilessly killing any dragons that tried to cross it. In the realm of God, whoever dares to cause trouble, we will annihilate them. The Blood Emperor gathered his army at 5 in the morning and set off, and it would take 2 days to reach the area of the Flying Dragon tribe. Because the territory of the Flying Dragon tribe is in a neighboring area, there are too many cliffs and steep slopes, and the roads are difficult to travel. However, the Blood Emperor changed course, directing the main force to attack the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the 4 horsemen, together with Fruta and the Magic Legion, set off ahead of time to annihilate the Dragon tribe. Yes, the word used here is annihilation, without any reservation. The clever Blood Emperor devised this plan after learning from Mare that the Flying Dragon tribe had taken the initiative to invade the Divine Realm. To annihilate them all, leaving no survivors, although Demiurge didn't say it. But the Blood Emperor knew he had to make an example of someone to warn other nations. Anyone who dares to attack the territory of Ainz Ooal Gown's divine kingdom will face annihilation. Mare didn't say anything about the Blood Emperor's actions. After all, Demiurge had said that the Blood Emperor would have full authority over the area. The Elven army, along with earth-digging orcs, lizardmen, and frost dragons, was also attacking the Holy Kingdom. The snow-capped mountains are still some distance from the Holy Kingdom, and along the way lie various orc tribes. Arrogance doesn't mind the trouble and decides to conquer all the tribes directly. This gave the Holy Kingdom time to prepare, and many powerful figures from island nations in the eastern region arrived in the Holy Kingdom ahead of time. This war waged by the Elven army may be a protracted one. Looking at the battlefield that had fully erupted, Momonga gulped down a bottle of magic beer. It's already the 4th day without me realizing it. Drinking all the time is getting rather boring. Holy crap, they couldn't hold back any longer. Is Momonga going to destroy a country? That's true, it's not good to just lie low and not farm any stats. It's better to wipe out a country to farm some stats and at the same time act as bait to lure out the enemies in outer space. We've been killing all these days and the enemies in outer space haven't reacted. They're probably waiting for us to take the bait. Hearing Lafan's thoughts, Momonga thought, this is infuriating. Who said I was to destroy a country and now they want me to be bait? Forget it, if I don't go at least once, Lafan will probably be thinking about it every day. Demiurge and his gang killed so many and nothing happened, so how come I'm in trouble just because I went out and cast a spell? However, I do have a lot of evil magic I want to experiment with, and now that I have a real-life partner, it seems quite interesting. Momonga thought for a moment and said, I plan to go to the battlefield in the Holy Kingdom and try out the super tier magic dark abundance sacrifice. Summoning the young black goat, what's so fun about this kind of temporary summoning that can't last long? Oh well, let Momonga play if he wants to, after all this is a dangerous mission. Okay, go ahead. Momonga remembered that she needed to use magic, which meant she'd have to pay the other person's father a month in advance. Do you think I'd fall for that? Dream on, Momonga then asked, don't you want to test your power? Looking at Momonga's expression, Lafan shook his head and said, I don't think I have anything to experiment with. Momonga smiled and reminded him something like dimensional slash. Hearing Momonga's words, Lafan suddenly remembered and said with a wry smile, oh, I forgot our agreement is still in effect. Don't worry, super-level magic doesn't count as magic. Seeing Lafan's magnanimity, Momonga smiled and said, since you're so generous then dimensional slash doesn't count as a skill. Lafan was taken aback. There's no need for that. Super tier magic doesn't drain magic power and my dimensional slash consumes stamina. Momonga smiled and said, it's alright. To me, super level magic is magic. After all, it has the word magic in it. You've unleashed my super level magic so I can do many things. Hearing Momonga's words, Lafan stopped refusing and instead looked at the location of the Flying Dragon tribe with interest. In that case, I'll give the Flying Dragon tribe a dimensional slash. Seeing that the two had stopped drinking and seemed to be planning to go out and have fun, the queen did not stop them. Lafan hesitated for a moment before saying to the King of Men, I'll be right back. The king smiled and nodded, go. Momonga said awkwardly, sister-in-law, I'll go out for a bit too. The King of Men watched as two portals appeared and then the two disappeared in different directions, seeking flowers. In an instant, above the Flying Dragon tribe, Lafan raised his hand and the will of the world appeared. I've been in this world for a month now and with only 2 points of attack power per day, I've only gained 60 points of attack power. It's really trash. But you have to keep using the weapon you chose even if you have to kneel. Lafan suddenly swung his sword downwards, dimensional slash. In an instant, everything around the worlds will blurred and the next second the entire space seemed to be split in two. Lafan's terrifying attributes were on full display in a second. Originally, the world champion's dimensional slash was a 4-meter-long slash, but Lafan's slash directly created a 400-meter-long strike. Moreover, the slashes continued to spread. Countless spiderwebs appeared throughout the space. Then hundreds of dragons turned into dust and disappeared into space. 2 seconds later, the spider web disappeared and the Euro slash also disappeared. Looking at this terrifying strike, Lafan stroked his chin. The power has increased 100-fold, not bad. At this moment, the human king had been keeping a close eye on Lafan. The instant the dimensional slash looked out, the human king's scalp tingled, because she saw another dimension within the spatial rift of the dimensional slash. Oh my god, my husband actually cleaved through the dimensional barrier with a single strike. He can go directly to the second dimension with just one cut. What kind of strength is this? As the strongest player and the main force in resisting and limiting the world boss, the world champion naturally possesses bug-like abilities. This U-engine is a terrifying skill that even the creator cannot use. It is truly unique. Furthermore, the official statement has already said that dimensional slash is the most powerful skill, bar none. Lafan's current attribute, dimensional slash, directly breaks the rules and cuts out of the dimension. Unfortunately, he himself did not realize the terrifying power of his dimensional slash. In another dimension, his single strike caused a tremendous change in the world. For example, a slime and the storm dragon in front of it have just become good friends and are discussing how to break the seal. Then a dimensional rift appeared and the barrier simply vanished. However, this had nothing to do with Lafan. He didn't know that his dimensional slash had terrified the storm dragon, one of the 4 great dragons of the other world. If I knew, I would definitely complain. Studying at the 4 heavenly dragons, what a ripoff. Dimensional slash, as the name suggests, is the strongest attack that cuts through dimensions. Lafan had no idea how much his dimensional slash would change the future. If I had known, he definitely wouldn't have made that strike. First, this strike cleaved through this dimension and then bombarded other dimensions. This created a connection between the two dimensions, causing them, which were originally infinitely far apart, to constantly attract each other. Years later, perhaps because of this connection, the two dimensions will collide and merge into a completely new dimension. This is one of the harms. Its two-dimensional dimension is broken and its dimensional aura will be exposed. If a godlike game and a transmigrator organization truly exist, they could probably easily travel to or come to this world to cause destruction. The original dimension was fun and intact, but because of 210 Momonga's request, LaFan created a small hole in the perfectly intact dimension. Furthermore, because LaFan's attributes were slightly stronger than expected, his dimensional slash was so powerful that it struck directly into another dimension infinitely far away. The two dimensions instantly established a connection, so theoretically this loophole can never be patched unless the two dimensions merge into one. However, these are all things that will happen several years from now. We probably don't need to worry about it for the next few decades. As the dimensional gate disappeared and LaFan returned to his side, the human king asked, "Husband, do you want a new dimension?" A new dimension? Does this mean that the dimension unleashed by each dimensional slash is different? Or does the human king have a stronger dimensional boost, making my dimensional slash even more overpowered? LaFan asked curiously, "A new dimension, can it enhance me, strengthen?" "I don't know, but it should be possible." "Uncertain? That's true, nothing in this world is 100% certain." Hearing LaFan's words, the human king came to his senses. Was it because nothing is 100% certain that her husband wanted to explore unknown dimensions? Invincibility is only in one's own perception. Who knows, there might be something even more invincible beyond invincibility. Even the queen couldn't say there was anyone more powerful than her husband, since she considered him the most invincible. So change the topic to something even more powerful than yourself. Perhaps there are beings outside who are even more powerful than me. Holy crap, a new dimension? Is it that dangerous? Could it be that other beings in the universe also know how to perform dimensional slashes? Have they gained access to a new dimension? Is their new dimensional attack powerful enough to defeat the human king? You know, the human king is using the attribute-enhancing fruit every moment. His attributes are getting stronger without limit. Damn, this world is really dangerous. LaFan's 3 consecutive thoughts. Thank goodness Momonga isn't here, otherwise Momonga would have been provoked again. LaFan stopped thinking about it and simply embraced the human king, enjoying her beauty while he could. The king of men looked blissfully happy as he felt LaFan's embrace. The scene then shifts to Momonga's side. He had now arrived at the Great Wall, the border of the Holy Kingdom. After 2 days of troop mobilization, the Great Wall of the Holy Kingdom was filled with soldiers. Every soldier was holding a bow, ready to meet the enemies of Ainz Ooal Gown's kingdom. Looking at the army of over 300,000, Momonga smiled. Perhaps this was a very good experiment. He flew up to the city wall and all the soldiers spotted Momonga immediately. At this moment, Pavel Baraha frowned, looking at Momonga, who was suspended in the air and clad in black armor. "Who are you? Why have you come to our Holy Kingdom's border guard tot?" Momonga was a rather immature person, and upon hearing the other party's sincere greeting, he naturally responded in an equally immature manner. "I am Momonga, one of the 41 supreme beings and also the supreme being of the Ainz Ooal Gown kingdom. I have come to Song to ask you to cooperate with me in conducting 10 small experiments." Upon hearing Momonga's words, everyone present immediately went on alert as they had all heard of the Ainz Ooal Gown kingdom. The ranks after the Divine Kingdom are Supreme Executive Officer, Judge, and above the judge is the legendary Supreme Being. It's important to understand that each of the 4 judges was a demon god-level being, and just how terrifying was the Supreme Being above the judges. And there were a full 41 of them, which is absolutely terrifying. Now that the other party had actually come to the border wall of the Holy Kingdom alone, Pavel Baraha boldly said, "Since you are the supreme ruler of the Ainz Ooal Gown kingdom, why have you come in person? If it's just an experiment, you could have had your subordinates carry it out." Momonga looked at the trembling soldiers below and said with a smile, "Haha, are you all afraid? Yes, your excellency's existence may have reached the level of a god. It would be a lie to say we are not afraid of such a powerful being descending upon us. But behind us lies our homeland, our loved ones. Even if it means death, we cannot retreat a single step. If you can leave, that would be best. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to risk our lives to leave scars on your armor, Pavel Baraha then said with respect. Because Momonga came alone and treated the 300,000-strong army as nothing, Pavel Baraha would not want to fight such a terrifying being if he could. Even knowing that battles were inevitable, Pavel Baraha wanted to fight the enemy's army. Neither the four judges nor the legendary supreme being before them were their targets. He wanted to stall for time until the heroes of the various countries in the East Daxia Sea arrived, at which point his high-end combat forces would be able to put up a fight. After all, the three strongest warriors of the Holy Kingdom have gone to the invincible Divine Kingdom, such as the Holy Princess, the Holy Maiden, and the Holy Knight Commander, who can rival the strongest warrior commander in the kingdom. Momonga heard that the other party's tone was still consistent with 5-1 and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, very good. Since that's the case, I will give you all a chance. Those who don't want to die, leave the city directly. I'll give you 5 minutes. Hearing Momonga's mocking words, all the soldiers present were stunned. Pavel Baraha frowned. Your Excellency, while we fear death, we also know the importance of morale. We won't use that rhetoric. If you insist on not leaving, then we have no choice but to fight. Then I will repay you with my strongest might. Let us witness your final dance of death. Momonga's Chunabiu adolescent delusions of grandeur suddenly surged, and he landed outside the Great Wall, instantly changing into the extreme speed armor set given to him by Lafan. In an instant, Momonga's entire body radiated a silvery white light, looking so handsome and powerful. Pavel Baraha took a deep breath. Just looking at Momonga's full platinum armor and that terrifyingly sharp blade that seemed capable of cutting through space, he couldn't help but want to run away. But he had nowhere to run. He mustered his courage, drew his bow, and said, "Brothers, we have no way back, for behind us are our homes, our families, our country. Even if our opponent is God or the devil, we can only fight, attack." As Pavel Baraha finished speaking, hundreds of thousands of arrows suddenly bombarded Momonga. Momonga smiled as he watched the volley of arrows hurtling towards him and suddenly swung his weapon. In an instant, a terrifying sword aura emerged, shattering all the arrows within a 20-meter radius into dust. Momonga laughed loudly, his voice thick with youthful exuberance. "All right, haha, then I'll mercifully show you what speed and what a warrior truly are." In an instant, Momonga transformed into silver light, and in an instant, hundreds of meters of the Great Wall spanning 250 kilometers were cut down by the terrifying sword energy. Momonga did not stop. What he wanted to do was destroy the entire Great Wall, then gather all the enemies on the ground to surround him and use super-level magic. This can be considered Momonga's mercy. Dark Abundance Sacrifice is an instant death magic. The enemy will not feel anything the moment they are hit and will die instantly. This could be considered merciful to these soldiers. As for taking a step back and letting them go, sorry, Momonga's justice value is -500. In short, death is the greatest mercy in his eyes. A painless, instantaneous death is the highest form of respect for one's opponent. The battlefield is ever-changing. A flash of silver light moving at a speed beyond human comprehension slices through the enemy with incredible speed. In just 2 minutes, the Great Wall, stretching for tens of kilometers, was destroyed. Many of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers had fled the ground, and their faces were filled with terror. This speed, this power, is simply beyond human capability to overcome. It wasn't until this moment that they came to their senses. They had no idea why they were engaged in this unanimous battle. Because this wasn't a battle at all, it was a one-sided massacre, no different from sending someone to their death. Moreover, it's not just themselves who will die, their families and their country will perish. My God, why can't we just abandon that so-called dignity and surrender like an empire? This was the thought that flashed through everyone's minds in an instant, and the silver light finally stopped. In that instant, everyone was once again aroused in their final resistance, bombarding with magic, arrows, catapults, boulders, and all sorts of other means. Among these bombardments, a terrifying magic arrow shot towards the silver armor. This was Pavel Baraha's strongest magical armor-piercing arrow, a strike he put all his effort into and arguably the strongest arrow of his life. But such an arrow, when it struck the silver armor, was like an egg hitting a rock. The arrow was destroyed in an instant, not to mention the attacks from the surrounding soldiers and adventurers. Pavel Baraha, his face ashen, threw away his bow and arrows. He was in despair. Victory is impossible against such an enemy. Momonga stood there, feeling the final blows from the crowd, and smiled. "Ha ha ha, let me tell you a truth, I'm not actually a warrior, I'm a magic caster." As soon as Momonga finished speaking, without giving them any chance to speak or question, a huge magic circle surrounded Momonga. Looking at this terrifying magic circle, everyone present recalled Momonga's words from a moment ago. Could he really be a magic caster? How could we possibly lose a physical battle against a magician? This caused the already desperate people to give up resistance and simply sit on the ground. Because Momonga's silver light was so fast, no one present could escape. As the magic circle continued to gather, it shot directly into the sky after several tens of seconds. Momonga roared, "The sacrifice of dark abundance!" In an instant, a huge black mist spread out from the center of Momonga, and the black mist spread instantly. The soldiers surrounding Momonga on the entire battlefield were instantly swallowed up. All the soldiers died instantly, including General Pavel Baraha. As the black fog spread, all 300,000 people died without exception. The black mist absorbed the lives of 300,000 people and continued to surge into the skies. Then the ground shook violently, and one after another, 80-meter-tall, four-legged round monsters with dozens of attacking appendages descended to the earth. The earth trembled continuously as 10 monsters appeared. Momonga stared at these terrifying creatures. Momonga was also excited as he looked at the 10 terrifying black goat cubs. "I actually broke the record. I remember that the most I could summon in the game was only 2, but I actually summoned 10 at once." Momonga was excited about more than just that, because he saw his MP skyrocket from 58,000 to a terrifying 90,000. Similarly, his HP has also increased to a terrifying number. This terrifying HP allows Jagger to withstand dozens of super magic skyfall attacks without flinching. Looking at the 10 black goat calves, Momonga simply ordered them to attack forward, devouring anything they encountered. Momonga himself opened a portal and returned to Lefan's side after 503. Upon returning, I immediately heard Lefan's complaints. "Holy crap, 10 black goat calves, but these things are really disgusting." Momonga actually likes them? Is he a tentacle fetishist? Come to think of it, Shaltier's true form also has tentacles. Well, it's a skeleton after all, so it's normal that her aesthetic sense is a little different from mine. I really feel bad for Aura. But anyway, I'm not a lizard lover. Lefan hugged the human king and smiled, saying, "You're back, how are you feeling?" Looking at the lazy Lefan and the stunningly beautiful king of men, Momonga thought to herself, "You're the one with bad taste. My sister-in-law is the most perfect woman in my heart." What am I thinking? However, my aesthetic sense is perfectly fine. Momonga also took out a bottle of magic beer and said while drinking, "Well, let those 10 black goat calves wreak havoc. If there really are foreign enemies, we can avoid a direct confrontation. What a clever fool! If there were a real enemy, wouldn't they have discovered us? But it's fine this way, since the black goat's calf is causing trouble. Even if they find us, they'll attack the calf first." Momonga was furious upon hearing Lefan's thoughts. What did he mean by being self-righteous? And then he agreed with my actions? Double standards. Momonga looked at the 5 magical monitoring mirrors in front of him and said calmly, "The matter of the Holy Kingdom should be pretty much settled. Little Yellow Hair's side is quite strong. They're using a feint attack, making it seem like they're attacking the Flying Dragon tribe, but actually they're launching a sneak attack on the Dragon Kingdom." Lefan affirmed, "Indeed, this little blondie has some intelligence. I wonder what kind of show he can put on." The King of Men had grown accustomed to their conversations, and the 2 men truly possessed the power to look down upon all living beings as if they were gods. When Fruta's Magic Legion arrived at the Dragon Tribe in their flying magic devices, there was nothing there. Yes, nothing is left. The dragon tribe's lair and the mountains have all vanished, leaving only a flat plain. As for the thousands of members of the flying dragon tribe, they also disappeared along with everything else. Because of Lafan's terrifying dimensional slash, life is directly cut out of the dimension, which is true death, and there is no possibility of it even becoming nourishment for the world. The mysterious disappearance of the dragon tribe greatly surprised Fruta, and he eventually boldly imagined that it was Demiurge who was responsible. After all, the kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown is a supreme kingdom, and the wyvern tribe, as the first to invade it, must be punished. Fruta sighed that he and his group were still a step too slow, and then used teleportation magic to teleport to the side of the Blood Emperor's main force. As for the Blood Emperor, he was unaware that he was referred to as Little Yellow Hair by Lafan and Momonga. The fact that the magic crystal behind them was flashing proved that Fruta and his group had completed their mission and returned. Then the battle to conquer the Dragon Kingdom can begin. As the portal appeared looking at the returning Fruta, the Blood Emperor asked, "How was it?" With a look of awe, Fruta said, "We were a step too late. By the time we arrived, the flying dragon tribe had already been wiped out." Erase? Yes, that's divine magic that transcends the realm of humanity. The Blood Emperor, seeing the fanatical Fruta, stopped dwelling on the matter and with his own wisdom decided to make an example of him. How could a terrifying figure like Demiurge not have thought of this? At the command of the Blood Emperor, the 4 horsemen led their respective legions to advance from the flanks, while Fruta's magic legion cleared the way in the middle. 2 cavalry units charged from the plains on either side, while the magic troops marched directly towards the hillside road. The infantry, under the Blood Emperor's orders, had already laid an ambush in the hills surrounding the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as the cavalry and the magic legion are mobilized, the soldiers will instantly encircle and devour the border fortress city of Camillas of the Dragon Kingdom. Everything went as the Blood Emperor had predicted. With the collective departure of 300,000 troops, the generals at the Dragon Kingdom's border fortresses finally realized what was happening. But they had absolutely no way to stop the powerful magic legion that flew straight towards them. The Blood Emperor dared to say that, apart from the demon god, his magic legion would be one of the most powerful legions in the world. The Blood Emperor doesn't even consider the Dragon Kingdom a threat. In his eyes, the only countries worthy of his attention are the 3 great beast kingdoms of the West, the remnants of the 8 greed kings, and the Elf Kingdom. If it weren't for the need to guard against other countries, the Blood Emperor would have already conquered the kingdom with his magical legions. As the army advanced, the generals of the Dragon Kingdom knew they could not sit idly by and wait for their doom, so they ordered their archers to use a barrage of arrows. Unfortunately, the reason the Magic Legion is called the Magic Legion is because it is an all-encompassing entity. Hundreds of magic chanters raised their magic shields, and in an instant, all the arrows collided with the massive shields, losing their power. At the very heart of the Magic Legion, 8 powerful 4th-tier mages surrounded Fruta, channeling powerful magic into him. As someone who understands magic and can use powerful triple magic, Fruta is practically a god in this kind of siege warfare. With the combined magic of his 4 disciples, Fruta easily summoned a powerful 6th-tier spell, triple-tier 6 magic explosive flame bullet. In an instant, 3 enormous fireballs, each 10 meters in size, appeared in front of the Magic Legion, hurtling towards the city wall like meteors. Although the 2 sides were only 1 kilometer apart, the entire Magic Legion was flying in the air using magical items. Therefore, the fireballs bombarded from above, targeting the 2 sides and the central city wall of the fortress. The Dragon Kingdom's generals were powerless to stop this terrifying attack because it was 6th-tier magic. Ordinary 3rd-tier magic shields simply cannot withstand this terrifying attack. As several seconds passed, 3 enormous fireballs struck the city wall precisely, causing massive explosions. In an instant, a 10-meter-wide breach was blasted into the city wall. As the magic took effect, the 4 horsemen led their 4 cavalry regiments in a fierce charge toward the fortress. If these cavalrymen were allowed into Yashai, it would be like wolves entering a sheepfold running rampant. General Marquis Borg of Camillus also shouted loudly, "All troops attack! We must not allow the enemy to enter the city or there will be widespread bloodshed. My men, charge with me." With a powerful shout, all the soldiers and adventurers charged out of the city walls and onto the flat ground. Facing such a powerful cavalry, this was clearly at a great disadvantage for them, but there was no other way. If the cavalry were allowed to storm the city, they would use their superior mobility to avoid direct combat and instead massacre the civilians. They simply cannot afford such a price, so they must confront them head-on. The two armies clashed instantly. Weapons, blood, screams, all sorts of sounds rang out continuously. Momonga and Leffen did not feel nauseous looking at the battlefield. After all, they are not human either. The magic legions in this world are something else. They have an outer magic shield and an inner magic supply, allowing the strongest to gather the magic power of the surrounding mages and unleash powerful spells. This is a true magic turret. Listening to Leffan's words, the human king shook his head. Humans are such life forms, they can exert their greatest strength by working together as a group. Momonga asked curiously, sister-in-law, you're called the human king and you're human too. Seeing so many human casualties, don't you feel sad? Apart from annihilation, I will not disturb the human race for even a minute. Hearing the human king's words, Momonga said no more. The name Human King was given by Leffan, a Chunabiu, a person with delusions of grandeur, and in reality the human king had no relation to the human race whatsoever. Leffan naturally understood the concept of the human king and knew its mechanisms. She knew that after the human race was wiped out, she would restart the world. This setting is so cringeworthy it's almost embarrassing for Leffan to argue about it. But he didn't know that Momonga could overhear his thoughts, which made Momonga barely suppress her laughter and almost suffocate. Under the combined aerial bombardment of the Magic Legion, the charge of the four knights, and the mowing down of the infantry, the Dragon Kingdom's border fortress, Camillus, collapsed in less than 3 hours. Both sides suffered heavy casualties in this battle. The Empire lost 8% of its soldiers, while the Camillus fortress suffered a terrifying 70% casualty rate. As for those who did not die in battle, they were taken prisoner and tied up in the square to await the arrival of the Blood Emperor. With the war over, the Blood Emperor arrived in the city of Camillus. Looking at the 100,000 elite soldiers before him, he said, "I will only say this once, are you willing to surrender or die?" Hearing the Blood Emperor's words, General Marquis Borg of Camillus spat out a mouthful of blood. "Bah, if you have the guts, then kill us all just like you slaughtered the unarmed civilians you just did. If I even flinch, I'll take your surname." Looking at Marquis Borg's appearance, the Blood Emperor smiled. "Why bother? This is the price of resistance, and it is also the rule of our Ainz Ooal Gown kingdom. All nations that resist will become the people of the kingdom with 70% sacrifice and 30% joining." Another bald adventurer, his veins bulging, roared desperately, "A bunch of executioners. All you know how to do is bully the common people. What kind of skill is that? If you're so capable, kill us all." The Blood Emperor looked at the angry warriors and said without any hesitation, "I apologize, but as a human being I feel I have to do this. The law of the jungle prevails, that's the rule. They died because they were weak and you survived because you are strong. Do you even know you're human? What's the difference between you and a devil? You slaughter people like this, you deserve a terrible death. Executioner, devil, butcher." A barrage of curses rang out, but the Blood Emperor, far from looking miserable, wore a smile. "Ha ha ha, well said, well said. So your choice is death or to become executioners like us, slaughtering the weak in the next city? You devil, you won't get away with this." "I'd rather die than agree to it." Looking at the fearful and resentful eyes of the crowd, the Blood Emperor smiled again and said, "You have already crossed the threshold, but there are 2 directions. One is revenge and the other is fear. In the future, people will definitely fear war, but as it stands, you are not fearful yet, so it doesn't matter. Someone will deal with you soon." Marquis Borg laughed wildly and said, "Haha, just you wait for our queen to annihilate you. CFCH, annihilate us. With your dragon kingdom? No problem, I'm waiting. Haha, just wait to face the wrath of the dragon kingdom." The Blood Emperor looked at the prisoners and immediately ordered them all to be imprisoned in jail. Since they were unwilling to surrender, then so be it. After settling in and resting for 2 hours, the Blood Emperor looked at the internal map of the Dragon Kingdom. Here's a detailed route map. He stroked his chin. We didn't surround Camilla's city before, so there must have been adventurers who escaped. Now the nearest cities must know about this. In that case, why not go all the way and march directly towards the capital? Fruta pondered for a moment as he looked at the route the Blood Emperor pointed out. Isn't the risk too great? If the Dragon Kingdom reacts and uses fire to encircle us, what if they take this route? Although our magic legion is strong, the danger level on land is not low either. It's all right. With Camilla's providing cover, the Dragon Kingdom can't possibly remain indifferent to Camilla's fall. They will definitely send troops to scout, and after scouting, they will surely discover the tragic state of Camilla's and the prisoners. Even though they were furious, the prisoners had to be taken care of, and the country couldn't ignore the city of Camilla's. Coupled with the Dragon Kingdom's misplaced compassion, the first policy was a nationwide defense model, with all Western military forces concentrated in the capital. Southern forces rushed to Camilla's to settle the prisoners. As for the encirclement tactic, they're willing to use it. What we need to do is exploit this time difference and break through while they hesitate. The Blood Emperor, completely unfazed, pointed to a spot on the map and spoke. Looking at the map, Fruta saw that the route bypassed the ruined city of Gran and the great forest to the west of Camilla's, and instead chose to take a detour through the Wangbei Plain and advance straight for 30 miles before turning around to attack the capital. The Dragon Kingdom would never choose to go through the plains because the disparity in strength is too great. They couldn't win even with city walls for defense, so it would be even more impossible for them to win on the plains. However, it's not to say that the Dragon Kingdom is completely hopeless. If they abandon the capital, use an empty city strategy and launch a pincer attack with fire, they still have a chance of winning. However, the Blood Emperor stated that the Dragon Kingdom's compassion would absolutely prevent them from using this method, a sentiment echoed by Fruta. Unfortunately, the Blood Emperor was unaware that the Dragon Kingdom's lowly queen possessed primordial magic. If she is truly willing to sacrifice millions of people to activate the primal magic, then the Blood Emperor will still do it anyway. Everything was in progress. Demiurge was still managing the Empire's vast territory. Because the Empire was so large, even if he only managed one city for an hour, it would take him more than 10 hours. In the capital of the Dragon King Kingdom, the lowly queen Dradelong Oraclus trembled as she looked at the information in her hand. That despicable Blood Emperor, why did you do this? Those were lives lost. The mature female minister looked at the lowly queen and said, Your Majesty, the people and soldiers of Pogren have already evacuated, and 10,000 troops have been sent to the city of Camilla's. However, the Blood Emperor's troops did not leave the great forest. Our strategy has failed. The middle-aged, obese minister, looking at the map, said seriously, The Blood Emperor is one of the most intelligent men in the world. Although taking the direct route through the Great Forest would be faster to reach the capital, they will definitely not choose the Great Forest. They may have already taken the plains, Your Majesty. If they really do take the 30-mile detour through the plains to attack the capital, we might be in trouble. I don't know what to do. I don't want the capital to be stained with blood. I don't want my people to suffer, but the Blood Emperor has such powerful 4 knights and an invincible magic legion. We really can't find a way to win. The mature woman said with difficulty, her voice trembling, There is a way to win, and that is to use Your Majesty's primal magic. The Lolita Queen was stunned upon hearing this. No, that would mean sacrificing millions of people. Don't bring up that again. Your Majesty, for the future of the Dragon Kingdom, even the sacrifice of millions of people is worthwhile. According to Camislin's intelligence, the Blood Emperor stated that he would exterminate 70% of the weak, leaving only 30% of the elites. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom with its 8 million inhabitants will see millions of its people sacrificed. Trading 1 million lives for a life worth millions, the choice is difficult, but as king, you must choose. I know this is a cruel statement, but everything in the Dragon Kingdom depends on Your Majesty. Please do not hesitate. The little queen looked at the 2 ministers beside her, her trembling little hands unsure of what to do. The terrified voice seemed to be pleading for help, asking, "Is there no other way? Can we surrender?" The other side does not accept surrender, and surrender is not a wise choice. Our civilization, national destiny, and culture, accumulated over thousands of years, will be erased if we surrender. "Your Majesty, are you willing to do this?" The little queen held her head in her hands and shook it repeatedly, saying, I don't know, I really don't know why this is happening. The world was fine before, why did it suddenly become so unruly with everyone fighting like their lives depended on it? The mature female minister knelt and said, "Because you are alive, Your Majesty, please prepare to use primal magic." With the departure of the mature and obese ministers, the lowly queen sat alone, trembling on her throne. She now had to make a choice she could not accept. Fear and dread surged through her mind. The sacrifice of millions, even if they won, what difference would it make? Our civilization and its inheritance truly more important than simply living? She couldn't understand, especially her ministers, who always told her to play the role of a clueless little girl, and all she had to do was act cute. Now, such a cruel thing has been handed to me after I had gradually become accustomed to peaceful days of acting cute and coquettish. Faced with such a dramatic change in art style, she really didn't know what to do. If the country had always been ruled by an iron fist, perhaps this decision wouldn't have been difficult for her. Her trembling little hands had no choice. On one side were millions of lives, on the other millions more. She couldn't understand this matter no matter how hard she thought about it, this cruel truth. Her eyes turned red and tears streamed down her face involuntarily. I am indeed an incompetent king. If I were as powerful as my great-grandfather, I wouldn't have needed to sacrifice the lives of millions of people to use primordial magic. If I had the wisdom of the Blood Emperor, I would have surrendered to Ainz Ooal Gown's kingdom immediately, and perhaps I wouldn't be in such a passive position. Is it really impossible to surrender? Is there no other choice but to sacrifice millions of lives? Who can answer me? I really don't know what to do. The Lolita Queen sat blankly on her throne, waiting for someone to answer her, but all that awaited her was the cold air. Perhaps this is the king's loneliness. Fearful, she stood up, seemingly making a decision. Though I am the queen, these millions who have sacrificed themselves are not me but the people. I need to ask the people's demands. Yes, as long as they all disagree, I can stop using this kind of magic. At that time, I'll kneel down and beg for mercy, or perhaps sacrifice myself to finally join Ainz Ooal Gown's divine kingdom. The massacre in Camislin was too horrific. Camislin was a border city of the Dragon Kingdom, known as a city with the strongest fighting force in the Dragon Kingdom. If such a city could not withstand it for more than a few hours, other cities would be even less likely to be able to endure it. This is not even in the same league as the combat power. As for the Flying Dragon tribe, the 4th-tier mage of the Magic Guild had already contacted them an hour ago, but the Flying Dragon tribe has completely disappeared. As for the surrounding orc kingdoms, they have no diplomatic relations whatsoever, and it's even less likely that they will come to help in the short term. No one will choose to surrender before facing despair. Once someone chooses to surrender, it's because they're desperate, like when Momonga chose to massacre 9 million people in the kingdom in the original story. The king chose to surrender in an attempt to save the lives of his people, but to no avail. Momonga refused to surrender, and only at Sebastian's request were 1 million people spared. The slaughter of 8 million people was a truly horrific sight. Before facing despair, people believe they can fight, that they are capable of fighting, but when despair arrives, people knew that everything was in vain. At that moment, dignity and the inheritance of civilization were no longer important. Survival was the most important thing. Unfortunately, one wrong step led to another, and the Dragon Kingdom missed the opportunity to surrender, meaning that only 70% of its forces would be sacrificed. The lowly queen walked out of the king's hall and looked at the ministers who were waiting outside. I want to convene a meeting of the people. They have the right to know about this matter. Hearing the voice of the lowly queen and seeing the mature lowly queen who no longer acts cute or coquettish, all the ministers felt uncomfortable both physically and mentally. But at this moment, as the queen, she must be mature and ruthless. The The various countries already knew about Ainz Ooal Gown's policy: 70% of the tea should be kept and 30% left. Given the current state of the city of Camillas, this is indeed the case. Moreover, in the past few hours, the Dragon Kingdom has been sending envoys who have clearly conveyed the message that the other side will not accept their surrender, requesting flowers. The ministers weren't fools. They tried all sorts of methods, but they just couldn't come up with a plan to use the empty city stratagem or gather troops for a fire attack to encircle and annihilate the enemy. Because time simply doesn't allow it. Gathering all the nation's troops would take far too long, and with the empty city strategy and fire attack, most of the population simply cannot be evacuated in a short period of time. Because of the Dragon Queen's primal magic, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom is always maintained as a megacity with a population of 1.5 million. It is impossible to expel 1.5 million people in a short period of time. Since sacrifices are inevitable anyway, why not let the Queen use primordial magic to defeat the enemy? Although they knew that a powerful army would continue to attack, the Dragon Kingdom had already formed alliances with neighboring countries. Since they won't accept surrender, then let's defend and resist. In the minister's view, even the strongest power in the world could not resist the combined forces of the entire world. This is the world of Japanese anime, where people fundamentally believe that it is impossible for someone with great power to defeat the masses of the world. This is basically the case in all Japanese anime. The strongest characters are those who listen to ordinary people. For example, a hero has to obey the orders of a weakling king, and someone with the power to destroy and change the world has to listen to a bunch of weak, despicable old men. In the world of Japanese anime, the strongest characters seem to be fools who misunderstand the orders of the weak. Even if one's ideal is a perfect and peaceful world, one has the ability to achieve it. But they're just like fools who obey orders from weaklings and don't care if the world continues to go against their dreams. There are far too many examples. After all, Japanese comics, European comics, and American comics all follow this system. Superman is always a naive and innocent character, witches are always brain-dead, and gods are always mentally challenged. However, this world can be considered an anomaly in Japanese anime because what rules and governs this world is the strongest individual power. For example, in the previous slain theocracy, Zetsu Zetsume was the big sister, and in the council of the Platinum Dragon King, he was the absolute one. Human kingdoms obey the slain cult while non-human kingdoms obey the council. These two absolute individuals are the kind of beings who have no interest in ruling the world. It's a relatively rational world, which is why so many nations have been destroyed. There were also so many pronouncements about one person destroying a country over a single disagreement. The Dragon King lowly stood atop the high royal city with hundreds of thousands of people gathered below. Because the Dragon King's capital is so vast, it's impossible for him to gather millions of lives all at once. These hundreds of thousands of people will become representatives of the entire capital city's population. The ministers rejected the idea of the Dragon King Lolita, believing that allowing the people to be chosen in ignorance was the best way to treat them fairly. However, since it was the Dragon King Loli herself who used the primal magic, they could not force her to do so and could only agree to the Dragon King Loli's request. Hundreds of thousands of people gathered, but they were unaware of the seriousness of the situation. After all, although they knew about Ainz Ooal Gown's kingdom these days, they continued with their lives as usual and didn't feel too much tension. Who would have thought that the divine kingdom that emerged just a few days ago would now be attacking the Dragon Kingdom? At this moment, the lowly queen, aided by magical artifacts, said, "Fellow citizens, 740, this speech may be some terrible news. The Blood Emperor is currently leading an army of 300,000 men and a powerful magic legion toward our capital. It is estimated that they will reach the capital in a few hours." As the Lolita Queen paused, hundreds of thousands of people in the square were stunned. Had they heard correctly? The Blood Emperor is already attacking the capital. Hey, when did this happen? Your Majesty, you're not joking with us, are you? Your Majesty, please don't joke with us. Seeing the fear on the faces of her people, the lowly queen took a deep breath and said again, "I'm sorry, I wasn't joking." I think many of you here are still unaware of the conquest goals of the Ainz Ooal Gown kingdom, to eliminate 70% of the weak and conquer 30% of the strong. In the fortress city of Camillas, 200,000 civilians were massacred, leaving only 100,000 elites. As the Lolita Queen paused again, chaos erupted among the people in the square. "No, how could there be such cruel methods of conquest, Your Majesty? Does our dragon kingdom have a way to fight back? Could it be that our kingdom's army has already set out, but the disparity in strength is too great, so Her Majesty the Queen is conscripting soldiers? If there's a conscription, count me in. Your Majesty, as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, I am willing to shed my blood for my country. Yes, let's work together. The enemy only has 300,000 troops while we have a standing army of 1-2 million. Although mobilization from other places may not be as fast, every man in our Dragon Kingdom is a soldier ready to defend our homeland without hesitation." The people cheered with fervent passion. It must be said, the Dragon Kingdom is a truly remarkable kingdom. Because under the rule of the lowly queen, this country is naturally more simple and honest than other countries. After all, how bad could a kingdom be if Her Majesty could live peacefully simply by acting cute and charming? Looking at the passionate citizens, the lowly queen paused for a moment, despite her lowly appearance. However, she possesses the bloodline of the true Dragon King, which is why her growth is slow. In fact, she is already in her 20s. "I'm sorry, everyone, the enemy's magical army cannot be countered by numbers. That was a magic legion assembled by Fruta, the strongest magic caster among humans. Under the leadership of such a legion, even legendary hero-level powerhouses could not face them head-on. Only a demon god could defeat such an army, but our country has no demon god-level beings." Hearing the words of the lowly queen, the citizens present were even more stunned. "Your Majesty, please do not be afraid. Defending the country inevitably involves sacrifices. I have faith in General Kemmer and Chief Minister Dureka Kwung." "That's right. With the hero-level General Kamen and the hero-level Mage Dureka, we still have a chance to win. After all, the enemy only has 300,000 men. Your Majesty, please rest assured and wait for our return after the re-election." It has to be said that in the Dragon Kingdom, with the lowly queen's constant cuteness and coquetry, everyone is a lowly lover, and they adore the queen 100%. Rather than calling the Dragon Kingdom a country, it's more like an idol club, and Queen Yao Li is their idol. Looking at the cheerful citizens, the Lolita Queen couldn't bear to continue. But she had to say that it was simply impossible to defeat such a powerful army under normal military force. Although the Lolita Queen is an idol queen, her understanding of the national situation is no less than that of any of the ministers present. She knew the nation's strength best. It simply couldn't handle a magical army as terrifying as Fruta's. In the original work, Fruta is known as the Guardian of the Empire. This title is not just a rumor but something he earned through his own hard work. Otherwise, why would the nobles willingly give up their interests after the Blood Emperor's reforms affected the entire empire? The empire was once just as corrupt as the kingdom. The reason it has become so incorruptible, so ruthless, and so powerful is entirely due to the bloodshed it has endured. The path to royalty is inherently bloody, and the Blood Emperor's current achievements are due not only to his wisdom but most importantly to the support of the powerful figure of Fruta. He is the foundation of the empire, and he is the reason why countries around the world fear the empire. Apart from the slain theocracy and the Council of Nations, no other nation dares to guarantee that it can defeat a magical legion as powerful as the god of war, Fruta. This terrifying army is now within the Dragon Kingdom and is heading towards the capital. The Lolita Queen took a deep breath, forcing back tears, and said in a trembling voice, I'm so sorry. As a queen, I'm utterly incompetent. Because of my incompetence, I have no other choice." That was a vast magical army composed of humanity's strongest magic chanters and the world's top magic chanters. No matter how many of us there are, we cannot defeat them, so I have no choice but to use my primordial magic. The price of primal magic is the sacrifice of millions of citizens. I have no other choice. I ask you to make your choice here. I hope you can refuse me, but I also don't want you to refuse me. The sacrifice of 70% of the nation, the sacrifice of millions of citizens. I can't accept it. I can't accept either of them, but I am the king of the Dragon Kingdom. I must make a choice. The lowly queen blurted out a choice that terrified her. She had always known that her rise to power was due to her primordial magic. 3-7 She also knew that when the Dragon Kingdom faced an absolute crisis, she would use her primal magic. Although she had always known this, looking at the kind and simple people, she really couldn't bear to use them. But as the queen, she had no choice, and this feeling made her very uncomfortable. It also terrified her greatly. She feared that the people would agree to her easily destroying the lives of those who loved her. MJU 4 NDA20C 3 Autumn 1 MZKZ NDKW OJQ equals. But she was also afraid that the people would refuse, in which case she would have no choice but to kneel and beg the Blood Emperor to spare the Dragon Kingdom, but the other party might not listen. The worst-case scenario is that 70% of the population will be eliminated, a fact she cannot accept. The entire square was eerily silent. The entire nation could not believe why things had suddenly turned out this way. Has the enemy really become that powerful? Are we so powerful that we can only choose between sacrificing 12% and 70%? Your Majesty, is there even a need to choose? Even a fool would know that sacrificing 12% is definitely better than sacrificing 70%. Yes, Your Majesty, don't speak in that tearful voice, don't look so dejected, smile and regain your spirits. Yes, restore our familiar Her Majesty, restore that lovely smile, restore that energetic voice, and just talk to us in a cute and charming way. But I don't want to die, you bunch of lollican freaks. If you want to die, then die. Why should I die with you? Can't I just surrender? Foolish woman, if surrender were an option, Her Majesty the Queen would have surrendered long ago. Don't let your ignorance undermine the morale of the army. Your Majesty, please don't be sad. Could you sing us one last song? Yes, give us our national anthem. As people of the Dragon Kingdom, we are very proud. No, you bunch of perverts, you lollican. I don't want to die with you? Of the hundreds of thousands of people, 60,000 to 70,000 fled wanting to escape the Dragon Kingdom. More than 100,000 people stayed behind, chanting in unison, Queen Elizabeth is the best, Queen Monry is the best. The Lolita Queen looked at the scene below and her tear ducts finally gave way and she burst into tears. I'm sorry, the public began chanting collectively, smile, it'll revitalize us. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful mature woman approached the lowly queen. She was Dureka, the nation's strongest magic chanter, who smiled and said, Your Majesty, responding to your people with a smile, restoring their vitality and comforting them with the national anthem are all very important. General Cayman, who was maintaining order around the square, clenched his fists tightly. He was actually a hardcore nymphomaniac. However, he has a duty as God to maintain order and ensure that citizens who want to flee can leave in an orderly manner. Otherwise, he would have excitedly shouted like the people. He also knew the Dragon Kingdom's current predicament. It was a decision made out of necessity. Knowing that this was a decision made out of necessity, he understood the immense pain Her Majesty the Queen had endured. As a staunch supporter of Her Majesty the Queen, Cayman believes that Her Majesty is not wrong, the enemy is. Encouraged by Dureka, the Dragon Queen regained her spirits. Unable to repay the people's trust, she could only offer her energy and her songs. This queen is quite nice. Should I add her to my collection and use her as a body pillow? But I'm curious about what primal magic is. Sacrificing millions of people, this magic must be incredibly powerful. I wonder if that blonde-haired henchman can hold out. Oh well, I have resurrection magic. A simple resurrection will do the trick. The Dragon Kingdom is also quite nice, such simple and honest people, it seems a bit of a waste to kill them. Delugas is truly cold-blooded. Forget it, why bother with all that? Just enjoy the show. Interfering isn't a virtue for a spectator. Hearing LaFan's string of inner thoughts, Momonga thought to herself, holy crap, I just realized my brother's a hardcore lollican. Does he like Aura too? No wonder he frowned when I mentioned that Aura wanted to join too. Ah, I see, he wanted Aura, but because he loved himself too much he gave her to himself? Are you crazy? Why would a skeleton like me need these things? I could play with Shaltir for a lifetime. No, I need to find a way to give Aura to Leffen, but I can't do it too contrived. Momonga's plan is that as long as she keeps sending girls to Leffen, he will gradually lose interest in her and won't love her as much anymore. Therefore, Momonga was determined not to let go of any opportunity to give away girls. Now, after hearing Lefen's inner thoughts, she knew that he was also a Lolican. Momonga said, "Don't worry, wait, why do I need to use also? I'm not a Lolican." Lefen had no idea what Momonga was thinking. If he did, he would definitely yell at her, "You're the one who's a Lolican, your whole family are Lolicans." I was frowning because I had a headache from Mercy's involvement, but what does it mean to be jealous because of Aura? However, given Lefen's Buddhist-like attitude of accepting anything offered, he would actually dare to accept Momonga's gift if she really wanted to. After all, Aura is quite cute, even though she always wears a boy's outfit. Wang was unaware of the internal struggle between the two. At this moment she was also very curious. Primordial magic, is it the rule of this world? This little girl is very interesting, honey, do you want her? Holy crap, she's got that woman in her heart, she really understands me. Lefen smiled and said, "Since my wife asked, I will naturally answer, however there's no need to interfere, let the war continue." Oh. The human king glanced at Lefen with the same look in her eyes. She knew that Lefen loved to see others looking weak, pitiful, and helpless. If so, then after the blonde-haired boy conquered and slaughtered 70% of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens, the queen would surely collapse, right? Then she'll just be weak, pitiful, and helpless. The king of men held this view, so he didn't stop Lefen but instead looked forward to his performance. Yes, the king of men didn't know that she was also an oddball who didn't like joining in but preferred to watch the show. In any case, none of the three of them are normal, they're all oddballs. The joyful time passed quickly, and the Lolita Queen used her energetic smile and singing voice to comfort the people in the square one last time. By this time, scouts had already reported that the enemy army had appeared 30 kilometers away. The little girl queen trembled as she raised her small hand. "Thank you, if I unfortunately perish this time as well, let's build our own paradise in heaven." How could the people bear to hear their beloved queen say such things? At that moment, Cayman led the way, declaring, "The Dragon Kingdom will prevail." As someone started it, the nation collectively chanted, "The Dragon Kingdom will prevail, the Dragon Kingdom will prevail." At the western gate of the Dragon King's capital, hundreds of thousands of people had already fled, unwilling to become sacrifices for their country. "What does your fighting have to do with us? Why should we risk our lives for you?" It has to be said that this is the nature of human life. Even in a romantic country like the Dragon Kingdom, there are still quite a few realists. But can those who flee really escape? If the capital truly falls, where in the entire Dragon Kingdom will be safe? The Dragon Kingdom is surrounded by orc kingdoms, how could they possibly go there? Of course, the invincible Divine Kingdom is also located near the Dragon Kingdom, but is going to the invincible Divine Kingdom a viable option? Not necessarily. They might starve to death. There aren't many places around the invincible Divine Kingdom of the Supreme Realm that can be replenished with supplies. Once you get there, you really have no use for money unless you can enter the kingdom of God, but these people who escaped are all realists. There is absolutely no way to join the invincible Divine Kingdom. Looking at the vast capital of the Dragon King Kingdom, the Blood Emperor had to admit that the kingdom was incredibly grand and imposing. Even the former capital of his own empire is not as good as the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. This vast capital city, boasting a permanent population of over 15 million, is so immense that conquering such a capital would be truly interesting. The lowly queen arrived at the southern city wall of the capital using Dureka's teleportation magic. She looked at the massive army 10 kilometers away with 4 cavalry units already arrayed and advancing. The terrifying magical legion of thousands flying in midair is like an aircraft carrier battle group in this world. Just looking at them was terrifying. Seeing such a formidable army, the Dragon Queen was even more certain that the Dragon Kingdom's fighting strength was no match for theirs. She turned back to look at the capital at the smiling citizens who were looking at her. She took a deep breath and said in a spirited voice, "The Dragon Kingdom will prevail." With a shout, she raised her hands, her small, 4-meter-tall body trembling uncontrollably. Then her body began to radiate a terrifying glow. Then the radiance surged toward the capital city behind them. The lowly queen had her eyes closed and she seemed to be controlling the radiance. Although it was heartbreaking, the radiance continued to spread into the capital, and wherever it passed, citizens fell, but they all fell with smiles of happiness. They did it entirely voluntarily, willingly sacrificing themselves for the country and for the queen. It's no wonder that even the cold-blooded Lafan expressed his liking for such a great country. As it erodes the lives of countless citizens, the speed of its glory increases rapidly. Even so, it still takes 8 minutes. At this moment, Fruta, who was attacking the capital, was only about 5 kilometers away from the capital. His eyes were shining, but the next second he froze, because that lowly queen was bursting with terrifying magic power, and her magic power level was constantly increasing. At this moment, his magic level had surpassed his own and even surpassed Lord Demiurge's, and his magic was still increasing. They will soon surpass Lord Mayor. My God, why does the Dragon Kingdom have such a being? Fruta sensed the danger signal, and by then the army had already set off. Fruta immediately shouted, "The entire army must retreat, do not advance." Then, relying on the immense magical power of the Magic Legion, Fruta opened several portals and led the Magic Legion through them to leave. In the command center 15 kilometers away, the Blood Emperor frowned as he looked at Fruta, who had returned to his side. "Old man, what's going on? This is bad. The enemy is using strange magic that keeps getting stronger. We can't withstand this attack. If we get hit, we might be wiped out. I've already ordered all troops to retreat, but I don't know if it'll be in time." Fruta frowned as he watched the charge of the 300,000-strong army. At this moment, only 20,000 troops were stationed around the Blood Emperor, while the other 300,000 troops had already approached an area less than 10 kilometers from the capital. Seeing the terrifying energy soaring into the sky, Lin Lu secretly observed, "It's clearly too late to retreat now." After several minutes of terrifying soul harvesting, the lowly queen's entire body was now covered in horrifying images resembling supernatural magic. That terrifying pillar of energy shooting into the sky was visible to everyone. The terrifying pillar of magical light was even more frightening than the super-tier magic used by Momonga. However, the army is still several kilometers away from the capital, which should allow them to avoid concentrating their forces on key targets. The Lolita Queen watched as Fruta fled, gritting her teeth. "No, we can't let that army escape, Yuka." Dureka sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the Lolita Queen. She couldn't get close at all, but she also knew she absolutely couldn't let Fruta escape. They've used a teleportation portal, aiming to teleport to the army 8 kilometers away. Because of the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the Dragon Queen, which were comparable to a legendary magic shield that surpassed even that of humans, she was completely unafraid of being attacked. The lowly queen looked at the magic circle before her, struggled to lift her foot and take a leap. Instantly, the energy that shot into the sky transformed into a stream of light, rushing towards the other direction of the teleportation portal CFFB at high speed. In just a second, the lowly queen was once again enveloped in soaring energy. Fruta frowned. "Let's go, get out of this area," but the lowly queen has already used her primal magic. The lowly queen's great-grandfather was the 7-colored Dragon King, one of the strongest beings among the 11 existing true Dragon Kings. He is also a powerful true Dragon King who controls 7 elemental magics. Besides the 2 major elements of darkness and light, he has complete control over all other elements, including wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, ice, and wood. Moreover, the 7-colored Dragon King is the scientist among the true Dragon Kings, and he possesses the most skills and magic among all the true Dragon Kings. As its great-granddaughter, the lowly queen inherited one of her great-grandfather's powerful primal magics, the elemental ray. Using this primordial magic will draw upon the elements of the world and then unleash a burst of mixed elemental light. This is a terrifying primordial magic capable of instantly destroying a country. Now, the Dragon Queen has unleashed her power, causing terrifying elemental energy to converge, flow, and erupt in a cacophony of flames, ice, storms, lightning, and various other terrifying elements. The 20-kilometer-high pillar of light under the explosion of various elements suddenly increased in radius from 10 meters to 50 meters. In an instant, the Dragon King's daughter forcefully dragged her trembling little hand, which had been raised high downwards. What followed was a 20-kilometer-long pillar of elemental light. Although this primordial magic is called Elemental Ray, it is not a ranged spell. This is real, hardcore magic, using its own energy as a pillar to summon the world's energy to gather and form a terrifyingly massive weapon 20 kilometers in length. The caster can then control the weapon to frantically cut and destroy everything. Unfortunately, because the Dragon King's daughter's body was too weak, all she could do was simple slashing and sweeping. If it were her great-grandfather, perhaps he could control this beam of light while flying and cut across a huge area of the map. If used by the seven-colored Dragon King, this would be a genuine spell to destroy a nation. But if used by the Dragon Queen, she would be unable to move at all and could only spin around in place. At most, it could only cut a destructive area with a diameter of 40 kilometers, but of course, its weak size might not be able to accomplish that. For now, all that's needed is to bombard the enemies in front of her. Although this is difficult for the Dragon Queen, she can manage it if she grits her teeth. As she used all her strength to throw herself down, the massive elemental beam, stretching 20 kilometers, slammed down fiercely. This is primordial magic, you've got some skills. I'll let you run 5 kilometers first, then see if my 20-kilometer-long sword can even touch you. That's some really cool magic. I wonder if 20 kilometers is the limit. If not, could it be 100 kilometers or 1,000 kilometers? If it could be 10,000 kilometers, could I slice through planets? However, the cost is quite high, sacrificing millions of lives, and it relies too much on external elements, requiring such a long preparation time. Even the most advanced magic only takes 5 minutes to prepare. This thing takes 8 minutes, it's too impractical. The destructive power of this thing is also a mystery. For people like us with tens of thousands of defense, if we just stand there and let it hack away, I don't know if it will even make me lose any health. But it looks cool and it's really fast at mowing down enemies. Hearing LeFan's sarcastic remarks, Momonga came to his senses. He, too, had longed for such magic. After all, what man wouldn't want to wield a terrifying 20-kilometer-long sword? But after listening to LeFan's list of drawbacks, he lost interest because such a broadsword wasn't very powerful, but it looked really cool. Seeing that LeFan and Momonga remained silent, the human king began to explain. It absorbs the energy of millions of souls to support the Pillar of Light and gathers surrounding elements around the Pillar of Light as its core. The so-called primordial magic is actually the original rules of this world. Most importantly, the beam of light was quite remarkable. It incorporated so many rules and regulations. Listening to the king's explanation, LeFan got excited. Primitive rules? Momonga asked simply and directly. Sister-in-law, what are primitive rules? The human king explained simply and directly. It is filled with the rules of this dimension. Although the rules of this world have been modified to the rules we are familiar with, the rules of the dimension have not been modified. The world is just one of the countless worlds in the dimension. Momonga was completely confused. What is a dimension? The king smiled and said, what we live in is called a world, and what lies outside the world is called a dimension. Within a dimension, there are countless worlds. Alternatively, we can say that the place we live in is called a planet, and beyond planets lies the universe. Within the universe, there are countless planets, and all of these planets operate according to the rules of the universe. However, some planets are special cases, having been terraformed, so their rules differ. But this doesn't mean the rules of the universe are unusable. After listening to the human king's detailed explanation, the bewildered Momonga instantly understood. He then asked, so the original rules are the strongest in this world? The king of men shook his head. Not necessarily. The rules of this world follow the extreme surface while our rules follow the infinite breadth. If we only consider destructive power, the rules of this world are slightly better. But if we talk about combat power, functionality, and other aspects, our rules completely crush the rules of this world. Upon hearing the human king's explanation, Momonga instantly transformed into a curious child, asking, "Sister-in-law, what is the ultimate watch?" Something seems off about Momonga's words, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Momonga, listening to LaFan's inner thoughts, also thought to herself, "You shameless jerk, you always act all high and mighty without asking about the king. If you won't ask, can't I? Is it interesting to pretend to know what you don't?" LaFan was actually embarrassed to reveal that he knew nothing in front of the human king, since the human king's character setting described him as omniscient and omnipotent. If you ask the king of men about certain questions yourself, wouldn't that be changing the game's established rules? Will the king of men think he's a fake LaFan then? This is troublesome, but of course, LaFan isn't just trying to save face. Looking at the curious Momonga, the human king said again, the ultimate expression, how can it be just the same energy? If our rules allow us to obtain new energy, we will manifest it in a new form, something different. But the energy in this world is different. When they acquire new energy, they concentrate it on the old energy sources, causing the energy volume to increase and become increasingly singular. The king of men threw out 2 energy orbs from his hand, and the 2 orbs continuously increased in energy. The last energy orb formed a huge sphere, and the other energy orb formed thousands of smaller energy orbs. The energy orbs constantly combined and changed and could transform into various different forms. They were no longer just a single sphere, they could transform into human form, into weapons, into flames and water, and into all sorts of other forms. Seeing this, Momonga understood something. So the original rules were very simple, without our diversity. The king nodded and said, "Yes, this original rule has no time magic or life and death magic, while our rule has time, resurrection, and all sorts of special magic." Momonga excitedly exclaimed, "So the original world didn't have resurrection magic, nor did it have time magic?" The king nodded and said, "Yes, because the rules of this world have been changed to our rules, we have time magic and resurrection magic." Listening to the conversation between the human king and Momonga, LaFan suddenly had a bold idea. Does this mean that enemies in the outside world might not be resistant to time magic? Can I use time magic to launch a surprise attack? Hearing LaFan's thoughts, Momonga immediately asked, "Then, for people in worlds beyond this world, can I simply use time magic to kill them at will?" Seeing Momonga's confident demeanor, the human king thought for a moment and decided not to let Momonga get too arrogant. "No, just like the rules of our world have been altered, the rules of other worlds may have been altered as well. Moreover, every dimension is not as simple as it seems on the surface. There are also bizarre dimensional travelers among them. Damn it, I knew the outside world was dangerous. It was definitely the right decision to stay hidden." Momonga asked a good question. This question has even attracted dimensional travelers who can handle this. As expected, I'm still a salted fish. I thought knowing the flaws in the primordial rules of this world would allow me to do whatever I wanted, but I didn't expect there to be dimensional travelers. These aren't even from the same dimension. Are we going to risk our lives to fight them? Hearing LaFan's thoughts, Momonga inwardly agreed. They're risking their lives to fight? Dimensional travelers are terrifying beings who can move freely between dimensions. With my current strength, I even have difficulty moving between these dimensional worlds. Looking at the vast sky and the boundless universe, Momonga realized that even if she went to the moon, she didn't know how long it would take to get there. Not to mention the planets within the solar system or even outside the solar system, outside the Milky Way.